X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. It's so good to see all of you. Welcome back, Orther's Dork, Bazooka Horse, Lefty Jenna, Chad91, welcome. War Penguin, what's up? Good to see you again. Perry Icefire, how are you? Astronaut Lad 172, what's up? Galaxy Bomb 42, how are you? Carl the Carl, what's up? Revan, good to see ya. Circuit Dog, how are you? Trans Gallant Pal, good to see you again. I think I already said hi to you, right, Summerstar? No, I didn't. What's up, Summerstar? Good to see you as well. Man, the days, they jumble together. Wingo, good to see ya. Alexia, welcome. Bard Mans, welcome. I don't think I've seen you before, but maybe you... No, I think I have, actually. Gektree, welcome. What's up, Ride the Rails? I'm painting some new Warhammer minis while watching stream. Ooh, you got some new Warhammer minis. That's nice to hear. I really do want to get into painting minis. I need to start with my little Quebec miniature that the devs of Hightail sent. I always forget to mention that. I have a little 3D printed Quebec miniature that was sent to me and 19 other YouTubers that hosted a charity event a few years ago for Hightail. Like kind of like, it was a charity event, like a Hightail themed charity event where we raised money for like a charity. And it was like all Hightail themed, Hightail YouTubers, and they kind of like the CEO and one of the head, like the head communications and social media manager, Buddhacat, came in. They crashed the call that we're doing the Discord thing on, and said, they thanked us. They were extremely nice, and then just out of nowhere, dropped on us the surprise of, go ahead and DM us your address. I know, but like literally the CEO and one of the higher ups of the company making the game, and we're gonna send you something. And they sent us 3D printed Quebecs. The only other people that have these things are the other game devs. Such a cool gift. Such a cool freaking gift. Next year they did like a coaster and a card. I didn't end up getting one, sadly, because there was a massive amount of YouTubers who did the second one, and so it was just like those that organized it that got the merch the second time around. But I'm gonna be honest, the little Quebec Mini is probably the best merch I could have asked for, so I can't really be too upset about it. I'd take miniature Quebec 3D printed figure that's like exclusive to that one group of 20 of us and the devs, to the coasters that'll be official merch, I'm sure, in the future. Hey, I'm drawing while this goes. Hell yeah, Matty Kitten. Dude, I remember when I was younger, I used to be far more into drawing, and I didn't like drawing digitally because I couldn't freehand with a mouse too well, so I like to stick with a good old pencil and paper, or a pen and paper. And sometimes I'd get bored of like gaming in the middle of the night, and I'd just be like, all right, hold on. I'd throw some music on or throw a YouTube video on and just try and draw. And it would be like 3 a.m. and I'd just be listening to music and drawing in a notepad. And low-key, or listening to like a Minecraft Let's Play, low-key, those are some of the best memories I have as a kid, like on those late night, like weekend, just chilling, doing what I want, because there's no, don't have to go to bed early on the weekend. I want to get a drawing pad and get back into drawing, but I don't think I have the time for that, sadly. It would probably help me, it would probably help a lot if I practiced drawing with a mouse. You know what I mean? Like, if I threw open Paint every once in a while and practiced drawing with a mouse and, like, trying to make it really steady, I wonder if that would make me better at aiming in games. It would have to, right? Like, being able to, like, master the DPI and sensitivity of my mouse to the extent that I can draw in Paint would massively improve my aim in FPS games with my mouse. Presumably. I'd have just so much better control and a better idea of, like, what I need to do with the mouse to, like, get a certain amount of movement, even down to, like, micro movements. I didn't know you drew, Zan. Oh, nothing good. Nothing good. Just for fun. Just fun sketches. Nothing particularly good. I did not, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have much artistic talent. I have autistic talent, though. Do live drawing? Nah, that would be boring as fuck. Maybe one day I'll buy, like, a whole Bob Ross paint kit and, like a canvas, and I'll do my best. My favorite type of art to do has always been to try and follow Bob Ross videos. I've always loved doing that. Like, since I was a kid, me and my grandma would do that. And we would try to follow, like, a Bob Ross tutorial just to improve, because she wanted to improve her painting skills, and that was a good way to do it, was just practicing following a tutorial. And so I would do that with her, and I want to get, like, the proper Bob Ross paints, because he's got... The type of paint he uses is very important, because there are certain things that he does that you can't do with many types of paint. I'm not going to get into it, but basically, I might do that one day. Like a Bob Ross painting stream. That would go hard. I'm done. By the end of the stream, my arms are just covered in different colors of paint, It's all dried on. It's oil paint? Yeah, but it's a specific kind. It's kind of expensive, too. Galaxy Bomb 42, for my art exams, we used to watch Bob Ross videos. I have found the only thing in the world that calms my blood pressure, like, that much as I like, is Bob Ross. Like, if I could be doing the most frustrating task in the world, put on some Bob Ross, like, just listen to him talk about happy little trees and a happy little cloud, and we're gonna give this little happy cloud a friend, because he looks lonely up there, and I think he could use a friend. absolutely fucking just, it's therapy. When you put like earbuds in and you listen to Bob Ross describe the happy little trees, you might as well be mainlining therapy into your bloodstream. Uh-oh, the Nick Fuentes fan copers are coming in. You guys are probably going to have to expect a lot of groypers to raid this stream. His community is on the biggest damage control rampage you have ever seen. They are fucking scared. In which chat? YouTube chat, primarily. Yeah, a lot of them are huffing some serious copium, and they're really mad because Nick Fuentes is gay. Like, let's be real, it's gotta really suck being a neo-Nazi right now when you really think about it, because the most prominent figure in your political group is a gay Latino man. Think about that for a second. If you're a white supremacist neo-Nazi dude, your leader is a gay Latino man. How desperate does your movement have to be for representation and, like, popularity and, like, head pieces that can speak for the movement when you allow a gay Latino man to lead you? And they all deny that he's gay. And I guess they all pretend like he's not Latino. Fuentes gay? Yeah. Listen. Nick Fuentes accidentally showed his taxes folder on stream. Nick Fuentes has been gay in the closet for a while. No. Nick Fuentes, we all knew he was gay when, like, his old friend called him out for, like, using a black light to make sure there was no cum on any of his sheets or pillows or cushions in his room, because they were roommates, and he was checking his, like, his roommate's bedroom, Nick was, and then, like, ensuring that he wasn't having sex with any women, because Nick Fuentes wants to, like, fuck him, and was, like, it was really weird. We've known he's gay for a while, but now he's just outright shown on accident his gay porn. Well, I'll get into it later. I'm building intrigue right now. All right. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Said also, when's the next watch party? I'm forming at the mouth from over here. Also, Link. Oh, what's this? Here he comes. This seems like a good meme. Yes, definitely a watch party soon. Maybe tomorrow. What day is tomorrow? Friday? No, it's Saturday today, so that makes tomorrow Sunday. Wow. I'll see about a watch party tomorrow. I'll see if that's possible, but I don't know if it will be. But I do want to wrap up From and get caught up, because I want to do Dune Part 2, and then we're going to be watch partying in the Discord Rings of Power, which will go pretty hard. Because I know a lot of people in my community were like, oh, I heard that sucked, and I was like, nah, it doesn't, and I showed a few scenes and screenshots and music, like, bits, and people were like, okay, I'm down to try this out if you watch party it. I'm gonna Rings of Power pill you guys. Oh yeah, I definitely do want to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender eventually. Oh yeah, I've seen the Season 2 trailer. It looks good. I'm actually surprised to say, because I expected the show would, like, eternally deal with, like, a massive hate brigade and be, like, forever kind of given a really, really uncharitable reception by people, no matter how much, like, good content it has to offer. I'm happy to say there's a surprising amount of, like, support for Season 2, especially if you look on Reddit and, like, the Tolkien-related, like, if you look at the normal, like, media slop channels, they're freaking out and shit-talking it as you'd expect, but the Lord of the Rings lore channels look excited. And they have been, like, being positive about the trailer. And I think a large part of that is a lot of the Lord of the Rings lore channels kind of probably have had a better opinion of the show as time has gone by, and so Season 2 is looking a bit more exciting now. So I'm happy to say there's a lot more excitement and positivity for Season 2 than Season 1. Zan loving Rings of Power will never not be adorable. I watched it, but only kind of like it. I cannot express to you guys how much of a Lord of the Rings fan I am. Like, I genuinely can't express it to you. When I was younger, I didn't have internet or cable for a long time, and my go-to, like, what am I gonna do today? I got nothing to do, was to take out one of my 2 VHS tapes, because I only had Fellowship and Two Towers for a long time, just those 2, and I would rewatch them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And it got to the point where it wasn't just repetitive, it became like a comfort franchise to me. Like the story of Lord of the Rings, and eventually the books as well, going so much deeper into like the taste you get with the movies, even the extended editions of the movies, so fucking good. And then once I got my hands on Return of the King, which was on DVD when I finally got it, because I was so excited for so many years to finally find out what happens after the Two Towers, because it ends on such a cliffhanger, I was just... I rewatched Return of the King 5 times the day I got it. That was basically just me the morning... I got it for Christmas. Morning I got it, put it into the fucking DVD player, watched it on loop until I fell asleep that night. And that continued for months. That is how big of Lord of the Rings fan I am. And that might make you think, oh, if anything has changed about, like, lore, the story, that must make you really upset then, because you're a super big Tolkien purist. Maybe a little, if it's something that really matters to me in the sense that it was something that I particularly cared about. Hasn't really happened with Rings of Power, to be honest. But outside of that, as long as it's Tolkien media and I can feel the heart in it, like, I can feel the people who made it know Tolkien's, like, vibe, his moral philosophy, which is really important to his story, and his, just the aesthetic of what most people envision when he describes the world, then I can appreciate it. A good example is the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games. When those games came out, they were utterly shit on by lore purist Tolkien fans. They were like the stain on Tolkien. The term Tolkien is rolling over in his grave had never been uttered more before those games came out. Especially when the trailer for Shadow of War came out, and we saw like a bunch of weird lore-breaking stuff. There was so much debate about the Balrog that you fight. There was so much debate about, like, what the fuck is Karnan? There was so much debate about, like, the amount of Olaghai that are there. There's a lot of slightly lore-breaking things in that game, and people freaked out about it. And now, like, what, 4, 5, 6 years later now? I don't even know how long. I think it's been 9 years since the first one. We look back at it, and it's like, man, those games were just so fun and so enjoyable, and the story was so, like, nice for what it was. You can't hate it. It's beloved now. And I see the same arc happening to Rings of Power. Those 2 games got so much shit when they released, and now everyone loves them looking back at them. It's gonna be the same thing with Rings of Power. Yeah, Delancer, it's true. Not to mention, like, Tolkien and his son are dead. There's no more Lord of the Rings canon. You know, everything Lord of the Rings that we ever get from here will be fan fiction by nature. Like, calling something fan fiction or whatever is not a very good insult towards new Tolkien media unless it's 100 billion% faithfully adapted. And listen, I want that. I would love a TV show, Lord of the Rings adaptation, where they literally just adapt the Silmarillion 1-to-1, or the Lord of the Rings 1-to-1, or the Hobbit 1-to-1, or all 3 1-to-1. I would love that. I would love that. There are other books as well. I would fucking love if we got a full-on Tolkien cinematic universe adaptation that is 1-to-1. It would be the biggest undertaking in fictional media adaptation, barring adapting all of Warhammer. It would be hard. Because, like, it's not even just the Silmarillion outside of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. There's more. And then there's the stuff that Tolkien never published that Christopher completed and published. So, like, there's a lot that is considered canon that many people don't even know. A faithful adaptation would be set in the UK Midlands. I think that would be cool. Do you know what they're doing for Season 2 of Rings of Power? They've moved the filming to the countryside of England, which was the inspiration and the idea of what Tolkien had in his mind when he thought of Middle-earth. But they're using... I forget what the technology is called, but it looks really, really clean, where they take landscapes from New Zealand and add them to the horizon. So when you watch the trailer or when you watch Season 2 of Rings of Power, when they're like in an area, the foreground is the English countryside, which is like what Middle-earth is supposed to look like. It, like in Tolkien's mind, what Middle-earth looked like. And then off in the distance, like the mountains and the grandness and everything, which doesn't really exist in England. You know, that's the aspect you don't really get in England. Like, there's no Misty Mountains analog in the UK. That's going to be New Zealand. I like that a lot. Where they can make it the English countryside, they make it the English countryside, because that looks more like Middle-earth in Tolkien's eye. But where they need it to be, Highlands exist. No. Lucky Otter. I mean, like, the mountains. The UK does not have, like, the biggest mountains I've ever seen that are on that, like, island chain are, like, maybe a couple thousand feet tall. The Misty Mountains are meant to be, like, tens of thousands of feet tall, maybe. I don't even know. Like, just ridiculously tall. They scrape the sky. They pierce the clouds. And, like, those high-up-ass clouds. I liked it a lot. I don't understand the hate. I could go on for hours, so I'm going to cut myself off after this point, but a lot of the criticism of the show is really bizarre. Like, one of the points was that, like, I don't like the show because the Harfoots are really mean. Look at this, they sit around a campfire and they laugh about those that have died within their caravan, and they'll leave you behind if you're not able to keep up. It's like, did you pay attention to the show at all? Like, for one, they're a caravan society. They rely on constantly moving to follow the seasons, or they will die because they need to, like, rotate to follow their food source because they're hunter-gatherers. And then on top of that, that's how they've survived. And then whenever people die, they have, like, a big get-together around the fire and tell stories about their, like, lost loved ones. And, like, it's sad and they're crying, but some of them laugh at the funny stories too. And that's the scene that people nitpick to say, like, the Harfoots are evil. Literally evil. It's like, dog. I think what they're trying to communicate to you is that their lives are rough. And that they're doing their best to not live in constant, like, mourning of the fact that they are constantly losing people on their caravan. Like what is it? Like, fucking, Oregon Trail style lifestyle. Just the most bizarre, like, I clearly did not pay attention to the show criticisms, and then other ones were, like, massive, bizarre stretches. Like, there was a scene where, a character in I'm not gonna get into it. Nope, I'm not stun locking. We can do it whenever we watch Party Rings of Power. We can do it then. Anyway, Bazooka Horse, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really appreciate that. Holy crap, how many months is that? You didn't even say anything. I hope. Thank you. By the way, that was a 3-monther. Holy crap, thank you. Oh my god, thanks. Well, you didn't say anything, but I really appreciate it. And, you know, thanks. I don't know what else to say. Holy shit. Why won't this load? Come on. Oh. There we go. Thank you so much. That's $48 dues. God dang. Thank you, Bazooka Horse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 donation. Really kind of you. Very based. It really helps a lot. Says, remember when I said I was talking to someone who was saying bad sus things? They left my server because I wouldn't let them make fun of Technoblade. Wow, what an asshole. Well, thank you for the $5. I'm glad that asshole buzzed off. Thank you. Hopefully they never come back. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very based and pog of you. Said, told my grandma 17 1,740 casualties, or 1,740 casualties happened in Ukraine yesterday, and she deadass asked how many of them were our guys. So have a brain rot meme. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I imagine she doesn't think any of our guys should be in Ukraine, but none of our guys are in Ukraine, so it's like, except for maybe training people, but yeah. When you try to talk to someone with brain rot, this looks like it's gonna be real.
Bad, bro. You gotta watch where you... Bro thinks he's Paul Walker. What? Bro thinks he's Paul Walker. Doing all that walking. What the hell are you talking about? Are you talking to me right now? Blood doesn't understand English. Blood needs to go back to school. What does this mean? What does this mean? What are you talking about? What is this? What is going on right now? What the sake of my... Okay, stop. What are you...
The Minecraft music?
What are you saying right now? What are you saying? I think Phantom taxed Bro's intelligence. I think blood... Okay, no, shit, hey, listen to me. Oil up. What? Oil it up and let me stick it in.
What?
Is it pink? I don't even know if this is English or not. I mean, you're saying English words, but I don't know what the fuck they mean. I mean, I know what they mean, but god damn it, I don't know what's going on, man. You're pissing me off. Sure. Now what? Bro thinks he's in Fortnite. Bro thinks he's the John Wick skin from Fortnite. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Where the hell did his gun go?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't know what's going on.
The
That guy
fuck?
was so scary. That guy was Phantom taxed Bro's intelligence. Casting that AMP doing us rest. He has a lot of res on his wrist about. Oil it up, let me...
This is literally how like 30% of the people you run into on Rust in voice chat sound. Just absolutely vocal fried to fuck and not even speaking English.
Look at it, pink.
And making a lot of noises like this into the mic.
Yacht.
Yacht damn.
Oh!
Skibbity toilet. Yeah, I'm a zoomer. Skibbity toilet. Skibbity toilet Fortnite Battle Pass. Yeah. Among Us. Fall Guys. iPads. Nintendo. Minecraft. Wait, I do like Minecraft. Imposter sus. Yat Phantom tax. Kai Sanat. Ohio Riz. Yeah, do you know the way? I'm not gonna lie, Uganda Knuckles was actually a good meme. Okay? I liked Uganda Knuckles. I thought Uganda Knuckles was fucking adorable. Zan brain frying in real time. Well, to be fair, I am getting nice and zooted off the... what even is this? Is this still peach rings? Yeah, no, this is also peach rings. I see. The peachy weed. God. I swear to God, there's not a death note in our reality, but there is a nose itch note. And there's some motherfucker out there who has it and watches my stream and just writes my name while imagining my face in that note. And it's just like, this motherfucker's nose will itch the entire time he's on stream. It's me? Yeah. In reality, I'm pretty certain it's just dry skin. I always take a shower right before stream, and that also involves using this pretty powerful benzoyl peroxide face wash, and just feeling the side of my nose, it's a bit dry. The skin's pretty notably dry here, all around this area, pretty much. All this is dry, and that's primarily where the nose itch tends to happen, is around here. So I need to use some moisturizer for sure. Yeah. Zan, do you take tolerance breaks? Not really. I just typically don't start smoking any weed for the day until stream starts. And sometimes I'll wait until 4:20 in the afternoon. Like, sometimes I'll feel myself just kind of going through a cart a little too fast. You know what I mean? Like, hits aren't really affecting me the way they should. Like, I take a big hit and I exhale and I'm not really high afterwards. And it's like, ooh, my tolerance is getting a little too high. I need to cut back just a little. And I'll make sure that, like, the next day I don't have my first puff until 4:20 p.m. for the meme. And I'll avoid wake and baking. And that'll usually do me well. What about a wake and bake? If I wake up with, like, the most tumultuous headache ever, or I'm really sick. There's been mornings where I wake up and I'm immediately running to the bathroom to throw up. And once that's settled down and it's time for me to, like, in great discomfort, lean back and, like, wait for the next, like, round of it to happen. Like, if I'm just having a day where I'm sick for some reason, I might smoke weed all day just to feel better, you know? I should say vape weed, but yeah. Weed can make your nose itchy and make you sneeze and have symptoms similar to common allergies. It's not that. It's not that. I mean, maybe it is that, because sometimes it does itch after I exhale through my nose. The weed. Anyway. Is that a wild Xanderhall I spy? It is indeed. Balth, what's up? Good to see ya. I was curious, actually. Are you down for a watch party of Form tomorrow? Finishing up Season 2 of Form and getting caught up? I'll get to it, Pepper T21. Don't worry. Well, actually, I don't see another thing you donate, actually. That was all I... That's all that's there. The next two donos are from Maddie Kitten and Alexia. Did you donate twice, Pepper T? Or did you, like, not include the link? If you have another link for me, I'll have to drop it in chat. But thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. I really appreciate that. It really helps a lot. Thank you, thank you. Maddie Kitten, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Didn't say anything, but I really appreciate it. It helps a lot. I really do mean it. Here's my... Yes, my chapstick is right there. Hell yeah. I've been wondering where this was. Thank you so much, Maddie Kitten. It helps a lot. Thank you, thank you. And then Alexia, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. How many months is that, by the way? I don't want to undercredit you. Yeah, wake and baking is the best way to build a tolerance to weed, which is not what you want if you are a weed smoker. When you first start smoking weed, you're like, man, I wish my tolerance was high so I wouldn't green out every time. And then your tolerance gets high and you're like, man, I miss when I would green out every time I got high. We've only got 3 episodes left in the watch party. I think it's 2. I think we've got 2 episodes left till we're caught up on From. By the way, I mean, I guess it's mildly spoilery, but we've only got 2 episodes left, so not really by much. I'll show you guys the teaser trailer we just got for From Season 3. From Season 3. I think I know who's getting it bad in this trailer here. I think I know who we hear in the background in that one scene, but I'm not gonna say who I think it is because I don't want to kind of spoil it because I'm pretty certain I'm correct.
You said this place couldn't break you. That's what you said. Let's see. You're so strong. You're so strong. Just no. I know.
It's gonna go crazy. This fall, dude. Season 3 is gonna go crazy, bro. How in the fuck did they hear him? That's so creepy. They just know everything. Yeah, wait a second. You're right. When he said this place wouldn't break him, he was inside of a building during the day, wasn't he? And they know he said that. And also, like, whatever it is that was speaking to Sarah saw Father Kotri bury the bag. So, like, somehow the creatures and the town, I guess, know just automatically everything that everyone's doing, maybe? But that doesn't make sense because they hide, and the monsters don't find them if they're hiding, if they hide well enough. It's possible the monsters are pretending to not know where they are? That would be interesting. God, how scary would it be if the whole time the monsters could totally get in past the runes? Like, none of the rules that they thought kind of kept the monsters held back were actually real, and the monsters just self-imposed those rules for more fun. How scary of a reveal would that be? Have you watched the Fallout show yet? I just have one episode left. Oh yeah, I've watched it. Yes, I have. I've watched and rewatched it with my friends. But yeah. Wait, did Alexia tell me how many that was? 3-monther. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that, Alexia. It's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Based, Pog. Based, and Pog. Thank you. That's $24 dues right there. Thank you so much. And then on top of that, said, Didney, Whirl, and birthday money. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. That's funny. Thank you. Once again, very kind and generous support. I really do appreciate it. And then, of course, Pepper T21 with another $5. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very based. Thank you. Said, it was this. I guess I forgot the link. Oh, well, thank you. Here's the link. Let's see.
Steve, here he comes. Take.
Oh, I did mean to show this. My bad. I don't know why I closed this. That was absolutely my fault. You did send this. Let me know if you want a refund for that $5, Pepper T21. I'm really sorry. I accidentally opened it and then closed it without realizing what I was closing. Sorry. It's hard to keep track of things sometimes when you're got a million things on your mind when you're live. You're trying to keep track of chat. You're keeping an eye on your bitrate to make sure stream's not dying. You're keeping an eye on how long it's been since you went live to make sure you're, being a little timely with your, I don't want to just get stun locked for an hour and not get the segments. You know what I mean? A lot on my mind. Yeah, imagine the monsters have cell phones and they're just fucking calling each other. Anyway, here's the meme that Pepper T21 sent. Drake versus Kendrick.
That, sir, behold a grown man weeping like...
That was your plan? Are you crying?
Yes, I'm crying. He hit me with a chair. Steve, here he comes.
Fucking real. I bet Drake has been crying himself to sleep, dude. I bet he has. Speaking of, iconic beefs, how many of you guys were here or saw the recent Keffels video? I was really surprised how much positive response there was. I don't know why, but after, I don't know, months and months and months of getting shit from, even my own fans for the Keffels thing, I figured that, there might have been a point where nobody, no one was reachable on it. Like most people wouldn't be reachable. But surprisingly, it seems like the vast majority of people actually watched the video, saw the evidence, and were like, fuck, dude. Damn it. Well, fuck, I guess Zan was right. So I appreciate that. That made me happy. It made me feel better. I was really happy to see that there was a swing in consensus, a swing in opinion. But for an update on all that, for those of you guys that might not know, Keffels did a surprise return stream a few days ago or a couple days ago. Or was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. And she was definitely very it came off like she was trying to come off as very sad, feel bad for me. And I only saw one clip on Twitter, but the clip that I saw was basically her saying that anyone who cares about this is a drama freak, and she has no obligation to explain herself in regards to the GoFundMe money. So she will be fielding no more questions in regards to the GoFundMe. That sounds so bad. Why does she hardly blink? Listen, guys. I'm not a speculator. Okay, you guys know. I don't speculate unless it's like, what do I think will happen in the future in regards to like general political stuff or whatever. I'm not a speculator. Let me see if I can find the tweet that I saw. Did I like it when I saw it? I don't know if I did. Let me check. I may have. Oh, yeah. I don't know how many of you guys saw this tweet. Zan, I guess there needs to be a new verse in the X of My Name song. No, there doesn't need to be. That's the whole point of the song. Like, the song was written by Sweet Myths, like, about the trend of how much shit I've gotten from, like, people trying to take me down, but it never works because, like, I'm pretty chill. Like, I just like to chill. I like to talk about politics. I like to own dumb conservatives and sometimes make fun of, like, self-destructive lefties. And I like to play video games and vibe with my birds out back. I don't really, like, I don't have any skeletons in my closet. I don't have any, like, dark secrets. And so, as long as I'm patient, and as long as I don't let my emotions override my logical thinking when I'm in a time of, like, drama-related strife, if I just chill, and I be patient and I wait, usually the people trying to fuck me over just destroy themselves. Even on the short term, like when I stopped talking about Keffels, I would stop talking about her and she'd make back-to-back drama segments about me on back-to-back days, despite me not having talked about her in days, and frame it as if I was, like, she was defending herself. At one point, so I have apologized for this because this was truly my bad. Obviously, this is not going to defend this, though I do feel that people gave me, like, a really uncharitable sort of go of it with this. But I was preparing to drop my nuke, if you guys remember, which contained a lot of the info that's now leaked that many of you guys might have seen from, like, Keffels asking Cherry to, like, dishonestly edit a call with, I forget who it was. I think it was Jack Saint. Like, Keffels asked Cherry to dishonestly edit a call with Jack Saint to, and I quote, make Jack Saint sound abusive towards her. Like, there's a bunch more that's come out I didn't even cover in my segment. Like, a bunch of the stuff that was going to be in the nuke, but I didn't drop it. And a large part of that involves this. Nicholas Diorio tweeted this. Xander Hall was about to whistleblow on Keffels 6 months ago, and Keffels dropped the coldest deflection I've ever seen. So for those of you guys that don't know, Keffels was just endlessly shitting on me at this point, and I was aware of allegations towards her, like rape allegations towards her, that were not really responded to, and not really, like, I didn't know how well substantiated. And I had someone in my replies, one of the few people who weren't shitting on me during this time, say, I don't support her because her ex came out with claims of abuse, and Keffels avoided mentioning the allegations at all and let her diehard fans bully her ex into silence, and that's a different story. And so from my perspective, this is like, okay, one of my more trusted community members is, like, referencing this story, and it's like, oh, maybe it is serious, okay. So I just retweeted it. Simple as that. I retweeted a person mentioning these allegations. And Keffels' response was she made an entire stream called I Was Raped. And then does this.
Xander Hall retweeted this. A tweet by Sunday.
With what you know about Keffels now, I want you guys to rewatch this.
Xander Hall retweeted this. A tweet by Sundays. It says, I mean, I don't support her because her ex came out with claims of abuse, and Keffels avoided mentioning the allegations at all, and let her diehard fans bully her ex into silence. But that's a different story. And the reason that I don't talk about my ex is that over the course of several years, my ex mentally, emotionally, and sexually abused me. And I never wanted to talk about it. I have very actively avoided talking about it. I have nightmares about this stuff. This shit is just fucking cruel. And before that...
So, I'm going to assume everything she's saying is true. She seems to have pretty clearly, like, proven it from what I saw of her, like, response that she did, because she wanted to redirect everything to this single retweet, which I can kind of get. Like, you know, I would definitely, in her position, feel hurt by that. But when she did this, everybody went after me as if I knew the allegations were false and I was supporting the real abuser. So, if you guys don't remember, or I guess just imagine a scenario where you hear about allegations, someone accuses another, like a prominent person of, like, rape, sexual impropriety, something like that. You take the allegations seriously, they end up being proven false, and you're like, oh, my bad. Does that make you a bad person? Or is having taken seriously those allegations a, like, bad thing if it ends up being that the allegations were Darvo in the first place? Does that mean that you have to operate under the assumption all allegations are Darvo from an actual abuser? Because I imagine that's a really dangerous, like, line of logic to, like, follow. But I was treated as if that's how I should have thought. Like, well, obviously, this person alleging abuse could be the real abuser engaging in Darvo, so I shouldn't take their allegations seriously. And had I done that, I would have been in the right, was kind of the implication of the criticism that I got. Am I sounding crazy here, or, like, self-centered, or any list of pejoratives, or does this make sense? Because I definitely fucked up by supporting this based on the evidence I've seen that she provided of her being the actual victim. But to me, it's just like, yeah, I fucked up. I apologized. The person who claimed to be the victim was engaging in Darvo, but the best you can do is take allegations seriously and amend your position when evidence is presented. That's how you handle these things. And not responding to allegations like that is not a good way to convince people that they don't have some grounds to stand on, right? But not everyone's a perfect victim. But yeah, she managed to deflect all this really hard. The fact that all stemmed from a retweet of, like, a random chatter that got she cut off how many likes the tweet got because it really detracts from the importance of this. If I remember correctly, this tweet got like 5 likes. Remember, I've long since been shadow banned on Twitter. The most likes I've gotten on a tweet in the last year has been 18. Since Elon bought Twitter, I've been shadow banned to hell. I get no engagement on Twitter at all. Like, only hate comments and very few likes. Nobody sees my tweets. So, this retweet was seen by, like, fucking nobody. It got, like, 5 likes. And that's why she cut this off, because it doesn't look anywhere near as serious as, you know, if you just kind of assume it got a bunch of likes, maybe, and a bunch of people saw it, and, like, I was claiming, yeah, she's a rapist or whatever. But yeah. I just had a thought. Why did she even feel she had to reveal all of this? At that point in time, barely anyone was on your side. Because remember, like, no one was on my side, so she was getting thousands of viewers on her streams, like, drama farming me, as I was continuously losing, like, hundreds of subs a day with each stream. Because, like, the allegations that she was levying towards me kept on escalating, right? Well, I'm trying to find her response she had to the getting exposed for the GoFundMe stuff. Here it is. Found it. Found it. This is what I saw on Twitter the other day. I knew it was somewhere in my my likes.
I was contemplating, like, when I should just start streaming again, and I figured I may as well just rip the band-aid off and go back to streaming. It's cool how many random people showed up to an unannounced stream after a 2-month hiatus. I don't know what I was expecting. Honestly, actually, I was expecting more people to be angry, but so far that hasn't happened.
I mean, you gotta understand, there's a lot of people who are never going to not take Keffel's side. Her community honestly operates cult-like in many ways. There's a lot of, like, inside speak, inside references, and memes that are like, beyond what like a community has for a content creator, and it's more like a cult, right? Like she's got like a very tight knit sort of thing going on. Is that a highlight or shoot? That's a highlight. Yeah, she's got a highlight. But yeah, she's very much got like a powerful, tight knit, like small community at this point of like a couple thousand. Like, to be honest, she has less subs than me, but her streams get more viewers. Like, that's a good idea of like how dedicated her audience is. They will never drop her, even if they know for a fact she pocketed their money.
No, I didn't mean like angry from the people who actually want to be here. I just meant like angry from drama freaks. Well, I think honestly it was because I didn't respond.
You are a fool to oppose
there was nothing to really. There's nothing you could really like. I don't even know how to like say what I'm trying to say.
Is this a new Keffel stream? Yeah, this is a clip from Keffel's stream she just did after the allegations and the, or not allegations, the screenshots leaked. And, like, everything from, like, her talking about the 100K evaporating from the GoFundMe and that she doesn't know what she's going to do and she'll be canceled if people find out what happened to it, to, like, her asking Cherry to, like, dishonestly edit shit, to make people look bad. Like, God. Cherry is the GOAT. Bro, on another note, she's just so boring, Lamau. Like, I honestly get so in my own head sometimes about whether or not my content and my presentation style is entertaining enough. Like, do I pause too often? Do I stutter too much? Am I just not inflecting my voice in different ways often enough to be entertaining and retain that viewership? Am I always going to be capped at like a 3 to 4 to maybe 500 viewer Andy? Like, is my stream just not entertaining enough? But then I see Keffels, like, mumble her way to 5,000 viewers, and I'm like, I can do that. I can do what she's done, and surely I can do more. Right? Zan, what are those fantasy noises? I'm pretty sure Keffels is playing Hearthstone. That sounds like WoW music, but she's not playing WoW.
Yeah, no, I'm not planning on making any sort of response because I don't think I owe anyone a response.
It's 100K. You definitely owe people, at least your fans that donated the 100K, a response.
When I say I'm done with drama, I legitimately mean it.
Do you guys think she'll respond to me? Do you guys think she'll respond to me? No? You don't think she will? You don't think she'll go full, like, Zan is abusing me? She's gonna play the victim. That's what she always does. She'll respond. She'll respond at least. Absolutely. Her voice sounds really muted here. I'll turn her up a bit, but she's just literally whispering. Also, if there any Keffels fans hate watching the stream, how does it feel to worship a grifter who openly couldn't care less about you? Cope and seethe. Listen, I don't hate Keffels fans. I kind of feel bad because they're being taken advantage of, right? Like, they want to be part of a good cause. They want to support a good thing. They want to believe that Keffels is a positive force, you know? A good force for whatever particular set of ideas that they have, more likely than not progressive. The problem is, in hindsight, if you actually look back at Keffel's history, especially the embezzlement claims about the Communist Party, what was it? She was part of like a Communist Party chapter that had accused her of embezzling funds. And I'm pretty sure the evidence for it was like pretty much undeniable. And it was a thing that she was all like, it's in my past, and doesn't bring it up. Knowing that, and considering this GoFundMe thing, and the fact that she seems to have admitted, based on those leaked screenshots, to fraudulently pocketing the money and evaporating it. It just, it's not a good history. It's not a good line. It's not a good pattern, you know? They don't want to admit they've been lied to? Maybe. I think for a lot of people in Keffel's community, something you gotta, like, understand, at least I got this vibe when I was friends with Keffel's and I would, like, look in on her community. It feels like for a lot of people, there is nothing like Keffel's community for them besides Keffel's community. You gotta think about that for a second. How many of her fans, like, their only real social space is her chat and her Discord and her Twitter replies? I would guess a substantial amount of her biggest fans, her most, like, ardent supporters. And when it's not just that they have a attachment to her, it's that they have an attachment to her community and they have an attachment to its culture, which is granted very unique and admittedly very welcoming if you're somebody who is like, if you're the right person, you know? And that's something that I think it's really hard to give up. Like, I imagine myself being a Keffel's fan, right? Like, I don't know, some, like, 16-year-old trans kid who likes to post, like, below high memes and like, catboy emojis. I don't know. I'm trying to imagine the mind of, like, a trans person here. And like, you go, like, Keffel's community is going to be, like, the perfect place for you to meet, like-minded people that are going to have, like, interests and stuff. And if you're going to drop away from Keffel's, it's kind of hard to remain in that community because it's so revolving around her, right? Have you seen the people claiming Cherry is a malicious liar because she used to work for you? As a way to, like, say all the screenshots are fake. Well, the funny thing is that Rox, who made the big thread, has posted the videos that show the metadata proving that the DMs that were leaked from Discord are real. So, I mean, they can cope and seethe as much as they like, but the Discord metadata doesn't lie. You can't edit that. You can, like, literally correlate those, like, that data back to her account on Discord through, like, your browser. So with that in mind, it's just like, I got the stuff, I had those screenshots sent to me months ago, you know? Like, it's not really, I know for a fact those screenshots are real. I've seen them long time ago. They were part of my nuke. But yeah, I'll let this finish.
I don't care about any of this shit. Like, part of the reason I got burnt out is because I wasn't enjoying streaming. Like, it was stressful and it was anxiety inducing, and I want to just, yeah, I just want to fucking game.
You know, I like the fact that Keffels is so wealthy that she could take like a month and a half, 2 months off of streaming is crazy to me. If I took that much time, it might be like the end of her channel, to be fair, for all we know. But like, if I took 2 months off of streaming or uploading, I'd be done, bro. I'd be cooked. I could never, I don't even have the nest egg enough to take that much time off stream. Like, this is my full-time job, and I gotta treat it like a full-time job for the most part, or I'm not, like, gonna eat tonight. You know, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's really wild to me that a lot of Keffel's sort of, like, victim character and brand has persisted through becoming, like, an actual rich person. Like, at least to me. Like, maybe not to you, depending on how much you make. Like, if you make multiple, like well over 6 figures a year or something, like multiple hundreds of thousands a year, then maybe that's nothing to you. But to me, like, Keffels is rich. Like, if I was still friends with Keffels and I went over to her house, I'd be like, oh, I'm going to my rich friend's house. Like, that is my standard for wealth, you know?
All the towns.
I feel like if I'm streaming Battlegrounds enough, people will eventually learn. Not a bad summon. Saying people will eventually learn the rules, or like, I'll get the sweaty nerd crowd who will try and backseat game me into championship.
I think she's trying to become a gaming streamer now, and she's trying to quit politics and drama. I'm gonna be on. I don't want to be mean, but are people forgetting, or is she forgetting why she's famous? I don't know. Vosh is taking a vacation to Spain soon. Oh, cool. Spain's pretty. I've always wanted to go to Spain. I had a Spanish teacher in middle school who was from Madrid, and she told a lot of cool stories and talked a lot about the food there, and it sounded like it was good. She kind of a shit gamer, not gonna lie. Listen, honestly, if Keffels wasn't so shady with the GoFundMe and wasn't such a drama monger and like snake, I don't know if it would really be like a problem. I think she could be a good gaming content creator. She could just be a chill, like, trans gaming content creator. Just, like, a nice, wholesome stream. But she's very, very drama-hungry, it seems. I don't know. Not gonna lie, with Zan's infatuation towards MILFs, I legit thought he was gonna say his Spanish teacher was hot. Oh, she was. Yeah, no, she was definitely hot, yeah. No, I mean, like, she objectively was, but that goes without saying. Can't wait for the Vosh to show an ass on nude beach post like Hassan. That would be fucking hilarious, low-key. Like, he just posts an image that's just his eyes, the top of his head, and then, like, his back, and just the top of his ass crack. Just hairy as fuck. Doesn't shave, wax, or anything. Just, like, for months beforehand. Just grows as much hair as possible, and just top of hairy ass crack. That would go hard as fuck. That would be powerful. It's a powerful thing to post. I'd fap to that, not gonna lie. Jesus Christ, Galaxy Bomb 42. I'm gonna mute you for like 2 minutes so you can cool the fuck down. Go jack off before watching my stream, please. Chat, I ask that all of you jack off before watching my stream. Okay? I don't want any of you being in my stream with full balls, because it affects the kind of shit you say to me. Like, I can tell which one of you has, like, not nutted in, like, a day based on the kind of shit you say in my chat. I'm not joking, by the way. It's literally the same as, like, dentists can tell if you've given a dude a blowjob. Do you know that? Like, if you're a girl, or I guess technically a guy too, but if you're a girl and, like, you gave your boyfriend a blowjob the night before you go to the dentist knows. Because the suction and, like, the act of, like, the movement leaves very, very particular, like, bruises and, like, capillary bursts on the roof of your mouth that are very noticeable. And dentists know what it looks like, and it becomes a meme in dental school. I know this because I almost went to dental school. The Lancer might be able to confirm as well. This is a thing. But dentists can 100% tell if you've given head in the last, like, 24 to 48 hours. So, yeah, I see some of the women in chat going, oh my god, with embarrassment, realizing now. Yep, if you're remembering back now, like, shit, yeah, yep. I'm not making this up either. Yeah. Your dentist 100% knows you gave head, bro. Here, I can actually Google it. And, I can show you the exact science behind it if you guys want to know. It's funny as fuck. It's yes, a dentist posted this. They have to, make CPS reports when they find evidence with children. Yes, that is very true. Thank you for mentioning that. If a dentist sees that evidence in a child, they have to report to CPS, and that's based as fuck. That is a good law. That is a good fucking law. The only cases where doctor-patient confidentiality doesn't necessarily apply are the case of children. Because sometimes doctors can notice, like, telltale evidence of abuse that they have to do something about, because part of, you know, they have to do no harm and they have to prevent harm if they can. That's part of the oath they took as doctors. Doctors just tend to be good people, you know? Like, despite, not always, but, like, to be a doctor, you generally, like, have to have wanted to do that for a long time, and that kind of requires you to be a certain type of person. Either genuinely fucking psychotic, or a really good person, you know? Like, there's no in-between, it seems, with doctors or surgeons. Here, let me see if I can find a video that breaks down the dick-sucking science that the dentist can recognize. Dentist can tell you gave a blowjob. What a search.
I saw on
Okay, I think this might be a good one.
TikTok that dentists can tell if you just sucked a wiener. Is it true?
A wiener.
Yep, that one's true.
How?
Because you can see bruising in the soft tissue in the back of the soft palate.
Oh.
So there's a particular pattern of bruising that we can tell. Oh my god. Alright. So after
you can just tell he's cheesing under that mask, bro. He is laughing his fucking ass off under that mask. You can just tell he is cheesing it up under there. He is laughing his fucking ass off right now.
Valentine's Day, we noticed that bruising in the soft palate a lot more frequently. So
after Valentine's Day, they witnessed that bruising a lot more frequently. I like to imagine the very particular pattern of bruising they notice in the soft tissue is just straight up like it's just a cyclops eye. It's just like a cyclops eye shaped bruise in the back of their throat. And it's just like, yeah, that's just straight up the imprint of a tip of a dick. There's no mistaking it. And he's just not outright saying, yeah, no, we can just straight up see an imprint of the tip of a penis in the back of your throat whenever you open your mouth. Like, but he's just kind of like being really vague about it, but yeah. I'm a dentist, don't lie to me. Xanderhall, so surely there's a way to suck cock without the bruising? Well, it's not the you don't literally suck cock from my understanding. Like, I've received a blowjob before, and it's not a sucking motion, ideally. It's not like getting, like, it's not suction, right? But what is happening, assuming the girl is skilled, is generally your dick is, like, lightly slamming the back of her throat. Like, if you can feel with your tongue right now, on the back of your throat, like right around your uvula, you've got very soft tissue there. Like, that's getting slammed. And even further back, even, if she can handle it, is getting slammed, they're gonna notice what the fuck was going on there. Food doesn't cause that. Like, not even eating some potato chips is going to cause that. So yeah, they can tell. They can tell you sucked dick. And they know how much you can handle, too. That's the funniest part. He didn't go into detail, but he can tell if you can deep throat. He can tell if you're just able to handle a little, you know, like, I can't go past the uvula, or if you can go all the fucking way. Like, balls to the chin. They can tell, and they know, just from looking. They know exactly what you can handle. Yep. Zan, doesn't your mom watch your streams? Yes, she does. And now she knows this information. I have a lot of cognito-hazardous info that, like, if I just tell people, they're like, man, I wish I didn't know that. I'm cursed with a lot of knowledge, dude. I'm like Thanos, bro. Do you want to hear another thing? All guys, the tissue that makes up their lips, their nipples, and the tips of their penises, the same exact tissue and the same exact color. So if you see a guy and or a girl, I guess, and you know what their lips look like, their nipples are the exact same color as are their, like, genitals. It's true every time, pretty much. That's also a cognito hazard right there. So if you see a dude with, like, really light pink-ass lips, he's got, like, pink-ass nipples. Not for brown people, not always? Yeah, I guess technically, yeah, that might... If you're white, sorry. I should clarify, if you're a white person. And then sometimes if you're brown, too. I can't unhear that. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of... I have more. I have more. Do you want more? I can give you more info that will make you wish you didn't live anymore. I have so much forbidden knowledge. No, no, no. Please, no. Peak Xanderhall stream. Yeah. Xanderhall, how dare you try to keep knowledge from me? Guys, I protect you by keeping knowledge from you sometimes. Like, I just learn the most horrific shit, and it's like, wow, I wish I never learned that. I guess it's my responsibility to not tell anyone that, so that that information doesn't spread. Hey, Heavy Gretel, you missed the cognito hazards. Xanderhall, why are you proving me right that you're a Lovecraftian character? Maybe I am. I do have a lot of forbidden knowledge. That's exactly what the left says. I want to protect you by keeping knowledge from you. So true. How will I go on without knowing about the dick color trick? Do you know that rats are actually not fond of cheese? Yeah, I actually did know that. They're not really into dairy. They're more into, like, high protein shit. Like rats are protein addicts and sugar addicts. They love sugar. Yeah. They like their peanut butter, anything nutty. Like, if you get some peanut butter, they'll eat the fuck out of that. And they love sugar. They love fruit. Like, if you ever had a pet rat, no, please, kill me. Why are you... No, I'm talking about, like, rats are friendly. You can have pet rats. Rats love sugar. And a safe form of sugar you can give them, if you have, like, a pet rat, is fruit. Like, you look up what fruits they can handle, because I think there's some they can't. But fruit is probably the safest type of, like, sugary snack you can give an animal, like, as a dessert. Just some fruit. Yeah, pet rodents are cool. They're very smart, extremely smart, and they can be very affectionate too. I've never seen a pet rat in real life though, but I've seen a lot of videos of them and they seem really, like, sweet, you know? Like, if you've had a pet rat, they'll just, like, chill on your shoulder and, like, cuddle up on your neck and just lay there and just snuggle up in the warmth of your, like, neck and shoulder as you, like, watch TV or play a video game. Bit like a ferret, yeah, just like a ferret. It'll, like, lay on your shoulder, climb up on your head, lay on your chest while you're sleeping. Zan, you can't do this to me. My dad is a conservative dentist, and I have 2 AMAB partners. What do you mean I can't? Well, now you know not to suck any dick within, like, 48 hours of going to your dad if he's the dentist that you're going to. Like, would you rather... Is it because he already knows? Is that what you're saying? Is that because he already could tell? Your dad shouldn't be your dentist, first off? I mean, why not? Yeah, this knowledge is useful unless it's too late. I imagine what you're signaling to me is it's too late, and you wish you never knew it was too late, and that he knew. Xanderhall, if you look at anything, your tongue already knows what it feels like to lick it. Approximately, yeah. Your taste buds are very sensitive, like your tongue is very sensitive, and you can pretty much look at anything and know, how it would, like, feel on your tongue texturally. Do you guys want to know another cognito hazard? This one is one that, like, burdens me daily. I hate it. I hate this one. This one might, like, bother you forever. Like, this one's you're not gonna like this one. I've got another one that's just forbidden knowledge. Probably not, but go ahead. Is it gross? It's really gross. It's really gross. It's about your body, and you're gonna wish you never knew it. Okay, muting. Alright, you got 3 seconds to mute. I'm gonna tell ya. Did you guys know that you have taste buds In your asshole. Benny knew. Yes, actually. That's info I wish I never knew. Yeah, I'm done. Half of chat saying they knew that, and the other half is saying they didn't. That's a Bush League fact? Come on. I didn't know that until recently. What do you mean? How am I didn't get it from whatever Bush League is. Oh, chat. Hilarious segue, by the way. My mom sent me a photo today that I feel you guys would absolutely love to see, okay? This is the most drippy I have ever been. This is like my most iconic photo in my mind, okay? Like, you may think the most iconic photo of me is something on the internet. No. This is, in my mind, my most iconic photo. This is when I peaked, alright? I think this was maybe first grade, possibly kindergarten. We had picture day, and I dripped the fuck up for picture day, dude. I don't know what kind of background they were using here for the school pictures, but regardless, I dripped the fuck up. Check me out. Damn, dude, look at that drip. My mom still has this shirt, according to her. I'm gonna find it. This shirt goes hard as fuck. Do you want to know what this watch I'm wearing is? Does anybody recognize this watch? This'll date the photo really well. This watch, I believe, is the Spy Kids official Happy Meal toy from the Spy Kids movie when it came out. It might have been Mission Impossible, but I'm pretty sure it was Spy Kids. Yeah, you knew, Ride the Rails. That goes hard as fuck that you knew. Yeah, you guessed it. That's what that is. That's fucking dope. Yeah, no, my drip was immaculate. I'm wearing a shark's tooth necklace, too. Bro, this is me at my peak Florida, okay? This is me when I was peak Florida. Do you know why I was wearing this shirt? My mom got me this shirt because I always came home with bugs in my pocket. If I saw a bug, I picked it up and I put it in my pocket. And I bring it home and I reach in my pockets and pull out a handful of bugs and be like, hey mom, check out my bugs. The bugs are back. And so I got a bug shirt. It's the most Florida shit ever. I had to have my mom on stream one day to tell the stories about how she'd have to scream at me, Alex, put that snake down right now! Just full first, middle, last name, put down that fucking snake. How my mom has had to scream that at me so many times in my childhood. A hilarious number of times. I've never once been bitten by a snake before. And I've picked up so many. They're not very good at biting, are they? I've eaten worms. I've never eaten worms before, but I've eaten ants. Like, when I was really little, I ate an ant once. I was just like, fuck it, let's see what it tastes like. Just smashed the little fucker and ate it. Because, like, it bit me. It was a fire ant, bit my leg, and I was like, nope, you have to die. So I crunched it up and I ate it. I was like, okay, that tastes like literally nothing. And I went on with my day. I bit it way worse than it bit me. I would never eat a bug. I want to try crickets. Really bad. I really, really want to try, like, those spicy, hyper-spiced fried crickets. Like the like, dried, spicy, spiced cricket like things that you just a bag of it, stick your hands in, just Crickets are okay, but the legs make me gag a bit. I don't know, I feel like I could like it. Like, if I just get past the fact I'm eating bugs, I feel like I'll like it, you know? Roly-polies are cute? Dog, I've got roly-polies in my backyard. It's great. It's awesome. I've got some in my backyard. If I dig through the sand a little bit, they come up. I can find them in the grass. When I was young, I saw sap coming out of a pine tree, so I tasted it because I thought it tasted like syrup. Yeah, it's super poisonous, Ride the Rails. You shouldn't have done that. Xanderhall really playing into the Pole stereotype of liberals eating bugs, huh? Yeah, so true. So true. So real and true. Alright, we gotta read donos so I can get the segments, so we're gonna be here all day. Alrighty. Softest Leftist, wow, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is extremely kind and generous of you, thank you. And I'm sure Morgan Grail, Zero Gravity 23, Aska _ Citizen Godfather, and Stephen J. Neptune Man all appreciate that as well, thank you. Hope you guys enjoy those tier 1 subs. Said, in honor of my life being demolished by the enlightenment Zan has given me of what my dentist father knows about my capabilities, have more subs, XD. Oh no, that's what you meant. That your dad, who's your dentist, can 100% tell not only when and that you have sucked dick, but how much you can handle. I am really sorry, Softest Leftist, and I apologize that you now know that he knows, because it's just gonna be awkward forever. I'm so sorry. You should tell him. You should tell him you learned that factoid and asked him if he knows. And just see if you can have a laugh about it. That's the only way to cut the tension. Otherwise, it'll be awkward forever. Don't. I'm leading you towards disaster. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should just never speak to him again, actually. Just block his number and, like, move to another state and just never speak to him again. I think that's the only way, to be honest. Softest Leftist. I'm really sorry. But, hey, at least now you know. At least now you know. You'll never have to get another dentist again after now knowing this, right? Thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted subs, though. I really appreciate it. And then Alexio with the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. Said, Keffels should play New Vegas. Honestly, true. She should play New Vegas. That would be a good... New Vegas is a good stream game. Like everyone should play New Vegas. Like, Hitler should have played New Vegas. Like, everyone should play New Vegas. But, hopefully Mr. Muffin Tops and Small Slab appreciate the tier 1 subs. Thank you. Yeah, Hitler would have sided with the Legion. You all know it. The Nerd, thank you for the $10 donation. Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It helps a lot. Thank you. Said, not sure if the first dono went through because internet crapped, but if it did, here's another $10 XD. Oh, well, thank you so much. I don't know if the other one went through either, but thank you. I really do appreciate it for both or either, or I don't know, but thank you. Very kind of you, the Nerd. You're very based and you're very kind, and I love you. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal. I want it to reflect your immense generosity. Oh, wait, nope. I see it. The Nerd with a $10 tip through Streamlabs, not through the website. That's why I didn't see it before. Small dono until my tier 1 sub runs dry and I resub. Thanks for the chill stream, Zan. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate that. Well, I'm glad that I'm able to just be a chill streamer for you to watch. I hope to be here as often as possible and for as long as possible. And your support is what lets that happen, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This content is made possible by viewers like you. I should honestly, like, just make my own Xanderhall version of the PBS, like, thank you for your support, like, thing. You ever watch, like, PBS Kids when you were little, and it'd be like, this programming is sponsored in part by, and then a bunch of commercials, and then, and viewers like you, you know? I should get something like that. Takes me back, Zan? Hell yeah. My grandma didn't have cable, nor did I. It's for a very, very long time, so I watched a lot of PBS Kids when I was little, because there was not much else to watch cartoons on. So I was watching the fuck out of that. Dragon Tales. I think Word Girl was on there. Magic School Bus aired there quite regularly. What else was on there that was good? VeggieTales is a pretty regular showing on PBS Kids, if I remember correctly. Arthur, yeah, a lot of Arthur. Arthur was I never disliked or liked Arthur when I was a kid. I don't know why or how to describe it. Arthur was just like, yeah, it's good. It's okay. Like, I'll sit and I'll watch it. It's something, but it's not like, I don't sit up and go, all right, let's go. You know, when it comes on, like I would say Magic School Bus. Magic School Bus went hard. I fucking hated Arthur, man. Yeah, Arthur, I feel like I was a little too young for Arthur, believe it or not. Like, Arthur was actually aimed at a slightly older audience than even I. Like, if I was slightly... Like, I had to have been Arthur's age, I think, to have appreciated the show. And I was DW's age. So it's like, fuck, you know? I'm 35 and Arthur was my time. Yeah, like, if I could watch Arthur now and appreciate it more than I did as a kid, probably, yeah. It was just a little... It was for, like, the slightly older kids that would be watching. Yeah, Max and Ruby, I remember. I remember Backyardigans as a kid. What else? Word Girl had an Invincible reference? Was it Invincible that had the Word Girl reference, or was it Word Girl that had the Invincible reference with, like, the subway bit? I don't know. Xander Hall, disagree. The reason you didn't like Arthur was Steven Crowder was in it. That's right. Steven Crowder was a voice actor for Arthur. That's true. But no, I did not. I was literally a child. I had no political opinions other than, I guess gay people are alright and racism's wrong. You know? Like, that was basically the lengths of my political opinions. Like, even as a little kid, I was like, yeah, gay people are fine. I didn't even recognize that being gay wasn't a choice, and I was like, my heart's in the right place, but he's close, but he's not quite there, was basically where I was when I was a little kid. I was like, yeah, no, there is nothing wrong with being gay. If people choose to be gay, I don't know how they do that, but if that's what they choose, then they should be allowed to do that. They're not hurting anybody. Like, that was, I remember saying that word for word when I was a kid. Like, maybe 8. Xbox record that? Real. Like, even if you believe that, like, there was nothing inherent about being gay, the logic of trying to suppress and oppress gay people doesn't even follow from there. Even if you just assume it's a lifestyle. Because even if it's a lifestyle, not liking it doesn't mean it's bad. How's it hurting people? It's not. I guess their logic is based in religious fundamental, like, bullshit, you know? I haven't seen it uncensored, Bad Dragon Love 90 or 69. You would have to find the uncensored version and tell me exactly what's happening for me to be able to determine, like, okay, I guess we know what Fuentes is into in regards to his gay porn. We'll get to that soon, though. Let me finish up donos real fast. Alexia, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Holy crap, thank you. That is extremely kind of you. Thank you for the $25 dues. That really means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Said, or gifted to Coindog, Rhinestone K, Cryptid T, Mooglaton, and Chevonlier. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, the $25. I really appreciate that. Says, can you tell me happy birthday? Happy birthday, Alexia. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Come on, chat. Let's do it all together, like at a restaurant, all embarrassing, like happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Alexia. Happy birthday to you. Are we gonna do the full thing? How old? No, we're not doing it. Nah. See? All the birthday wishes in chat. We love it. Thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. It's like a Hobbit birthday where you give gifts on your birthday rather than the other way around, you know? All right. I remember watching Fox News with my dad during 2008 election night and going to school the next morning crying. Didn't change until 2015, and even then I got lucky. Also, happy birthday. Dude, I will never forget the day I went to school after the election when Obama, like, won the election. And there was this girl at school who, just based on her name, you can probably imagine what her parents are like and what kind of politics they instilled in her. Her name was Eden. And she was sitting at the bench on the playground crying, like actually balled up crying, bawling her eyes out. And I asked her what was wrong because I guess I was curious. And she was actually afraid that because Obama, who was black, had won the election, that he would take racial revenge on white people and institute slavery and segregation or whatnot against white people as some kind of like race war, racial revenge against white people as revenge for slavery. She was literally crying, believing this. And a teacher came and explained to her, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, not being able to quite challenge clearly her parents' political beliefs or say anything that would get, like, the teacher in trouble. But just, like, calming the kid down. Like, it's not going to happen. There's not going to be slavery. We're not going to be, and that's not going to happen. It was a white teacher, too. So it was like, that's not going to happen to us. It's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. Like, calming the kid down, you know? It's like, oh my God, dude. These poor children of, like, far-right parents. Reverse slavery? No, that would just be slavery. But enslaving white people would not be reverse slavery. Slavery is not when white people enslave non-white people. Slavery is when people enslave other people. That's like abuse on the parents' part, unironically. For all we know, she's a well-adjusted person now. I doubt it, though. I'm gonna be honest. I doubt it. If she ever sees this, then, hopefully she doesn't sue me or something. I don't know. It'd be impossible for her to know that, like, it's the same Alex, though, right? Maybe just the story should be like, that motherfucker. You know? All of a sudden I'm getting sued for telling some story that's, like, 13 years old. Pity the kids whose parents are raising them racist like that, though? Yeah, absolutely. But now they're adults. Like, Eden is now 24, okay? Like, I'm 24 years old. We were the same age. We were in the same grade. If she's still got the same opinion, she is now a 24-year-old woman with those opinions. So that's pretty scary. I got far-right parents and I'm not well-adjusted. Yeah, I imagine it's hard to come out well-adjusted with far-right parents, sadly. Sadly, that's just what kind of comes with the territory. It's a bad role, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, guys, it is time for us to get ready for our first segment of the day. Ooh, I've got a good topic for us to start out on. Let me bring up this video clip.
Exactly 1 month into Donald Trump.
Whoa. That's a spoiler. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. As you guys know, Donald Trump, the nightmare that may potentially become president again at the end of this year, well, he's in a lot of legal trouble right now. And we're kind of teetering on the edge of, will Donald Trump be let off the hook for most of it, besides the stuff he did when he was not the president, because of a decision made by the Supreme Court and financial contributions made by the oil lobby that were promised in exchange for Trump, or that were given in exchange for Trump promising to axe all of Biden's climate policies that he's passed if Trump gets reelected. In exchange, the oil lobby has given Trump $1 billion to pay off legal fees and pay for his campaign. He, like, invited a bunch of the main oil executives to Mar-a-Lago, and they had, like, a big shady deal around the table. It was quite wild. Anyway, Donald Trump's in a lot of shit, so he's kind of wavering on either being completely fucked or let off the hook right now. It's like a seesaw that's like sort of tilting back and forth either which way, right? And as it would seem, for a long time, despite all the evidence and constant, pattern of Trump breaking the law and having to go to court for it and having fall guys take the punishment for it, people just kind of defaulted to the idea that Trump must be innocent because he's Teflon Don, nothing ever sticks to him, and if they really had something, then they would have gotten him by now. That kind of line of logic. Like, surely if he was really guilty, they would have gotten him by now. It's not like rich, powerful people like him get away with, doing illegal shit all the time. That's against the best interests of the American people. That never happens. He must just be innocent. No. As it turns out, despite years of people seemingly viewing Trump's legal troubles as actually a good thing for him and it resulting in an increase in his favorability, it would seem that the most recent polling is having the opposite effect. For the first time, Donald Trump, the majority of Americans think that Donald Trump is guilty of a crime. That may sound like a crazy stat to you, but it's true. This is the first time the majority of Americans have believed Trump is guilty of a crime. Really gives you a little bit of perspective on, like, how deranged Americans are about, like, Donald Trump's moral, position. That, like, up until now, Americans had a really, really charitable view of him.
Exactly 1 month into Donald Trump's trial, there is new polling that finds for the first time the majority of Americans believe the former president is guilty. In the latest Yahoo News...
How insane is it that this is the first time the majority of Americans have ever held this opinion? It's taken this long. Guys, you need to understand, the average American voter is genuinely retarded. You need to understand that if you knew how retarded they are, you would be depressed right now. Like, you would need to go see a therapist to just vent about your frustrations with the future of this country's, like, political landscape. Like, you might even feel... No, I'm not going too far with this bit, but yes, you know exactly what I mean, right? Like, it's bad, dude. Hold on, can I found it. I saw a TikTok today. Holy shit. I saw a TikTok today that I need to show you guys, or a YouTube short. Undecided. Nope. No shot. Am I gonna have to just search raw through my YouTube history here? One sec. I will find this relatively quickly, I'm sure. This came up on YouTube Shorts today, this morning, while I was scrolling through, just kind of doom scrolling through YouTube Shorts, just waking up. There's this video that came up, and it was what it's like to be, or it was like undecided voters in swing states was the name of the video or something, but it's not coming up in my watch history. Oh, here it is.
My name's Bob Cheeseward.
Yeah, okay. It's called Everybody Wants a Piece of the Cheese. That's why.
And I am a swing state undecided voter. Every 4 years, I get a lot of gifts. Box of nuts from the Republican National Convention. Geez, that's nice. Nintendo Switch. Got this from the Vatican. Cutting knives from the Tijuana cartel. Boy, did they have a message for me. Everybody's trying to get a piece of the cheese. My last name's Cheeseward. You know, I've always been indecisive. Ever since I was a kid. It's so hard to choose.
Well, you're just gonna have to pick one.
It's like nuts a million. My wife, Peggy, she is a decided voter, so they don't really give her as many gifts or anything.
Bob, Congressman Emer's calling for you.
No, I'm not 100% sure yet who I'm gonna vote for. Well, I just can't quite decide. It turns out that my vote carries like 7,000 times as much weight as your average American. And, I mean, I'm not even,
Smart.
Right, yeah. I mean, I'm about as sharp as an almond. I think everybody would love to see Trump and Biden going into the same office. I mean, wouldn't that be a dream come true? My name's Biden.
This is a real stereotype, okay? This guy is 100% real. This is obviously a bit, like, this was acted out and a bit done. But that guy is real, okay? And that bit about, like, my vote matters, like, 7,000 times more than the average American is very accurate as well. A scary amount of the vote is decided by people who are just, who could go any way. They're unpredictable. They might not vote. They might vote for Trump. They might vote for Biden. It's impossible to guess because they're really just that, they're undecided till like the day of the election.
News YouGov national poll, 52% of adults say Trump did indeed falsify business records to conceal hush money payments to a porn star. That is up 4 points from last month and up 7 points from when the charges were filed last year. If convicted, 51% would approve of Trump serving prison time, while 36% would be against putting him behind bars.
Willie, look at that. 51% would support Donald Trump. So I guess this isn't a far left-wing conspiracy.
No, that's a majority of Americans.
Yeah, that would be.
It's not even. It's only 36% of Americans that disapprove of Trump being found guilty and being sentenced to jail. Like, there's a margin of Americans who are like middle road, but the majority of Americans approve of it. Well, it is a non-significant minority of Americans who disapprove of Trump so much, or approve of Trump so much, they think that he's innocent and shouldn't go to jail. That's that tells me Biden's chances are better than we're thinking.
Again, I went to Alabama. 51, that's a majority.
Yeah,
right?
Once you get to 51.
Yes.
Okay.
Joyce confirmed.
Okay.
He was being sarcastic. He was saying this is clearly not like a left-wing conspiracy theory like the right is claiming. It's the majority of Americans believe he is guilty. So yeah, he was being sarcastic. He wasn't claiming that there was like a left-wing conspiracy theory. Yeah.
Okay.
As for the political ramifications, the poll shows Trump and President Joe Biden tied at 45% in this year's election.
God, I once again, though, the polling has always been inaccurate. I know this is like, I sound like a broken record here, but the polling has almost always been inaccurate. The polling favored Trump when Biden won anyway in 2020. The polling favored Hillary when Trump won anyway in 2016. The polling almost feels like it's better to assume the opposite of the polling will be true coming into the election than to use it as a good gauge of like who's going to win. Like it's almost like here's who's not going to win, you know? At least the last few elections, it feels that way.
Among registered voters. But when asked who they would support if convicted, if Trump is convicted
well, that's not close.
In the hush money case, Biden takes a 7-point lead, 46 to 39%. So can I look at some other polling?
Yeah,
now?
why not?
The latest Morning Consult tracking poll over 10,000 registered voters finds 44% for Trump and 43% for Biden. That's within the poll's margin of error.
It's not 12 points. It's a tie. Okay.
And separate new polling of registered voters finds President Joe Biden leading Donald Trump. In this survey from the New York Times and Ipsos, Biden is up 4 points.
Isn't it interesting how, like, you switch between different pollings and it's all neck and neck, but it switches between Trump and Biden, like who's in the lead, though Biden typically seems to be the one holding the most frequent lead? We're going to have to see what happens. The polling is so inconsistent right now across organizations. It feels like you take any sample population from, like, even 2 neighborhoods over from each other, and you're going to get vastly different results.
Points, 47 to 43%. We should note, though, that the margin of error is plus or minus 6% for the poll.
So I get to say it's fascinating, Willie, and we'll get into this. Mm-hmm. The New York Times ran a few polls. They ran the New York Times Siena poll, which they roll off. It's a series, 15, 16, 17 stories that make people run around Manhattan with their hair on fire and Washington with their hair on fire. At the same, put this New York Times Ipsos poll.
The Ipsos.
Put it back. Okay. Run at the same time by the New York Times. Biden's ahead by 4 points nationally. 4 points nationally. Not even an article about it. Anyway.
That's true. That's true. Remember, guys, Biden doesn't sell. If you're a political media pundit, Biden doesn't sell. He's just a good president who's like not super exciting. And he doesn't sell. Praising him doesn't sell. And the most you can really do is criticize him if you want to sell anything on him. Like, when I say sell, I mean like have people consume the media you're producing and make some sort of profit from that, right? To give you a good idea of this, Biden takes office, news agency viewership plummets. This happened on YouTube. It happened on TV. It happened on social media sites. Every single source through which people got their news on like media or like got their news about politics, everything on every outlet took a dive. The right less so, obviously, but especially so mainstream and even alternative left-wing outlets, right? Like if you haven't noticed, like most left-wing content creators across the board right now have stagnated. I mean, I gained subs a bit, but even I have pretty much stagnated, mostly because of the Keffels drama than anything else. But if I was larger, I will have probably hit the cap as well of where it seems like lefty content creators can be. And a large part of that is that Biden does not motivate apolitical people to get into left-wing politics. His presidency just doesn't. He's just doing a decent job, and he's not very exciting. His presidency at most encourages people to get into the right because there's a lot of content criticizing him exclusively from the right. You know what I mean? And so to give you an idea of what I'm talking about here, TV news ratings, online readership plunged during Biden's first 100 days. This is just during the first 100 days of his presidency. Broadcast and cable news ratings, along with website traffic, are all taking a hit in the post-Trump era. During President Biden's first 100 days in office, weekly full-day cable ratings for CNN and MSNBC have been trending down, according to statistics from ratings company Nielsen. On average, 1.3 million household viewers were watching MSNBC in the last week of January, shortly after Biden took office. For the week ending April 25th, just a couple months later, the number was 868,000, and it continued to plummet. At CNN, those figures went from 1.2 million to 749,000. It goes on, by the way. Every single political outlet was hurt financially by Biden taking office. So when you see a lefty account advocating for you not to vote Biden, know that they took that hit too, and they want to see their revenue go back up into the green again like it did when Trump was president. No one like Second Thought ever talk about the NLRB victories or anything to do with unions and workers. You know what Second Thought does talk about, though? Second Thought has a second YouTube channel where he reviews supercars. Did you guys know that? I think his most recent one was he was reviewing a McLaren, driving around and reviewing a McLaren. Tankies are massively materialistic and love expensive clothes, big houses, and cars. And expensive cars. And drip. Does he review the Cybertruck? I wouldn't be surprised if he buys one because, well, you know, I have to have one to review it, you know? We'll see. Yeah, they're champagne socialists. Ironically enough, like, I don't even believe that you have to... I don't even believe that you have to be broke to be a good socialist, but... I am still broke. I live the most socialist lifestyle. I'm not really broke, but like in comparison, I'm broke. To Hassan or Second Thought, for sure. But regardless, this polling it makes me happy. It makes me happy. I'm fine taking the hit of another 4 years of Biden if it means we don't die because of climate change, among other things, you know? We wouldn't die because of climate change, but a lot of people would.
As for that New York Times Philadelphia Inquirer Siena College polling of 6 key battleground states that came out Monday morning, there was a lot of reaction to that. As we know, some of the most trusted pollsters in the country are calling into question the methodology and results.
You think?
The CEO of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston.
The Trump supporters are huffing the copium. That's how you know the fact they're denying it. That's how you know it's scaring them. A big part of Trump's rise to power was centered on an appeal to popularity. Remember, a lot of conservatism is a club, a train of hype that you want to be on board of, unless otherwise you're going to be missing out. And not only missing out, you might even be the target of that train to run over next. And a lot of it's just like, join the troll train so we can like upset people and get funny reactions from them. And like we can have our guy in office, our meme guy. So yeah, with the fact that they feel the need to like cover this up and try to argue that actually Trump is very popular. If you're just looking to be on the popular side, you want to vote Trump. Then obviously they're going to try to cover that up. Also, remember, they do all of this rhetoric, all the while saying the election is rigged. They all say, and supposedly believe, truly, that the election is rigged and Trump can't win because Biden will steal and has stolen the election. And yet they encourage you to vote as much as possible. And their justification is, well, if you vote as much for Trump as possible, it makes it harder for them to rig it. And if everybody votes for Trump and Biden still wins, then we know it was rigged and the people will revolt. It's like, okay, whatever, man. They know that it's not a rigged election and that if they can get enough people to vote for Trump, then he'll win. But he didn't get enough votes and they're just huffing copium. They're huffing copium on this, just like they were huffing copium when they claimed that the election was rigged.
Calls Trump having a 13-point lead in the state, quote, bizarre, adding that nothing remotely similar has been seen in the state in decades. The founder of UVA's Center for Politics, Larry Sabato, says he laughed after seeing the Nevada numbers and recommends others do the same.
I hope these like quotes end up aging the same way as Tim Pool's 49 state red Trump landslide quotes. Do you guys remember that? Like, I really think we're going to see a 49 state Trump landslide. It kept escalating from 40 to 49 state. And I think he eventually got to 50 state landslide, like right before the election. He said like outright, I'm calling it now. I'm seeing a 50 state landslide for Donald Trump. As if like California and New York would swing to Trump or something. Colorado. Yeah, imagine red California. Fucking wild, dude. Like, people take that guy seriously and pay him millions of dollars a year to keep, like, spewing retardation in their ears.
National political reporter at The Bulwark, Mark Caputo, also calls the Nevada poll, quote, a total outlier. Meanwhile, the director of polling at Harvard's Institute of Politics, John Della Volpe, is raising questions about how Biden could be losing the youth vote by 27 points in Michigan while winning it by 24 points in Wisconsin.
A million monkeys with a million
I think there are a lot of
cell phones
here.
making calls as pollsters.
Okay.
That's how you do it.
Finally, the New Republic's Greg Sargent expressed dismay at the survey's methodology. This is important, which shows 20% of the likely voters polled.
Isn't it interesting how Twitter has essentially become a platform for conservative pundits to be able to guarantee, like, have a platform and make money off of their lies? Like, Elon Musk basically bought the platform and turned it into, like, a refuge where no matter what, it'll be, like, an alt platform for, like, weirdo right-wingers to post child porn and shit. Child porn included, by the way. I'm not making that bit up. Elon Musk personally unbanned that Dom Lucre guy who posted like violent, like snuff film child porn shit on Twitter. I don't know exactly the details, but it was apparently violent and CP. Posted that on Twitter and then got banned because the mod team did their job, thankfully. Apparently it's called Daisy's Destruction. I don't know what that is or why it has a name, but if you know what that means, then I guess you know what that means. I guess posted that to own the libs and then got banned for it because the mod team did their job and then complained about it. His fan base, the right-wingers, complained about it, and Elon Musk then personally, and I'll show you guys the screenshots, unbanned the guy. Elon unbans Dom Lucre. Oh, yeah, this is from Vice. Elon Musk welcomes child sex abuse imagery poster back to Twitter. Yeah, Elon Musk cheesing in the headline. Elon Musk reinstated a QAnon-promoting far-right Twitter account that posted child abuse imagery, even though his company policy explicitly states that's not allowed. On Wednesday, Musk tweeted the company would reinstate the account of the notorious far-right troll known as Dom Lucre. Lucre's account was banned on Wednesday, literally that week, by the way, after he had posted child exploitation images 4 days previously. 4 days later. For now, we will delete those posts and reinstate the account, Musk tweeted in response to another account questioning why Twitter had deleted the account. I'm told that this account was suspended for posting child exploitation pictures associated with the criminal conviction of an Australian man in the Philippines, Musk tweeted. The offending post referenced an assistant to Peter Scully, the Australian man who was sentenced last year to 129 years in prison for sexually abusing children as young as 18 months. Along with the link to an article about the assistant, the account posted 2 screenshots from a video Sully created on the dark web, which Lucre said showed a 1-year-old named Daisy. On Wednesday, 4 days after the images were posted, Musk claimed that only people on our child exploitation team have seen those pictures. Yes, the team of people who have, maybe 18 months left to live before they kill themselves. I don't know if you guys know, but every single social media platform that's worth its salt has a team of people who are forced to just scroll through reports of child porn all day and ban the accounts. So they get up in the morning, they go to work, they look at gore and child porn all day that they have to moderate and ban because someone has to see it. And those people are oh my God, the amount of if they're really mentally fucked up. They have possibly one of the worst jobs you can have. Their brains, their mental health is notoriously bad. It's up there with dentists and air traffic controller, if you know what I'm talking about. It's bad.
Either didn't vote in the last 2 midterms.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Vote.
They're likely voters.
But they did not vote.
The 20% of what the New York Times is calling likely voters.
So let me finish.
Didn't vote in the last general election or the last 2 midterms.
And didn't vote in the last general election or the last 2 midterms, or they have never voted at all.
But wait, John Heilman, there's more. And by the way, people calling and going, oh, this is just a reaction to one poll. No, you can go back. You can look at the tape. We do this every time the New York Times Siena poll comes out. It's always an outlier. And the New York Times always gets 15 or 16 articles out of them that everybody rushes to because it says Earth ends at 5 o'clock. Go hit link at New York.
Yeah, I will say the polling going back 3 elections now from New York Times has been very hard leaning in one way or the other more than any other poll when others will show things looking a little more neck and neck. And they seem to be more they're just more decisive, which is never you can never call it that decisively that early. It's who are you polling? What are your selection groups? I don't know. Maybe this is bad data.
15 times, and they keep writing articles about it. There are, and NPR has found some of these voters that said, well, I voted for Biden before, and they said, but wait, this guy, we checked the voting rolls. He's never voted.
Did you guys know NPR is one of the most oil-lobbied news media organizations there are? Just period. Yeah, 538 seems to be the most on track with things. Did you guys know that NPR takes close to as much oil money as Fox? It's actually crazy. NPR is legitimately bought out by big oil.
Other news organizations have 3, 4 more examples.
Yeah.
Not just of people in the surveys, but people the New York Times quoted in their articles of, well, here's one of many people that we interviewed that said he's disillusioned and is going to vote for Trump. No record of them voting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are
you feeling something?
Well, I'm feeling that there's
say?
I think sometimes, as a general matter, there's maybe a little bit of an over-reliance on voters telling the truth about things in general. Hate to say it. Reporters find this occasionally that reporters lie. Here's what I'd say about this poll. If I were to ask you this question, Jeff, Do you know anybody on either side who doesn't think that it's the case that of the battleground states that Joe Biden is stronger in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin than he is in Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia?
It sounds about right. I've seen some polls that show that Georgia is very close. Greg Bluestein actually had an article.
It's very possible we get Georgia again. I mean, like, you got to remember that a good portion of Georgia's population are people in Atlanta, and a good portion of people in Atlanta aren't even white, which is immediately predisposing to voting Democrat, automatically. Because the Republican Party is the party of racism, and non-white people in this country know that, like, pretty generally across the board. So, I don't know. For all we know, we're going to see another Georgia. Like, we very well could. Atlanta is a big fucking city. It's getting bigger, and its population is growing. And Atlanta is, I'm pretty certain, why we got Georgia in the first place. 95% chance we get another blue Georgia? You really think it's that high? I don't know if it's that high. Not to mention, Atlanta, Georgia has multiple colleges. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know there's ATL, right? Like ATL or whatever, just like at Atlanta University, ALT, I don't know. I know that they've got that. Is there not another one in Atlanta as well? Emory and Georgia Tech? Yeah, there's a few smaller ones too. Or not smaller, but you know what I mean. And Georgia State, yeah, the state colleges. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of colleges in Atlanta. That's like a high concentration of young voting age, hopefully they vote, people. Hopefully, listen, I get that, like I feel like the non-voting college student is very much like a California, New York thing. But the, like, highly politically motivated to get out there and fucking vote college student, that's a Florida or a Georgia or an Alabama thing. Because if you live in the deep South, you know how much that your activism, your vote actually matters. Like, you want to try and fight against that, like, hard red you see on the map of your state. That's what I think.
I'm not saying it's not close.
Texas too. And a good example is local elections, right? Look at local elections. Look at places like Galveston and Austin, Texas. These are hard red. This is a hard red state, but these are very blue cities in a hard red state. That's because the local people in these, like, bigger cities where they have, like, a more progressive population, they fucking vote, and they create, like, patches of relatively not insane Texas.
Is wildly off.
I'm not saying it's not close. I'm not going to carry water for the New York Times or for the methodology of this poll. I'll keep going back to a thing that I try to say every time we talk about these things, which is that I'm really interested, and I know you know this, is like, what are the polls telling us directionally about the race?
I understand. There's a difference, though, with the New York Times Siena poll, and you know this. It's given disproportionate impact.
I think this guy's being a little unhinged. I think this guy's making a good point. All the polling across the board seems to suggest a directional move towards favorability of Biden by the American people, which is kind of what I expected and what I think a lot of people expected as the election gets closer and it all gets more real. And the question of, like, do you really want to go? You remember Trump, right? Do you really want to go back to 4 years of that? Like, really think about it. The American people said no about that in 2020. The American people said no to Trump in 2020. Do we really think the American people are going to say, never mind, we liked you, come back in 2024? I don't know. If anything, I feel like Trump has a total of less supporters now than he did in 2016 and 2020. I really think so. 2020 is not remembered as a good year. Most of the years Trump was president are not remembered as good years. 2016 to 2020 are not remembered as a good time by most people.
This year, this side...
The economy was okay, but that's pretty much it.
It is skewed wildly in Donald Trump's direction. Hold on. And the New York Times feasts on it with clickbait stories like a dozen at a time.
And what I'm trying to focus on is what I think people should pay attention to.
But what I'm trying to focus on is the New York Times right now is actively shaping the election cycles where this poll comes out on a Sunday and on Monday people go, oh, and I heard it. And I'm sitting there going, oh, don't be so stupid. That's why we're doing this.
So what's
hold
your
on
theory?
a second.
What's your theory about why?
No, hold on. What I hear is after these Siena polls come out, every time New York Times poll is, oh, well, everything that Joe Biden's done since the State of the Union address, all this money that he's put out, all of the campaigning is for naught. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's one poll that's wildly skewed every time. And it does shape. If it's a New York Times poll versus a Morning Con.
They're fucking. Like, that's obvious, right? Like, these two are fucking. Are they like husband and wife news reporters or something? And it's obvious because, like, they're married? Okay, yeah. I was about to say, like, I've never seen two people who are more obviously fucking in my life. Okay. Yeah, she's, like, basically leaning into him.
Consort poll, and the New York Times then amplifies it 15, 16, 17 times. It warps reality, and everybody responds to that in the media and in the political world.
So all I'd say about this is that I agree with you that
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they come off as cringe as fuck. They've been married for 10 years now? Ah, I see. Yeah, no, they're cringe as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. This guy doesn't really seem to grasp the concept of time passage and the fact that, like, who people would vote for on May 18th, 2024 does not matter anywhere near as much as who people are going to decide to vote for on election day. As it turns out, time is a thing that exists, and people change their opinions as time goes by. This guy seems upset that, like, the polling has changed.
The problem to me, unless you want to suggest you think there's a conspiracy at the Times about this, which
their methodology is bizarre.
Well, but you're talking about
and Larry Sabato said this.
Right.
Walston said this.
Joe, you're saying something more than that, though. You're saying the New York Times is systematically putting these polls out in a way to try to amplify them to drive the news cycle.
Yes. I am saying that.
And I'm saying I'd like to know. I'm curious as a.
Kind of weird that a husband and wife can be co-workers, let alone pundits. I imagine that they were pundits, like, co-workers first and worked together for decades and that happened. I doubt they, like, entered this space as, like, a couple. That seems unlikely. And that's typically frowned upon, really. Like, it's typically very frowned upon for co-workers to date and then get married, but it sometimes happens.
Someone who I understands your level of sophistication about reading the media, why you think that's true. What I'm trying to say is, I agree with you. The best bulwark against any polls, outliers, or anything else for people who are actually consumers of this information is to not let any given news outlet or any given poll.
Oh, they entered as a married couple. Interesting.
Shape your perception of the race unduly.
But John, that's not realistic, and I'll tell you why it's not realistic. Because, and I'll say to you, because I know people come up to you after every New York Times Siena poll comes out. It completely changes the political battlefield out there for about a week and a half. It distorts the questions that are asked of the White.
Okay. That's how the polling works. Time is going to pass. Things are going to switch around back and forth. We'll probably see a more Trump-leaning set of polls come out in the next couple months, especially if things escalate with Israel and Gaza, or if Iran continues to escalate tensions and America is forced to respond in any way militaristically. That'll definitely result in a little bit of a swing for Trump, because Americans respond literally like since ever since the Iraq War, it doesn't matter what reason, justification, or anything that there is. If an American president issues any form of military action in the Middle East, it is going to tank their approval ratings instantly, okay? Like, Americans do not put up for any form of military action in the Middle East anymore. It is a easy fucking approval rating killer, right? Anything could happen. And it honestly probably won't be Biden's fault.
White House. It distorts the questions that are asked of Donald Trump. It distorts all of the opinion. It distorts everything. And that keeps...
Yeah, even pulling you out will lose you approval. It's better to have just never been there and to not even mention any countries in the Middle East. Frankly, it's best if you can't even locate Iraq on a map, all right? If you're president and can't point to Syria on a map, then you can't airstrike it. So you're probably better. No, in all seriousness, we should not have abandoned the Kurds. We should have stayed in Syria. We really should have. That was a huge Trump L when it came to pulling us out of Syria. That was bad. We should have stayed and continued to support the Kurds. That was a big bad move by Trump. But unfortunately, it was popular. It was somewhat popular because most Americans did not know that what we were doing in Syria was not like what we were doing in Iraq or Iran or whatever, or against Iran or anything. Like we're there in Syria helping people actually though, and actually fighting terrorists who are actually hurting people. Like actually though, you know, like but for real this time though, guys. Like in Syria we were but for real this time though. You know what I mean? Like, no, this isn't another Afghanistan. No, in Syria, we're like the people of Syria want us there, like for real. Like, the people in Afghanistan kind of wanted us there, like the majority did, but not by a lot. But this time, like, in Syria, they really wanted our help, you know? Like, as much as Ukraine wants our help, you know? It's like, I could rant about how Americans have permanently been brain poisoned when it comes to all forms of war forever because of how bad Republicans handle U.S. conflict. But, yeah.
It's happening every month when this comes out. And then finally, about 2 weeks later, after the residue of the New York Times Siena poll leaves, people go, oh, I think Joe Biden's on a winning streak. And then 2 weeks later, it comes out again, and it's garbage. It's an outlier.
So this guy's arguing that Joe Biden, by default, is always doing bad, and any polls that come out saying he does well are an outlier. Not that maybe over time people's opinions flip-flop, like within a very small margin of favorability towards one candidate or the other based on the current political landscape, because that's how politics works. Does this guy think that like the Republicans naturally win every election and every Democrat win is a fluke? Or an outlier? Like, how does this guy think politics works? The deciding portion of Americans flip-flop. That is why we get Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat. Like, that's how, yeah, that, what do you mean?
And yes, the New York Times, when...
He's saying the opposite? No, he's not. He's literally saying that, like, this is just a fluke.
They have all of these experts questioning the methodology when they're calling like 20% of the people likely voters who have never voted before or didn't vote in the last two primaries. When they're even
well, a lot of those people are 18 years old too.
Quoting people,
many of them couldn't vote.
Who said they're switching their vote from Joe Biden, who have never voted before? I'm sorry. The New York Times has to know what they're doing.
Did that guy forget that 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds exist? Did this guy forget that, like, it's been 4 years since the last election, and that means that, like, what, millions of people turned 18 in America, like, turned voting age in the last 4 years, who couldn't vote in the last election, but now can in this one? Like, is he forgetting that that's part of that stat, if not a large part of it? Like, what is he talking about? Is he just like... I get why people complain about MSNBC. They definitely got some cringe lords on there, for sure. Well, regardless, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like down below. It really helps the channel a lot, and don't forget to comment. I love reading your comments, and it boosts me in the algorithm. I love that engagement. It really does help a lot. YouTube, of course, boosts me when I get lots of engagement. Those are the likes, the comments, all that good stuff. And don't forget to sub and ring the bell icon so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video, of course. And make sure to follow my social medias linked down below so people can, you can follow my social medias. You can see all my posts and stuff. And don't forget, if you want to support me financially so that I can afford to continue making lovely content for you guys, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. And if you want to join my fan Discord, which is the main hub of my community, the main hub of my fan base, I host watch parties, game events, and I do call-in streams there, as well as announcing all my new uploads and, streams. Consider joining the fan Discord. The link is down below. It's totally free. I want to see you guys there, and I hope to see you guys again. Hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. Man, maybe you guys were right about, weed being, me being slightly, allergic to weed, because my nose is a little runny right now. Yo, Xanderhall, have you seen this? What's this? I love how you can still make out the lyrics. That goes hard as fuck, but can I show you guys something even better? Bob, I've got something far better. I know I liked and retweeted this. Yes! It is insane how good this is.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the new replacement. You are out of uniform, soldier! Where is your power armor? Don't have any? You expect me to believe that, maggot? The truth is, you lost an expensive piece of Army-issue equipment. That suit is going to come out of your pay, and you will remain in this man's army until you are 510 years old, which is the number of years it will take for you to pay for a Mark II powered combat armor you have lost. Report to the armory and have a new suit issued to you. Then report back to me, Private. Dismissed.
My husband watched this so many times. Yeah, I've watched this quite a few times myself, honestly. Also, Xanderhall, am I considered notable? Yeah, you are. I need to give you that role. Remind me to do that later, okay? Chat, I have to show you another great video. This I could literally watch all day. If you want, I'll just sit here and stare at this video for the entire rest of the stream, and we'll do nothing else. I'll cancel the whole rest of the stream, and we'll just sit here and watch this all day. Oh, hell yeah. Look at him go! Look at him go! Look at him go! Water surface physics? Why is it doing that? I had a game open, I didn't know what the sound was. Yeah, that was just me and your mom, don't worry about it. That's what good mac and cheese sounds like? Damn right. Bro, I'm in the shower with the speaker all the way up! Are your parents, in the other room, walking by right outside in the hallway, and they just hear the fucking slapping noise coming out of the goddamn bathroom? Bro. Man. I've created so many, like, weird circumstances for my viewers that are just absolutely hysterical. I wish I could see your end. Like, I wish you guys had cameras and I could just, like, tune in to one of you guys' POV and just see, not POV, but, like, your camera and see you and what's happening and just, like, witness what's going down. Lol, I'm 35. My GF is probably like, what the fuck? But she's playing Fallout. Yeah, your GF is playing Fallout, and she just thinks you're just like rubbing one out ferociously in the shower while she's playing Fallout. Like she's just listening to like the radio, the Diamond City radio or something, and it's just like I don't know, like I don't want to set the. She's just hearing I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. Yeah. Just the sound of fucking fapping over the fucking Fallout music. Yeah. I was playing DayZ and I legit jumped hearing that. Like, what the fuck was that? Dog, nothing will scare you more while like, Rust and DayZ and Tarkov are games where you are playing with fire, listening to anything while you're playing it. But, like, you do so much walking and so much silence and boredom that you need something to listen to. But if you aren't careful, you will be punished for it when things stop being boring. Because things can stop being boring in those games extremely fast. Honestly, maybe I should, like, bind one of my mouse buttons into being a pause button for the last thing I interacted with. So, like, if I, like, click it, in an instant, whatever I'm listening to is paused, and I don't have to worry. Yeah, that would be handy. I need to rebind this, this button here on my thumb. Can you check the muted message, or Lefty Jenna's post? Muted. I don't see anything. Sorry, I don't see anything. I got muted for 2 links. Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay. Neo-Nazi EU candidate working for China and Russia. Ah. Okay. I'll add that down. Let me bookmark it for later. Oh, 2 links. Okay. We're good. Ugh. Nose itch. How's my nose gonna itch like this and I don't even get to do cocaine to make it worth it? Jesus. Anyone get the reference? Anyone? My brother used to play a fuck ton of Tarkov. It's a mean game. It's a mean game for your health, but so's Rust, and that's my poison of choice, honestly. I can't get off Rust, bro. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard, like, when all my friends are on Rust and, like, everybody's grinding and fighting people and preparing for a raid, and it's like, I gotta get off Rust and go stream. It's so hard to hit the exit button, man. It's so difficult. Like, I have so much self-control to be live streaming right now and not playing Rust with my friends like I was yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. Like, oh man, it's so fucking good. It's my poison. It's my personal poison. I have a link for you. What's this? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I actually, I saw this. Thank you for posting this, because I meant to add it to the scroll. Oh my god, hiccups. I'll probably cover this tomorrow. There we go. Added to the scroll. Oh, I should probably mark off our first topic of the day, though. Alright, what's next? You know what? Screw it. We're gonna do the juiciness. Are you ready? We're gonna do the juicy topic that you're all here for. All right. Okay. Alrighty. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everyone. So, I assume you are all familiar with a YouTuber by the name of DSP. I think he also streams as well. Obviously he streams because of the reason we're about to discuss. Most of you are probably familiar with him because of a very iconic thing he did that is now it's been memorialized and made into memes, and people reference it all the time, share around the iconic image, when he forgot to fully end his stream and then just immediately got the fapping. Just like left the camera on, didn't even put his little cover. I guess he didn't have a cover like this to even put over it, like that. Just left the cover on, didn't end stream, and got straight to fapping. And of course, I've got a fantastic meme of that here. Well, it turns out, despite this was like 10 years ago, turns out we've got a new DSP. And you won't believe who it is that's going to be filling that meme role now. It's Nick fucking Fuentes. That's right. Nick fucking Fuentes. You see, America's leading Nazi propagandist, Nick Fuentes, accidentally streamed himself watching gay porn today, and his fans are trying to blame Mossad and the Jews. So here's the original clip. This is blew up on Twitter last night. Here is the recorded clip of when it happened. All right, let's watch. Obviously, this is censored except for his chat. You'll get a pretty good idea of what his chat is like here. And no, this video is going to get massively ratioed by his fans. They are playing a huge game of, damage control right now. They are desperate to cover this up in massive copium mode. They cannot take this loss. So they are, going as aggressive as they can to try and cover this up. So no doubt there are going to be a lot of groypers in the comments of this one. I mean, we've seen a couple in chat already.
And have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo.
I guess he forgot to close OBS because... Chat starts being like, what the fuck? His stream restarts. So, like, everyone already knew Nick Fuentes was gay, right? Like, everyone knew that, right? Like, all the stuff that's come out about him, that, like, ex-roommate he had that would, like, use a blacklight to scan for cum stains to make sure he wasn't having sex with women. The guy who's gone on rants about how liking women is gay. His fans are like, hardcore copium about this, too. Like, even the replies in the thread are full of groypers that are just hard in the paint right now. It's pretty much confirmed he got hacked by an Israeli hacker group. He was hacked. Many of them are closeted Jews and are just a way to vent their self-hatred. Debunked. Are you stupid? Not at all surprising after his past comments. This is actually a good one, I'm guessing. Here's an example of why we kind of already knew this.
People calling me gay because I've never had a girlfriend. I think if anything, it makes me less gay. If anything, it makes me not gay. As opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay, but it makes me not gay. Well, because think about it this way.
It's actually crazy that like, Nick Fuentes doesn't know what a vagina feels like. Like, isn't that wild? He is, he can't lie and say that he did. Like, he has spent the entirety of his career a virgin, and he's known to be the biggest Nazi out there. Like, you would think he would have been able to get laid, because there are Nazi women out there that would love to fuck him, I'm sure. Like clout-chasing, gold-digging Nazi women and his fan base. But, like, I guess he rejects them either A, because he hates women so much, or because he is gay. I want him to live his truth.
You know, gay people do date girls all the time. Real. And when I said on Elijah Schaefer's show, and they said, have you ever been in a
Well, yeah, there's a lot of gay girls that date girls. That's actually very common.
romantic relationship? Have you ever had sex with a girl? And I said, no. If you name searched me on Twitter, as I always do, all these gay people are coming out and saying, I've had more girlfriends than Nick. I've had sex with more girls than Nick. So like I said last week, not only is that thinking flawed, but actually it's the reverse. That actually makes me really more heterosexual than anybody. If we're really being honest, never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman.
The crazy thing is, like, I know nothing about gay culture, I'm gonna be honest, but I know that he's a bottom. I know that he is the one that gets fucked in the ass. Like, that is the role he would fill in any encounter he had with another man. Yeah, like, there's no way this guy is doing the fucking. He is the one getting fucked.
Or heterosexual, because honestly, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay. And having sex with men is gay. And you know, it's all gay. And if you want to know the truth, the only really straight heterosexual position is to be an asexual incel. That's it. So that's all there is. Being a MGTOW asexual incel is really the straightest position that you can have.
I like how the chat is like, Lamau true, this is deep as fuck, sex is gay, gay, based, nah dude, have kids. Yeah, the people in chat that are like the who are they, the breeders or whatever, they're mad about this because they want to breed, they want to goon and they want to breed. The chat's like, holy based, true, spitting truth. Oh my god, are they like 16? Yes. The vast majority of groypers are pre-adult teenagers. Like perhaps even junior and high school teenagers. Like, the majority of groypers are either adults lying about it, or like they're proudly like Gen Z, like younger than high school. He very much tries to appeal to like actual teenagers, mostly pulled from like Trainwreck's audience. You know, like the audience of like the clouded up like normie streamers that hold bizarre politics, to say the least.
Having sex in itself is gay, I think. I think that it's really a gay act to begin with. Think about it this way. What's gayer than being like, I need cuddles, I need kisses, I need the...
He has never felt the embrace of a woman who loves him.
It's all very sus to me, you know.
Fellas, is it gay for a woman to, like, put her arms around you and cuddle you while you lay in bed all day? Is it gay? Is that gay, fellas? Is it gay to enjoy a woman holding you? Apparently Nick thinks it's gay to even know what that feels like.
You need to spend time with a woman. That's a little sus. It's a little bit sus. So I think really, I'm like, you know, the straightest guy.
He's the straightest guy there is, chat. He promises. He's the straightest guy there is. Nope, we're not watching this. That's not related. We're not watching that. Nope. No. Hold on. Are there more good replies? I imagine people have linked more clips to his weird shit. The weird shit that he said. That seems to suggest that he might be a little bit in the closet, and maybe he should come out. I think he should come out. Here you have the desperate attempts to damage control. The claim is now that a Jewish Israeli hacker group had been responsible for this. So I'm going to read you guys Nick Fuentes' team, like his team's response to this. From the desk of Nick Fuentes. We're off to a great start. Last night, after my stream... I'm doing my best Nick Fuentes impression. Last night, after my stream went offline, my Cozy channel was hijacked by an unknown hacker group purporting to represent the IDF Unit 8200. The hacker targeted a vulnerability in the web app that my team uses to automatically stream the looped pre-show intro lobby of my stream on Cozy. This is why the hack material, which was streamed, did not appear live on Rumble or in the replay VOD on either Rumble or Cozy. If the material originated from my OBS streaming software like my show does, it would have appeared on both platforms during the live stream and in both VODs. Instead, the hacked material was broadcast only on Cozy and did not appear in a replay. I can't continue to do the Nick Fuentes impression, but you guys see it, right? Did I capture his mannerisms? I feel like I had it. I read him on Twitter yesterday. He repeats himself a bunch of times. Yeah. So my understanding here is they're claiming that his stream key was stolen by an Israeli hacker group that just streamed gay porn to make him look bad. So, on one hand, that is either the biggest W ever on the part of that group, and that's fucking hilarious, because fuck Nick Fuentes, that's just funny, if it's true. Or, this is damage control, and they're lying, and these screenshots, this is supposedly the Discord, I guess, of the user who is responsible. And I guess this is apparently their logo and @ is Groip Rape. As in, like, to rape groipers, which are Nick Fuentes fans. This feels so made up and designed to be like, hey, we've come up with the most, like, perfect boogeyman for, like, Nick Fuentes fans to despise. That's who is responsible for the gay porn on his stream. Unit 8200 has your data, pwned by Unit 8200. Are they called 8200? Are you a Nick intern who wants to join us? T.me, Groip Rape, we pay kindly. Listen, if this is a real group, I'm gonna be honest. Fucking based, dude. Actually quite based. Massive respect. Cozy TV is probably not a very secure website. That's probably how his shit would have leaked, if anything. I would be more disinclined to believe Nick Fuentes' explanation that this was a hacking, but Nick Fuentes is still gay. Like, even if this isn't real, he's still gay. We all know he's gay. Like, hold on. Bro, the guy is literally, like, exposed for using a blacklight to make sure his buddy wasn't having sex with women, okay? Like, what do you want? Based group, but EU Zionism? Yeah. Did you see George Santos calling him out? No, I didn't. I didn't see that, no. Hold on, I've got a perfect... can we all just, like, spam this song at Nick Fuentes? And his fans, frankly. Here we go. This shouldn't get me copyrighted. It's a parody of a real song. Here it is. Here it is.
Where is a fat cock when you need it the most?
This is the original Sus remix.
A heart-throbbing rod to fill up your butthole. If you know Madonna's real last name, or talk about football like it's lame.
This is the most 8 years ago song ever.
Cause you know that you're gay, you wanna suck cock. You say that you're straight, but we know that you're not. You are so far in the closet that you have found your Christmas presents. You know you are gay, we all know, don't lie. You should come out, I think it's really about time. You know that you're gay, you're really gay.
So, Zandy made a video a year ago about Nick Fuentes watching femboy porn. Oh yeah, I did. I vaguely remember that. Xander Hall, Nick Fuentes, femboy. Oh yeah, Nick Fuentes caught in 4K watching femboy trans porn. Wait, yeah, this has happened before. Bro's cooked. We're stealing my own content. He's radicalized many a future neo-Nazi mass shooter into becoming a groiper, which is what he calls his fans. However, the funny thing is, all of his fans, including himself, like to put on this very bizarre... This is the video that Nick Fuentes was watching. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this, obviously, but yelling against LGBT people, talking about how being trans, being gay, whatever, is degenerate and how it makes you subhuman and inherently evil and a bad person. I'll just show the image. Here you go. Here you go. All right, this is the video that Nick Fuentes was watching. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this, obviously, but it is quite hilarious that Nick Fuentes would be this hypocritical. Caught nice and gooey white-handed, I guess you could say. I'm curious how his community's going to react to this, because here's the thing. Nick Fuentes is going to deny it, no doubt. If he's talked about it yet, he's going to deny it. He's going to claim that, like, oh, it's feds are spreading it or some shit like that. Conservatives, or not conservatives, but these Nazi types specifically, are very, very good at deflecting when people call them out for their hypocrisy. They'll claim this is fake. They'll claim it's made up. They won't own it or anything like that. They're not going to make the Groiper movement suddenly super progressive. He did delete the post. This is already out, though. People know about it. I don't think he's going to be able to stop it from spreading. What I'm curious about is, do you think this is going to destroy Nick Fuentes' ability to radicalize more people into becoming... It did not. He's actually covered that up really well. I totally forgot about all this. But yeah, the dude literally accidentally left his likes open and liked trans on femboy porn, I believe it was. Like, it was a femboy and a trans girl, I think, was the porn that he was watching, if I remember correctly. I don't know. It had something to do with femboys, I'm sure, because that was, like, the thumbnail. But, yeah. What's this? Nick Fuentes streamed gay porn last night on his show. Now the gapers are claiming it was a Mossad hack. For the love of God, gapers, just accept your zaddy Fuentes is a homo. Clown emoji, laughing, crying, clown, laughing, crying, clown, laughing, crying. You know, this is the one case where I see homophobia, and I'm okay with it. You know, like if they're gonna be homophobic towards Nick Fuentes and it's going to hurt him, I'm not going to fight against it. You know, like obviously homophobia is bad, even if it's homophobia towards Nick Fuentes for being gay. But Nick Fuentes losing his career and platform is definitely good. If doing that requires him to get like a homophobic harassment squad or something, everybody hates him because he's gay, I guess, then sure. If that's what takes him down, then I don't care. Yeah, the Gapers. Gaypers. Yeah, the Gapers are going to be in chat today, guys. Like, we're going to have so many Gapers in my website or my YouTube chat spamming. We're going to have Gapers in the comments of this video. They're going to be mad. They're going to be furious about this. Well, now that we know the deal, I want to know if you guys think that this was really a hack. Like, do you guys think this was really a hack, or do you guys think this was really him accidentally leaking his porn once again, mind you? I'm curious to see what you guys think down below in the comments. Please comment as well, because it boosts the channel engagement, and that really helps a lot. Like if you haven't already. It really tells me you guys liked the video, and it boosts me just like comments do. And don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me, consider going down below into the description where I've got links to all my social media, and follow me there. And if you haven't already and you want to support me financially, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, if you want to join my fan Discord, which is the main hub of my community and my fan base, I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there, as well as announcing my new videos and streams. You can join my fan Discord through the link in the description. It's totally free, and I highly recommend it. I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Oh yeah, he also went on a date with that Catboy streamer. I forgot about that too. The fuck? There we go. Neat. I just got a really funny message. Okay. What are the chances Nick Fuentes does what Milo did and found love in the arms of an alt-right guy-hating gay man, or gay-hating gay man that created his own cult, and it collapsed when he was found out he was still gay? I don't know. Who knows? Out of curiosity, thoughts on Philosophy Tube? I don't really know. I don't watch her stuff much anymore, but it appears she's... Actually, isn't Philosophy Tube, like, full-on, like, anti-Biden? Like, don't vote for Biden train? Nearly 400 people watching and only 200 likes? We can do better than that. Like the stream. It's actually worse than that. Like, remember, guys, the proportion of people who watch anyone's content to the amount of people who like the content and engage with it, which supports it, is really low. So to give you an idea of how low the engagement rate is, we've got like, what, 200 likes, and 2,397 individual people have watched the stream so far. But out of 2,397 people, only 200 have liked so far. That is how severe the my like doesn't count, other people will like instead mindset, how widespread it is. Likes are rising. Likes rise when you call it out. But if you don't call it out, then it stays exactly the same, because by default, even when you tell them to, most people don't like. I wouldn't have found this channel if it wasn't for likes. True. You wouldn't have found, like, a lot of people who are watching right now would never have found my channel if it wasn't for the fact that people liked my videos, and then it got boosted in the algorithm, and then thus, like, into your recommended. Dang, I got called out? Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I make it a habit that, like, as soon as I watch a new video from a content creator that I enjoy, I hit that like button reflexively, you know? Like, I hit the like button, and I oftentimes, like, am not even paying attention to the video as I hit the like button. I just immediately rewind it afterwards and then start it. Because I know that if I don't do it right away, I'll forget. So I make it a habit to right away hit the like button, and I'll retract my like if I decide to later. You can always take the like away. Is the NCR flag there yet? I haven't bought it. I'm saving up for quail stuff, guys. Granted, the flag's only like 40 bucks, but, you know. I want to be able to do quail stuff as soon as I can. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me mark off... Ooh. Let me mark off the last topic in the scroll. It's backwards. Alright. Are you still gonna get capybaras after quails? I want to get capybaras. I don't know if it's legal, though. I never said I was going to do that, by the way. What? Where did you get that idea that I said I was going to get capybaras guaranteed? Like, that will happen. I promise you all. I never said that. I said I would love to have capybaras someday, but I'm pretty sure it's not even legal. Plus, you have to get multiple capybaras. You know that, right? Like, it has to be, like, 2 or 3. Because they are... Oh. Wait, hold on. I forget sometimes that a lot of you guys are autistic. And I mean this in, like, the most, like... I'm not being ableist here, but, like, unironically, having autism can make it harder to tell when someone's being sarcastic or joking. And so some of you guys might legitimately just, like, have a slightly harder time telling when I'm making a joke. Like, it's obvious to me, and maybe it's obvious to others, but less so to you. I'm sure that happens pretty often and leads to a fair amount of confusion once in a while. Just like weird stuff like that, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's usually not a big problem for me, but I get it, Zan. Oh yeah. I mean, it's different people. Different people have different like things, you know. Like for me, I sometimes just kind of, you know, I kind of like fade out and kind of like stare off into space for a little bit, not hearing or thinking anything. And then I'll snap back into it and not have heard or internalized anything said to me, and I'll have to be like, yeah, uh-huh, yeah, yep, totally, yep, yeah. It's me all the fucking time. I wonder when Nick Fuentes is going to end up with a lolcow status. The problem is that, like, I don't think a really influential right-wing pundit could ever be broadly considered a lolcow. It really does seem like that term is almost exclusively used to refer to people who are either in a part of a minority group, usually like LGBT, or who are left-wing. Like, being left-wing is the first prerequisite for, like, those communities online to consider you a lolcow, right? So, like, if you're a trans person on the internet, you've immediately gained lolcow status to a large portion of people online that are going to treat you as if you're no different than, like, Chris Chan, right? Not always, though. Like, Boogie isn't left-wing, Ethan Ralph isn't left-wing. They're, like, Nick Fuentes has his own hate communities within, like, the Kiwi farmer sphere or whatever. So, it's not all consensus. Quentin Reviews is considered a lolcow, according to someone I used to talk to. The title is Losing Meaning, IMO. It really takes, like... It takes 3 things to guarantee being a lolcow online, okay? If you have these 3 things, it is practically impossible for the internet not to consider you a lolcow. being left-wing or part of the LGBT community, being overweight, and or having monetary problems that require you to, like, rely financially heavily on, like, a consistent stream schedule. Those three things are the combo that lead to the internet making someone into a lolcow. Those three things. Autism too? Yeah, I mean, generally, like, you could package it up, but, like, if you have those three things, the internet's going to go after you. Being, like, LGBT, trans, left-wing, whatever, like, being overweight, and having, like, any issues with money that require you to, like, e-beg online or something. Those three things combined, you will guaranteed end up a lolcow. Yeah, you could list, like, 1,000 different people who are considered lolcows, and they all meet those criteria. That's probably the most, like, basic you can, like, state it. There are other people, too, that don't meet those criteria. Like, it's a wide variety, but yeah. What the fuck is a lolcow? A now very popular term that originated in online, mostly right-leaning forums centered around the archiving, stalking, and occasional harassment, and even doxing and swatting of, like, certain internet figures that are viewed as someone who you could milk for lols, like a cow. And, this is typically, like, because it is such a mean-spirited, like, culture, community, and pastime, there's a very, like, by default, like, sort of not even correlation equals causation necessarily, but just a very strong overlap of, like, if you are someone who is interested in lolcow culture, you are almost certainly right-wing. Not guaranteed, not always, but you are almost certainly right-wing. Because that sort of mean-spirited kind of, like, culture and vibe is just, it attracts more conservatives than it does progressives, you know? Progressives tend to be soft and all, squeaky clean, not the kind of culture that attracts those kinds of people, you know? So while lolcow stuff has gotten to the point, like, the idea of, like, trolling lolcows and stuff has gotten pervasive and popular enough that, like, it's not necessarily a Nazi or right-wing thing anymore. It is still something that I think acts as a gateway to right-wing politics for a lot of normie-leading people. And it has a very strong essence of conservatism, right? Like, the idea is if somebody is, like, deserving of harassment, right? And that's a very much a relatively conservative idea, you know? At least modern conservative idea. Oh no, they attract hella normies. What do you mean? If you think that, like, Wings of Redemption rage videos aren't, like, I'm not even joking. It doesn't matter who you talk to, they know about Wings of Redemption. He's one of the OGs in, like, of the lolcow thing. I don't know, it doesn't matter who you talk to. If you ask someone who Chris Chan is, they've heard the words Chris Chan before. That is how pervasive the culture is. You can't escape it, because if people are into it, they dog whistle it, and it becomes a meme, and it, like, people repeat the meme without even realizing it. Like, how long did you guys know the Sonichu medallion by sight before finding out what it was? I had seen the Sonichu medallion dozens of times for years before I ever found out what it was or what the story behind it was. No, Markiplier is not considered a lolcow. A thing that like, kind of precludes you from being a lolcow is having money. Like, if you have enough money that you could just retire from the internet in an instant, and, like, it would be fine, like, you would live a life of luxury, like, it doesn't matter. The, like, the fun part of it for people, online that do that kind of thing is the idea that they have a hostage audience of sorts, right? Like, they control somebody every day, and that person has to come back online to make a living, right? So for them, it's a simple fun pastime of harassing somebody on the internet for lulz. But for the other person who's receiving it, they gotta come back the next day and continue to deal with it to make a living. And if they don't deal with the trolling well, they could hell, have a meltdown on stream that causes like a massive unsub wave, right? Like that's what the trolls want. The trolls are poking at you, trying to like fuck with your morale, so you'll get angry or say or do something that upsets your audience or puts off your audience, and thus puts you in a worse position, thus making you more like beholden to being online, where they can keep you a hostage troll target, right? That's how they operate. I didn't know about the Chris Chan stuff because shoving the medallion in their ass, yeah, that was really fucked up, yeah. C-Chan is a special case, though, because of the derealization. Yeah, Chris Chan is the person who is the nexus of the lolcow cultural, like, trend. All of that culture and community came from Chris Chan. It all started with Chris Chan. Chris Chan's story goes back to before the internet. When you watch, I've seen the documentary, when you watch like the Geno Samuel Chris Chan documentary, the story starts in the early 90s, before the internet was a thing, before Chris Chan was online, with like eyewitness testimony with evidence of like women who would be sexually harassed by Chris Chan around town. Like when Chris Chan was working, Chris Chan worked multiple jobs before like getting onto the internet, and there are women that have come out with like confirmed evidence of having been sexually harassed by Chris Chan, going back to college, going back to just when Chris Chan was working as like random jobs around town and would sexually harass every woman that went by and get fired for it because like they're literally a sex pest. Like they cannot exist around women without sexually harassing them. It's why they transitioned, admittedly, is because they want to open up their dating market to like lesbian women. The quote is, "I became a woman so I could more easily find a boyfriend-free girl who's a lesbian," was the quote. So yeah, it's that person is the origin of it all, and considering Chris Chan is like pretty much, if you took every made-up right-wing stereotype meant to defame and slander trans people, and like combined them into a person, someone who is like actually not trans or dysphoric and just pretending to be trans in order to admittedly, by their own mission, get access to lesbian women. Like, that is literally a TERF conspiracy theory, and Chris Chan is doing it. Chris Chan is also, like, just not a very, like, stable person in their behavior. Of all people, Keffels recently did an interview with Chris Chan that was, like, awful, like, really bad. And, I mean, this is her. This is her. And, yeah, just sort of the personification of, like, what the right lies about trans people and says about trans people to make people hate them. And so when this is the person who's the origin of that community, it's hard for there not to be a sort of default political bias towards the right, towards, like, transphobia, you know? Like, it feels like at this point 40 to 50% of lolcows, quote-unquote, are just trans people. Chris Chan is a truly awful person, though. Like, a genuinely, genuinely awful person who is, like, sexually harassed more women than Donald Trump, I would bet. Like, I would actually bet my life that Chris Chan has sexually harassed and groped more women than Donald Trump has. Including their own mom, yes, raped their own mom. Who had dementia, or has dementia. Do we consider Chris Chan trans? The problem is, if it depends on what your metric for trans is. If your metric for trans is simply somebody identifies as a gender different from the one they were assigned at birth, and it's as simple as that, then yes, Chris Chan is trans. But if your metric for trans is that somebody has some sort of internal motivation that is, like, more so than, like, an external selfish motivation, like wanting to have sex with women, like there's some kind of internal motivation that makes you want to identify as a gender different from that which you were assigned at birth, or a sex different from that which you were assigned at birth, if that's what you think makes someone trans truly and not just simply identifying for the hell of it, for fun even, then, or an external motivation that could even be selfish, then no, you wouldn't think Chris Chan is trans. The fact is, though, there are a lot of segments of the left right now A large segment of the left has no idea that Chris Chan has outright admitted that her only motivation for transitioning is to have sex with lesbian women. And thus, if you speak about Chris Chan with that in mind, they will see what you say about her, and they will get upset. So if there's very common cases where you'll say, oh, did you hear what Chris Chan did? You mean her? And it's like, okay, whatever, her, she, it's like, okay, like that interaction, right? And it's like, it depends on what you consider trans. Personally, I'm a little mixed on it. I would honestly say, if someone's reasons for identifying as trans are malicious, then fuck their identity. A good example would be the hypothetical that Nazis give you when they say, well, if someone can identify as a deer, then what if they want to identify as the N-word? And their pronouns are the first half of the N-word, and then their other pronoun is the second half of the N-word. What about then? Well, the answer is like, oh, well, no, fuck them. Then they're just racist. Like, their identity isn't valid. Like, if some Nazi wants to say their pronouns are the N-word, they can go fuck themselves. I'm gonna misgender them. Fine. Like, if they are being malicious, then, like, I would make that argument about Chris Chan. The problem is so few people are aware of the fact that Chris Chan has admitted to being, like, what's the TERF conspiracy theory? Like a man in a wig just trying to have sex with lesbians or whatever. Like, the fact that Chris Chan has admitted to being that is knowledge that is not known by a lot of the online left. And so a lot of the online left will come out to support Chris Chan's trans identity just because they see it as like a trans person who may be a bad person, but their identity should not be the thing that's under attack if they're trans. The thing is, you could argue that like Chris Chan's actually an autogynephiliac, not a trans person. So it's like you're defending. You are lumping in Chris Chan with the trans community, not the other way around. In a way, if you're defending that, I don't know. The trans-trender theory, there's like one person in the universe that these like far-right conspiracies are true about, and it's Chris Chan. And every single one of those conspiracy theories are true about Chris Chan. Like, I cannot emphasize enough, there is a 60-part, multi-hour per part long documentary breaking down Chris Chan's story, and the documentary isn't caught up yet. It started like a decade ago or something, and it's not caught up. I know it sounds obsessive and insane, and it kind of is, but there's something kind of like beautiful about that at the same time, that there's a high production value documentary about this fucking crazy person who is a sex pest, who is a rapist, who's fucking like has no connection with reality. At first, it was a somewhat innocent quote-unquote motivation, but from there it spiraled and quickly became a far-right stalking Nazi manipulation whatever group. Yeah, it's horrible stuff. It's a car crash you can't look away from. It's like a train crash, right? Like, if you guys might shit talk the existence of that documentary, but if I showed you 5 minutes of it and then went to pause it and turn it off, you'd be like, no, wait, can we watch the rest? You know, like you'd get hooked after 5 minutes and be like, I need to know more. Chris Chan got out of jail due to the fact that the charges were dropped due to Chris Chan serving the maximum amount of time in jail that would have been sentenced, right? So when you are given federal charges, your federal charges are like whatever sentence you get, like however many years in prison or whatever, the amount of time you spend in jail waiting for your court date and whatnot, and up until that point are included in that time you've done, because you've done that time, you've been in jail in that time, it's not in prison. And so Chris Chan, before the court date, spent as much time in jail as was the maximum for raping your dementia-ridden mother, apparently. And thus, because, like, they couldn't have given any further charges, like any further time, they just gave house arrest. And so Chris Chan's on house arrest, and the charges are not really dropped, but, like, there's not going to be, any prison time or jail time from here on out, for some fucking reason. So yeah, it's pretty insane. Anyway. Slashy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, how do Kiwi Farms types cope that Nick Fuentes is being treated as a joke by normies? There's no way they can make a fantasy that cannot be considered a joke, right? I mean, they're deluded. They want to love their guy. They want to love their little guy, and they don't want Nick Fuentes to be gay, you know? Like a gay Latino man being the most prominent neo-Nazi in the world, their community is in shambles if that's true, so they can't accept the truth. Anyway, Leverworm, thank you so much for the $5 donation as well. I really appreciate that. Based in Pog said, I played a bit of Ghost of Tsushima on PC, Zan, and it's running pretty smooth so far. Nice, nice. I really want to get some new PC hardware down the road. I need a new SSD, a new desk, a mouse pad, and a new graphics card. That's really all that's holding me back right now. I honestly wouldn't mind getting more RAM, too. Like, Rust maxes out my 32 gigs of RAM, believe it or not. Like, I am literally at the edge, you know? Like, when I enter certain areas, it hits 100 and freezes up my game. I literally might need to go all the way to 64 gigs. Just for Rust. Just to play Rust. What's your graphics card, Zan? When I started streaming, it was fantastic. It was the top of the line. The RTX 2080 Ti. Now, though, it's good. It gets the job done. It's strong. But boy, does it chug on certain things. Like, certain indie games in particular. Modern indie games, what I like to play, like your things like Tarkov, Rust, DayZ, like your poorly optimized, modern, high graphical quality indie games, those are the games that it chugs on. And that's what I want to play. Zan, decrease your mesh quality and shadow distance, also textures. Okay, chat. If any of you here play Rust, and I mean if you play Rust, okay, like even if you're a little new, I'm fine with bringing you in. I play Rust, 600 Flames, DM me on Discord. Think of me like Nick Fury, and you're Tony Stark. I want to talk to you about something called the Avenger Initiative, okay? I'm building a team, okay? I've already got 8 people that are all my, like, outside of stream friends. And, I'm gathering people. And if you play Rust, or you have Rust, and you want to join us, even if you're a fucking farmer, even if all you can do is hit trees and rocks and just bring the stuff back to base to put into chests, you are valuable, and we need you. We fucking need you, okay? I want to build a goddamn army in Rust, alright? DM me on Rust, or DM me on Discord if you're interested. I'll check my DMs after stream. We have made a Discord server for this group already, and I want to continue to, like, shill for it, to grow it. And I want to make just an absolutely colossal clan to dominate Rust official servers. To tell you the truth, at the amount of people we already have, we've gotten to the point where we zerg at people so persistently that live around our base that they end up coming to us naked saying, guys, can you please stop killing me? I give up. I surrender. Can we just be friends? Like, I won't attack you, you won't attack me. And we're like, yeah, okay. Sounds good. You know what? Yeah, sounds good. We'll do that. And that's what we literally have serfs. I'm not joking. Like, in our giant fortress in the middle of this big open field near water treatment, we have a bunch of little bases around us, and all of the people living in them are our serfs, who, like, if anyone wanders in and shoots us, they get fucking wailed by our neighbors. And if we need anything, like wood or anything, our neighbors come to us and offer us stuff because they are so scared that once we have guns, we'll turn on them. Because they're solos and duos, and they know that the 9 of us will just annihilate them with sheer numbers once we've got guns, and they'll have no chance. So they know for a fact the only way to get by as a solo or a duo or a trio on this server with us around is to be friendly with us. And we're not going to fuck them up. We want our serfs to continue giving us stuff and acting as like a line of protection from the outside world in our base. And we built like a little neighborhood on like the biggest Rust official server right now. Near the edge of the map, Rockfire, near the edge of the map-ish. We're like middle of the like edge and of the center, like average like deepness into the island, if that makes sense. So you become a warlord? I want to become a warlord, yes. DM me on Discord, and I will invite you to the Discord server. and I will from there, like, have Ethan probably get you set up with, like, just getting connected, bagged in, get the codes and stuff for everything. We've even recruited a few of the people that were originally our serfs to join the clan straight up. Like, one guy was a solo who lived right next to our base, and Ethan and Stu killed him so many times that, like, they killed each other dozens of times, but Ethan and Stu just kept killing him and killing him and killing him, that he eventually became our best buddy, and for, like, a day, anytime we had trouble, he showed up with a fucking SAR and, like, lasered whoever we had problems with. And now he's in our clan. We added him to the group, we gave him codes, he's in the Discord, he hasn't betrayed us. He's one of us now. He didn't like the solo life, he wanted friends to play with, so now he's one of us. We're domesticating people. Yeah, we killed him until we made him our friend. Yeah, we like fucking railed him until he submitted. That's awesome. Rust is literally the best game ever. Hold on. My favorite Rust content is my favorite Rust content is from this guy. He's an Australian YouTuber named Stimpy. I'm gonna let you guys take a good long look at his thumbnails. You guys tell me when you figure it out. If you haven't noticed, every single one of these thumbnails is a gay porn screenshot that he has cropped so that, like, they're wearing, like, the armor and clothes and have the weapons from the game. And, like, you can tell that this is from, like, a gay porno, but it's him pumping a shotgun, and he looks like that because he's got an arrow through his head, like because it's Rust. And this guy, you can tell, is about to get fucked in the ass, but they put, like, the clothing from the game on him and gave him some scrap and components, put, like, the spikes trapped through him, and gave him a water pipe, and he's laying dead outside of a base instead of being ready to get fucked in the ass. And this guy is actively getting fucked, but here he's falling. He's actually getting fucked in the ass, but they put him in road sign armor, and he's falling from the sky in the thumbnail. All of his thumbnails are all, like, extremely edited into the Rust content. You know what's happening in this one. Gay porn screenshots. I've been begging my editor to start making my thumbnails like this. I have been begging Ethan, just because I've just been begging Ethan to subject himself to hours of gay porn and just staring at the images to edit thumbnails like this. I feel like if it was like, imagine I've got a video and it's like Ben Shapiro in this position. Like, imagine it's like, I don't know, reacting to Destiny, debating Ben Shapiro, and it's like an image of, like, a dude fucking another dude in the ass, but it's like they're edited to be wearing suits, and it's, like, cut down from below the waist, so you can't really tell what's happening, and it's got Destiny and Ben Shapiro's head on them, so it's like Destiny fucking Ben Shapiro in the ass, and it's like debate review is the thumbnail. That is the way I want all my thumbnails to be, and I am begging my editor every day to start doing it, but he just won't. He says it's too much work, but one day we're gonna pull it off, and my thumbnails are gonna be the best on YouTube, the best in the political landscape. This is hilarious. Also, Zan, why not hire Stimpy's editor to make you thumbnails? I couldn't afford them, I'm sure. They're so fucking funny. Well, let me see. What's a good Stimpy video to give you an idea of what Rust is like if you don't know? Oh, this is DayZ. My bad. Hold on. Let's see.
Well, this...
He does the self-promo at the start. Blah, blah, blah. Little Rust Stunlock. I love this YouTuber.
The 3rd of May. Anyway, on to the video.
Join me in Rust, or you are cringe.
Yeah, you gowan mutt. I like my servers just how I like my men. Freshly wiped. I don't even know what that means. Anyway, yeah, the server wiped like 20 minutes ago, so we should have some luck. Is that my base? That sounds like my base.
He's an Aussie. Yeah, he's... I can't do an Australian accent.
You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?
How are you, mate? Come out, you pussy. Chuck us something. I'll help you.
Oh, fuck it. What have I got to lose?
This is the funniest game ever made, by the way. Everyone can talk to each other in proximity chat, and it's just so funny.
Good night, everyone. Thank you all for your support.
We're built right next to the gas station, so let's start milking.
Why is Rust gay and aggressive, by the way? Oh yeah, I don't know why, but like, being gay on Rust is the meta. Like, if you just start, like, moaning into your mic, like you're being pleasured when people shoot at you, it actually makes their aim worse, and they hit their shots less often, and you're more likely to survive. Like, if the second you get shot at, you just go, I'm not gonna even imitate it, but you do your best, like, you know the porn star moan, the meme porn star moan? If you do that, like your best one, over and over again when you get shot at, their aim will be worse. It does work. It is the meta.
Oh no, you killed me.
I hate the fact that I can't be a woman in Rust. Hold on a moment. One of the people in my friend group is a trans woman who is currently using her femme voice to manipulate men on the server who are desperate, horny, and lonely into acting as our serfs. I don't know if you're aware of this fact, but we currently have multiple dudes who think they're getting femboy thigh pics from somebody in our group who's just getting, like, images looked up from, like, Tinder, so they can't be image reverse searched, and convincing them and manipulating them into farming a sulfur and shit. We are bad people on Rust, guys. Like, we are manipulating people, catfishing, breaking people's hearts. Like, I will literally catfish someone and make them think that they're going to, like, I'll scam people in Rust. I'm a bad person on that game. I've been a good person on Rust for far too long. The second I started acting like a bad person, my survivability rating went up so significantly. Rust is like Game of Thrones. The best way to ensure longer survival is to be the most villainous piece of shit you can possibly be.
Psych. Whoa, what the hell? He's got 3 guns on him. My boy must have hit some military crates.
I love this game so much.
No way. I just seen it. GG's.
Oh, this kid was good about it. That kid was chill about it.
Lobotomy. Oh, right in his bald spot too. Oh. Sounds like he just came in his jockstrap.
All happiness that is gained in this game is taken from others. That is what Rust is about.
Bro, Mom's lied through, bro. Mom's lied. I hope you lie.
It's always the best when the guy that you just, like, knocked and is laying on the ground dying starts screaming slurs, and you can just, like, blast them in the head with a crossbow, because you know they're mad and they're racist, and you just go, night-night. It's so satisfying when you pop some guy who's just screaming the N-word in the head as he's just laying helpless on the ground looking up at you, as you just take all of his loot out of his inventory while still alive. He sees his loot going away as he's laying on the ground and you're looting him, and then he'll just be screaming slurs at you, and you just go, oh, that's very nice, cool. And then when he runs back naked to try to kill you, you just go, oh, he's coming back. All right, one moment. All right. You know, just hit him. You know, you dome him from across the field as he's running back to get his body. And now you know which direction he came from. So now you know where he lives. So now you know where that asshole lives, and you can raid him later. God, I love Rust.
Jesse, thanks, bro. Well done. You must be really proud of yourself.
You know what? I'm about to say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
Watch out. He's got water pipe out. He's watching that door.
Man, shut your dumb ass up.
No.
Yes.
Oh, just shit, bro. I shit every week. Oh my god, I need to go.
I need to go clean up my fucking gamer chair, dude. Holy shit, bro. Actual.
I really need to play some Rust on Oceanic servers where the Australians are. These people are hilarious.
Feces everywhere. Turds on the floor.
Some of the details are a little disturbing.
Look what's going on, Mo. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Many, 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 many men. I don't cry no more. I don't look to the sky no more.
What in oblivion is that?
Fuck you,
I
chicken.
love this game so much.
Oh, fucking get absolutely dropped.
Zan, I can't breathe and it's your fault. Yes, this YouTuber is great and so is this game. Get Rust and play it with me. Stop with the Pog Rust gameplay. It's so good. God. Remember though, guys, all happiness in Rust is taken from others, and you are going to have a lot of happiness taken from you for possibly thousands of hours before you get to take a lot of happiness from other people. Stimpy is so great. I love him, yeah. Hey, Zan, just wanted to say I want to thank you for being such a cool streamer. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. So much so that you've inspired me to make my own commentary channel, technically remotivated, but still, you've literally made me want to make YouTube videos for the stuff I like, and I'm currently making one right now for my favorite show, so thank you. You're so cool. You're such a cool and awesome person. Aw, thank you, Mystical X Angel. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Those words really mean a lot. But no wonder it was 2022 when you mentioned capybaras are legal to have as pets in Washington. Huh. Maybe it was years ago. I don't know. I know it's legal to have them as a pet, like, if you have a, like, wilderness, like, rehabilitation license, but I don't want to have to get that. I might want to join Rust. DM me on Discord. I might even make a singular channel in my Discord that is like a Rust applications channel where you just post your application, like however many hours you have and stuff. Like, it's not going to be important, but just because Ethan will be able to go over and see what you're all about. And yeah, we want to build a massive group. I want to have like a Zerg that is fucking scary. So yeah, if you want to play with us, then please consider joining. It's totally free. Obviously, I'm not going to charge you guys to play the game with me because it's a fucking Rust. I don't care how many hours you have. You'll be able to join. Even if you have one moment and all you can do is just farm for us, you are going to be valuable. And it's going to be fun just to hang out in VC and chat, right? Like, even if you're just a farmer, you'll be able to just sit in VC, farm trees and rocks, take it back to base, know that you're helping, and you're going to get to chat in VC and just be part of the group. And when we raid, we're going to give you a full metal kit and a gun, and you're just going to be another body. Like, when it's time to raid, it's all about the amount of bodies we have shooting and, like, acting as, like, a scary force moving into an area. So it doesn't matter if you can't hit the broadside of a barn. I couldn't for a long time. The extra bodies are what we need. The way we're going to break things up is that I'm going to be a commander of a squad. Ethan's going to command a squad. Hash is going to command a squad. And we might, depending on if we need more people, we'll continue to assign squad leaders, mostly assigning them to the most trusted and high-skilled players. Because I want to build up to the point where it's like, we need, like, entire squad leaders to have their own, like, groups, and we're going to have to build separate bases around different areas and build, like, trade routes and shit, you know? You should make a militia tree. I kind of want to join now, but can't right now because my pewter is shit. Well, if your computer can even slightly run the game, like, you don't even need to be able to hit crazy flicks and be competitive in PvP. If you can farm and just have fun hanging out in the base and building and running around and looking at stuff, if you can run the game at like 25 to 30 FPS, you can farm and be part of the group, and it's worth it. You can turn down your settings too. Subzan, I just bought me some... Oh, by the way, neat thing about Rust is that turning your settings down to the minimal amount is actually an advantage to you. like a player will be hiding in the bushes thinking you totally can't see them, and if you've got all your settings down, they're just standing in the middle of a blank open field for you, and you're just like, the fuck is that guy doing? Bang, 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 and you just loot his ass. So if you've got a worse PC and have to turn your settings down, PvP-wise, you're at an advantage. My PC is pretty decent, Zan. Just got to be able to afford the game, that's all. I hope a lot of you guys are able to own Rust, because I would love to get a lot of people together for it. I definitely couldn't stream the game. That's the problem. Rust can't be streamed without getting stream sniped severely. It's just, you can't stream Rust. At least not like the way that I play it. Like, maybe in the future I could stream it if I'm just going to jump onto a server real quick and, like, build a trap base and fuck with people and just have fun running around. Nothing serious. But, or if it's a private server. Or if I had, like, if I was able to play on a server where the mods would, like, I could just contact them and straight up say, guys stream sniping me, and just instantly have them kicked or banned. That's what Wellen and, like, big YouTubers that stream Rust have to do. If I could do that, that would be cool. Zan, what about Ark? Man, I've always wanted to play Ark, but it feels like it's too late to get into it. But also stream snipers in that game, right? That's a problem there too, I think. There's part 2. Yeah, I'm waiting for Ark 2. I might play that. It's never too late. They're always updating. I've tried to play it multiple times, and every server is like 2,000 days old. Average level of a mob, 400 or something. And it's like, okay, well, I would have liked to join like a freshly wiped, like day 1 server where everyone's like on there and it's new and, you know, a good experience for a new player. But, you know, I guess I waited too long is kind of the vibe I get. Potentially, but longer. It's either, well, like, he has accidentally left his likes on Twitter before, where he liked a, like, gay femboy porn video. So he's already accidentally leaked his gay porn, like, interest before, but outright, like, accidentally leaving stream on while watching porn is a whole other thing. And it seems like it's possible he got hacked, which is just hilarious if it happened, but it's also possible this is, like, damage control. And that, like, the largest neo-Nazi figure in the world is a gay Latino man, which is just hysterical. Rust is $40. It's a little expensive, but it's, listen, $60 is what it cost for a AAA game for a very long time. Rust is the kind of game that, like, to give you an idea, I have 700 hours in Rust, and I'm going to have thousands upon thousands more. People who play Rust play it for thousands of hours and still are addicted and can't get enough. It is a game with pretty much infinite replayability that never gets old because so much of it is centered around what players do. It is such a great playground for infinite stories. Like, this, what you love about Rust is the story. Like, you log into Rust, you get some gear, some asshole kills you, now you've got a nemesis. You hate that guy now. And now you're motivated by fucking destroying that guy and taking everything from him and genuinely getting revenge because you actually hate him. He is your nemesis now, and he's a real person who for the next week, 2 weeks, or even a month, depending on the server, is now your nemesis and your neighbor that is going to be, you're going to be killing each other and fucking around back and forth, hating each other. And now you want to raid him. So this wipe, your story is you want to raid that guy. Maybe in the next wipe, you find a cave base and build a cave base up, and now your whole thing is that you're just getting rich that wipe. Your whole thing is just getting as much wealth as you can. Like, there's just so many things you could do. You could build an ocean base for a wipe and just fight people on the sea. They have tugboats now you can base inside of and ride around on the ocean. So now you can outright be a pirate and just fight people on the sea and have a base on the sea exclusively, the whole wipe. It's so cool. If you keep playing on the same server, you might be allies in the next wipe. Same, yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, in the next wipe, you two might recognize each other again and be like, oh, you're still on the server? Hey, you want to be friends this time? You want to just group up and do in duo? And that could be the way your story goes. Or maybe, like, a friend of yours is like, hey, I want to get into Rust, and that wipe is you getting your friend into Rust, which is a whole different experience, because they're learning everything for the first time, and you're, like, gaining that experience through, like, by extension, like, by proxy. There are post-wipe vendettas too, you know, like your name becomes red to somebody above their head, like your name becomes red if you kill them, even if it's on a different server and wipes ago. So like you'll get shot by a guy and you'll get knocked and be like, oh, that motherfucker. And they come up to you and it's someone you haven't seen. Like you don't remember their name or recognize them, but they've got a red name, which means like maybe a year ago that motherfucker killed you too. And they're still better than you. And they're still wiping the floor with you on a different server years later. Are there peaceful servers? There are servers with no PvP if you just want to learn like the fundamental mechanics of Rust, just play the game and fight NPCs without any PvP concerns. And some of them have like PvP limits, like only certain areas allow PvP for like a little bit of a mix. But I highly recommend you just play PvP Rust. Like nothing feels like it matters if you can't lose it all. You know, what makes Rust feel so special is the fact that everything, like every death matters. If you die with like 20 minutes of farm on you, you lost 20 minutes of progress. And it's not just that you lost it, it's that someone else took it from you. They have it now and they're laughing at you. They're so full of joy as you're so full of rage, and you want to take that happiness from them and give them your rage. And that is what motivates you. That is what makes Rust so addictive, because if you get off right now, what if that guy you fucking hate has been saving up Boom? What if he's been saving up explosives, and when you get back on after you get off work, he's raided you? And now that guy you hate has really won and sent you all the way back to square one, so at best, you are days away from getting revenge. That shit is the ultimate, like, soul-crushing defeat, but you have to experience those soul-crushing defeats in order to unlock the life-changing, celebratory victories. The moments when you shoot a guy and he's got an inventory of AKs he just pulled from a raid that he was running back to base, and now you have it, and now you're running back to base with it, and your asshole is fucking clenched tight. And the second that door shuts behind you when you're in base, you're like, oh! But you're not safe 100%. Like, you're 99% of your stress is gone, but 1% of that stress is still always there, because at any moment you could hear boom, boom, boom against the side of your base, and that's people who do not like you, who want to kill you, launching rockets at your base, destroying it, coming to kill you and take everything you have. If you like that kind of stakes in a game, Rust is your kind of game. And everybody can talk in the voice chat, like in VC. So as they're blowing up your base, they're like, we're coming to get you, cunt. We're coming to get you, cunt. You're gonna fucking die. We're gonna get all your shit. We stole these explosives from you when we killed you the other day, motherfucker. We're gonna get you now. It really just, the lowest lows and the highest highs. Rust is like gambling in that way. No, Rust is anarcho-fascism, frankly. Slashy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Says, why has there not been any big budget like Netflix documentary about Christian, given how influential they are to internet communities? It's too dark of a story with too much like bad baggage to it. It's literally too dark for TV. Like people would like click on it on Netflix expecting some like Tiger King shit and be in for something way too dark and like extensive. And you need like seasons of television to cover it without like leaving out a ton of detail. Loverworm, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. Says, played. Oh, wait, I already read that. My bad. My badge. Let me update the dono goal really quick. Really fast, chat, before I start our next segment, I'm going to run upstairs and grab the Mass Gainer milkshake I made before stream out of the fridge. I prepared it before stream went live, so when it comes time for me to get all, like when I'm feeling hungry, and I can't eat on stream, I can just run upstairs and grab my shake out of the fridge, which is, by the way, 2,600 calories on its own. I'm not joking. It's a shake that is just chock full of vitamins, protein, like minerals, everything you could possibly need. It's made for like people with extreme anorexia and like cancer patients who can't keep food down, but it is the best fucking bulker for people who are trying to like get bulk, you know, who are trying to bulk for real, like bodybuilders and stuff. And so that acts as like my baseline of like 2,600 calories. I am not going I am not going calorie negative today. Once I've drank that, I'm good for the day. Like I'm not going calorie negative, even if I don't eat all day, but I do eat all day. I eat regular meals and I pack on more calories on top of that shake so that I can get into a strong, powerful calorie surplus because I'm eating a lot of food and I'm eating a massive mass gainer shake on top of that. So I am like eating close to 3,600 to 3,800 calories a day right now. And I'm feeling good, to say the least. I feel fucking good. Show? Well, I'm about to go get my shake in a second. First, I gotta read this dono, though. Alexia, thank you so much for the additional gifted subs. 2 tier 1 gifted subs to Clairvoya and Mutt Bites. I hope they appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. Said Zan, have you looked into the upcoming game called Once Human? It's basically a Lovecraft survival multiplayer. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for the recommendation, Alexia. And thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I hope they appreciate that. Very kind of you. I certainly appreciate it. Based in Pog, let me update the dono goal. You guys are being so generous today. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you. Really do appreciate it. All right, let me mark off the next topic. Oh, wait, I already did. So I got to pick what next topic we're going to cover. I think we're going to go with... Yeah, definitely that one. Definitely that one. Zan didn't read my dono. Oh, what? What do you mean? What do you mean I didn't read your dono? That's impassable. Was it through Streamlabs? Wait, no, hold on. Did it not go through? Reload page. What the fuck? I saw it, but IDK? It's not in my feed, nor can I scroll up high enough in my chat to check for it. God, I wish my chat let me scroll further. I don't know why there's a limit to how far you can scroll up. Has your carpet always been red? Yeah. I mean, since I moved into this room, the room's just, like, very lit up right now, so you can kind of tell a lot better. Plus, like, the light is right above above there, so this carpet bit here that you can oftentimes not see is a lot more red looking than this part of the carpet, which is looking a little more crimson. It's actually crimson. This isn't a red carpet, it is crimson. Zan's gonna get swole? I fucking hope so. I fucking hope so. I'd be packing those calories in. Zan, if you ever noticed this, lol, I wanted to let you know that the Fallout New Vegas Crunchy Cat meme was originally made by my friend Jolly Pirate Booty, but was stolen, re-uploaded, and he wasn't credited at all for his hard work editing Luna into the frame. Here's his actual video on his channel. Holy shit, Random Bird 380, that is crazy.
Welcome to Camp Navarro.
I never would have expected that, but it actually makes sense because this is a way higher quality version just off the bat. Like the quality is way higher. Hold on. Oh man, and the original upload has so much fewer views. Go click this and drop it a like and a view. Here, let's watch this.
Welcome to Camp Navarro. So you're the new replacement. You are out of uniform, soldier. Where is your power armor? Don't have any? You expect me to believe that, maggot? The truth is, you lost an expensive piece of Army-issue equipment. That suit is going to come out of your pay, and you will remain in this man's army until you are 510 years old, which is the number of years it will take for you to pay for a Mark II powered combat armor you have lost. Report to the armory and have a new suit issued to you. Then report back to me, Private. Dismissed.
Jesus, I love it so much. I love it so fucking much. It's so goddamn funny. Yo, Perry Icefire with the additional $5 donation. Thank you. Said, super off topic, but I wanted to ask before doing anything, can I post my Discord in your media and promos channel, trying to get numbers and activity up? Yeah, I don't mind it as long as you're not spamming it or anything like that. That's fine by me, I guess. And make sure there's nothing inappropriate in that Discord server, because that my server doesn't allow. If that server allows things that my Discord doesn't, then don't promote in there, please, because I don't. There's a reason why my Discord probably doesn't allow that thing. If it say like it's, I don't know, like posting nudes or something like that. I don't know if I want that to funnel from my server into another server that does that. Don't worry, it's not an SFW. Okay, cool. Yeah, I worry about like how any like liability could come back to me, you know what I mean? I feel like I've got responsibility there. We long ago had a horny quarantine in my Discord server, but it was just like after the sex cult drama, it was just so much like bullshit to keep it open. Like people were always like, well, he shouldn't have that channel because that could lead to bad stuff happening in his community. They were just continuously getting more and more desperate, and I was just like, okay. And I was just like, I'm deleting the horny quarantine. And then after that, if you're a gooner, it's just no tolerance. There's nowhere to quarantine you to. So if you're a gooner, you get banned. Jesus Christ, we got a groper in chat. Thank you for shouting him out, Zan. He's been super stressed about his work being stolen because it just keeps happening. Yeah, it really sucks that like everything that goes viral now can't be traced back to its original creator. People actively edit out like watermarks too. What was the sex cult drama? Just Google Xanderhall sex cult and click on the video that comes up where it's like me, like with a dungeon in the background with red text. And that'll explain everything. Basically, a bunch of lefty YouTubers got together and decided they were going to lie about me having a sex cult. And, basically, every woman that was claimed by them to be a victim came out to, like, disprove it with screenshots and evidence. Like, it wasn't even just enough that they were the people who would have supposedly been victims of this. They also provided evidence to, like, disprove the claims made via screenshots, which are included in the video. Pretty decisive disproving of a rumor about me, and also, like, I provided evidence to prove that not only did they lie, but they had malicious reason to lie and showed their motivations. So, like, yeah, it was a pretty crazy drama, but I still get shit for it to this day because people are insane. And they can't handle how right I am all the time, really. Unpaid intern, thank you for the $5. Very kind and based of you, very pog. Said, Zan, have you heard/covered Florida's proposed bill to legalize recreational weed? Amendment 3 is seeking 60% yes to move the bill forward. Link is cut off by text limit. Ah, interesting. I'll have to look into that. I'll definitely keep that in mind, and I might cover it tomorrow. Thank you for the recommendation, unpaid intern. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the $5. It really means a lot and helps a whole hell of a lot. Thank you, guys. Once again, I'm going to update the dono goal now, and I'm going to go take a quick restroom break, and then go get my milkshake. And we're going to start the next segment. I'll be right back, chat. Be patient. I'm not going anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Well, I'm going... I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. That's what I mean to say. I have returned. I have emptied my bladder, and I have obtained the sacred chocolate mass gainer milkshake. You'd be surprised, because, you know, healthy things don't tend to taste good, you know? Like, not all that often. Like, not as good as... Healthy things don't tend to taste as good as unhealthy things tend to taste. This is a healthy thing that tastes healthy, or unhealthy. It tastes unhealthy. And it's like, let me check the ingredients again to make sure this is good for me. Yeah, I mean, no, it is. This is very good for me. But like, man, it tastes like it should be bad for you. It's actually really good. Not sponsored, by the way. Like, I don't even know what the name of the company is that makes this particular stuff. I used to kickbox, and I ate a 5-minute meal that was vegan and vitamin infused. Hell yeah. Wait, Nick Fuentes ate his dog? True. Yeah. He did. Yo, Xanderhall, this video will change your life.
Fighting someone at a bar might be gayer than having sex with a man.
What?
Imagine being in a bar surrounded by beautiful women, but all you can think about is that dude in the corner who's been staring at you all night. So you walk over there and get right up in his face till you can feel his breath on your lips. You're so close you could kiss. But you're not gay, right? So you wrap your hands around his waist and drag him onto the ground with you instead. Your shirts get ripped off on the way down. It's skin on skin now. He's trying to thrust his hips out of there now, but you know who's in charge. So you keep him pinned down and spit in his face to remind him. Then your hands run up his body, and as they start to coil around his neck, 5 dudes are literally trying to peel you off this guy. But you're not gonna let that happen. Nothing's getting between you two. 'Cause he's all yours tonight.
Okay. Alright, yeah, no, getting into a bar fight is actually pretty gay. Like, I'm not gonna lie. When you put it that way, that's the gayest thing I've ever heard. Holy shit. So-called straight men describing the gayest shit ever? Well, no, straight guy humor is just saying the gayest shit ever to your buddies. Like me and my buddies are like playing Rust, and like Ethan will say to Stu, if you leave the airlock open one more time, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass. And I'm not gonna use lube. You're gonna be biting that pillow in pain, because I'm going in fully dry. Like that kind of shit. That's what we say together. Or say together. Say to each other. Like I get on VC and I'm like, yo, am I late for the Jelk sesh? Ugh. Xanderhall, also, dude, I found the guys' like main sketch channel where they aren't playing Royce or Brian. Brian. These sketches are fucking amazing.
Come on, man. It's not that bad. This might be the worst playlist ever assembled.
This is really long. I can't. We can't do really long videos and stun locks, okay? We can't do it right now. We gotta continue. We gotta move on. I've been live for 4 hours, you know? God, 4 hours goes by fast. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. I genuinely do have fun when I'm streaming. I like talking to you guys. I like catching up and hearing about what you guys have been up to, especially if it's been a day or 2 or 5 since I last streamed. Heavy Gretel, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift sub to Chanman 2019. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And I hope Chanman appreciates it too. Says, enjoy your emotes, Chanman 2019. Nice. A white name has been genocided. Thank you. Hell yeah. Let me update that dono goal really fast, and then we're going to start the next topic. You guys are so generous today. Gosh, thank you guys. Wow. You guys are being awesome. I need to buy a new mouse pad. It'll make my gameplay, like, so much better. Have you played Scarlet and Violet, Zan? I have not played... I assume you're referring to Pokemon games. That's what that sounds like. What Pokemon games did I play? I played Pokemon Go. I played... There was this PC Pokemon game that was made by fans years ago, like 2017, that I got. I believe it was free to play, and it was supposed to be like a combination of every Pokemon game at the time. Like, you could get all the generations of Pokemon, and it was multiplayer, and, like, I think it was Pokemon Uranium. I think that's what it was, Summerstar. I think it was Pokemon Uranium. I played that briefly. Like, I got a little into it. It was fun. I don't know. No, it wasn't Uranium. Oh, this would have been 2017. It was back... It was a MMO style. It was multiplayer. It was like an Poke MMO. That was what it was called. Mystical X Angel, you got it. It was Poke MMO. You found it. And, like, every generation of Pokemon was in it. It was supposed to be, like, a combination of all the games I heard. Yeah, I played that briefly. I got a little far into it. I was catching, like, fucking Pidgeys or something in the woods. And like, some random, like, earth types, grass types, and a few, like, air, sky, whatever types. Just very low level, like, basic Pokemon around the starting area. And I got a little bored of it once I realized I'd used all my fucking Pokeballs, and I shouldn't have been doing that. As it turns out, you're not supposed to catch every Pokemon that you encounter. I assumed, because I watched, like, a bit of the show, you want to catch them all. And so every time I encountered a new Pokemon, and so I restarted, made a new character, got way further, and realized, holy shit, I need to, like, I want to do this mission, but I need, like, a rock-type Pokemon to deal with this fucker that's blocking the way. Damn it. Where am I going to find a rock-type Pokemon? And I got to open up the map and go, okay, that place looks, like, cliffy and rocky and cavey. Let's go over there. And I'll go over there. It's like, okay, I found a rock-type Pokemon. Let's fight it. Let's get this thing in a Pokeball. Start a fight with it. Initiate an attack. It isn't very effective. The rock-type attacks. It's very effective. I lose at Alt F4 out of the game, never playing it again, because at that point I'm just annoyed. And then before that, I briefly, though I remember having a lot of fun, played a Pokemon game on a handheld console when I was very young. Should I sub to you or buy Rust? Buy Rust. Buy Rust and join my clan. And how old were you? When I was playing it as a kid, maybe not. No? I would have been 7 or 8. I would have been at the youngest 7. And then when I played Poke MMO, I would have been either 17 or 18. And then obviously I was 16 when Pokemon Go came out. Okay. What was the handheld when you were a kid? I think it was a DS, Balth. It had 2 screens, one above, one below. And it was like, you held it like this. It was black. It had a screen that went up like this, one that went down. I remember it having just pads to hit, buttons and pads. And I remember it being a something DS, maybe a 3DS. Sounds like a 3DS. You played Pokemon Diamond or Pearl. It was Diamond. It was Diamond. It was Pokemon Diamond. I know for a fact it was Pokemon Diamond. Hold on. The little DS and the game belonged to a woman that my mom worked with. I was at my mom's work that day, and one of her coworkers gave me her 3DS and let me play Pokemon on it. Let me see. That's a remaster looking ass. What the fuck? No, this looks too modern. This looks like it could be what I played. Yeah. This looks a lot like what I played. This here. Yeah. This looks about right. It looks like they recently, remastered them. Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Pokemon Shining Pearl. So those are remasters of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Interesting. I hate that they released 2 Pokemon games that are basically the same game, but you're paying for, like, a slightly different story and experience, is my understanding. Like, what is the reason to buy, like, Brilliant Diamond over Shining Pearl, or Diamond over Pearl? What would be the reason to play Diamond over Pearl? Or like, I don't know. Each version has different Pokemon. It's like COD. It's to encourage playing with other people. Aesthetic choice. You choose the one you like best. That's the idea. Originally, it was to promote trading between versions. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is what it was originally, right? Like, your DS could, like, hook up to another person's, and you could trade Pokemon between each other. And so if your friend had Pokemon Diamond, and you played Pokemon Pearl, and you wanted Pokemon Diamond Pokemon, you had to trade Pokemon Diamond Pokemon with a Pokemon Pearl, Diamond player, and if they wanted Pearl Pokemon, they had to trade with you. So there was an encouragement to, like, trade Pokemon with each other because you had your side of the roster and had to play with someone else and trade with someone else at the other side of the roster to get the other side of the roster. It wasn't like we're locking you out of content based on what game you've played. It's like, this is the mechanic, is that you picked your team, like what side of the game you want to play, essentially, and you get the other content from interaction with real-life people. That was cool. That went hard as fuck. I remember that. Man. Alrighty. Let's get ready for the next segment. Yeah, no, like, the Pokemon hate is not, like, the Pokemon hate has always been, at every stage, deranged. Going back to when it was, like, satanic panic shit, you know? Oh my gosh. Damn, YouTube. There we go. Okay. And bringing up the next segment.
The moral regression.
Whoa! Spoilers! Spoilers! Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Guys, me and Willie Mac Show, we don't agree on everything. Though I will say, I feel like I've agreed with him more often lately than ever, considering my introduction to him was when we had a debate. And, the consensus is that I won that debate. He's not a debater or anything. He doesn't, like, do debates or pride himself in debates. Though despite that, he still railed the fuck out of Hassan. Hilarious, by the way. It really gives perspective. Like, you can be just someone who does not do debates, does not care for it, and just go on, and Hassan will fall apart, because he is not good at defending his ideas. Regardless, though, Willie Mac Show, not perfect, obviously. I know, I'm only saying this because I know a lot of you guys will be like, why is Zan watching a Willie Mac Show video? He did this and that. And it's like, yeah, I know he did this and that. I don't like that he did this and that. However, objectively speaking, his content on Hassan has been on the mark. I'll admit that I have a personal bias against Hassan, though I don't really know if it's personal. It's more of just a political bias, actually. I'm gonna be honest, ever since Hassan's, like, constant defense of Russia during the Ukraine invasion, I can't get behind the guy. I really do hate him after that. Like, you have to understand, you know how right now we're getting constant videos and footage of, like, children and families being killed by the IDF in Gaza? and that's like motivated a lot of hatred towards Biden. In the same way, when Hassan was doing that, there were constant videos of the Russians just airstriking and blowing up apartment complexes filled with families, rolling over cars with children in them with tanks. There was the entire he literally was playing into Russian misinfo about like the Bucha massacre, where there was this little town street area that was just like one day you look at the satellite footage, empty street, right? Next day, after the Russians came through and took the area from the Ukrainian army, there is just bodies in the street. Hands tied behind their backs, bullets in their heads, dead in the street. Men, women, and children. I believe the forensic evidence found signs of sexual assault on the women and children, too. On their bodies. So, like, when Hassan then proceeded to play defense nonstop for Putin and Russia, down to the point of saying the Crimean annexation was justified, and no matter how bad you feel about it, it feels to me like if someone just outright said, nah, man, what Israel's doing to the Palestinian people right now, completely justified. Nah, man, it's justified. No, okay, well, maybe it's not justified, but it's not for no reason. Okay, maybe it is, okay, well, maybe it is, like, just constantly, like, walking it back to, like, less and less, like, offensive positions, but because Ukraine isn't the thing right now that everyone's talking about, people just let Hassan off the hook for this for some reason. I don't know why. Regardless, though, Willie Mac Show put a new video out a few days ago, and I haven't even seen it yet, and I really want to see it. So I figure we might as well watch, like, the first good bit of it together. I usually have a good bit to add when Willie Mac Show covers this stuff. He is a master at gathering evidence, clips, and just, like, putting together everything. But I feel, I mean, maybe it's better that he says less than I would say, because I'm long-winded and sometimes get, like, lost in the weeds, and I think his videos are better concise and digestible. But I feel like they're perfect for watching and adding on to with extra arguments and stuff. Like, I've got a little extra political knowledge he might not have, like, access to or know about that, you know, I could be like, oh, and on top of that, this is extra stupid because, you know? So, yeah. Hassan is a CCP apologist for their actions in Hong Kong, Tibet, and, isn't that the capital of, Hong Kong? I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know how it's pronounced, I'm not even gonna try, I'm gonna butcher it. I can't. I know so little about, like, geography of, like, China and the countries and regions that they consumed. Because, like, you gotta remember, a lot of everything, it's like, okay, imagine this is China, like, the general shape of China. I'm trying for it here. Everything around this bit of China, like, this bit, has been fucking, like, basically just stolen. Just straight up stolen. That's where the Uyghur Muslims are. My bad. That's up there, where the land that I was just talking about that was stolen. Literally, what I'm talking about. Up there, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Not only that, there aren't, like, the Uyghur Muslim population literally subjected to non-stop, like, no matter who they are, where they live, what their criminal record is, it doesn't matter. If you are a Uyghur Muslim person and you live in China, you live under constant surveillance as if you are some kind of, like, second-class citizen, right? Like, the best case scenario you can hope for is they've got security cameras outside your front door so they can track everywhere you go throughout the day until you get home. Because that's how the police track people these days, is they use footage from cameras. Yeah, anyway. And, of course, the concentration camps, yeah. There's footage. There are footage. The reports involve the use of, cattle prods on workers made to manufacture things in these facilities. Here's an image where several men seem to have been identified by name. This is one of the images that comes up of the camps. They're all made to wear jumpsuits and sit in single file, in a fenced-in area while armed guards patrol. They're just rounded up, forced to work, re-education, hard labor, and these are men who have been identified via photos that have managed to be taken. The Chinese government does not admit that this exists. And Hassan follows what the Chinese government says. Let me see if I can find some more images. A lot of it has been like drone footage and what have you. Which means that there's not really much that you can see, right? Although, one of the scariest things has been this image. You don't have to look long at this image to know what this is. This is satellite footage of that region in China. This is 2015. This is 2018. Within just a few years, they've built the base of a camp. And by 2020, like, this is how many people they are processing into this facility, that it's grown this much, this fast. Look how quickly these camps sprouted up. In 5 years, 2015 to 2020, this is what they built to accommodate the sheer amount of people they are holding in 5 years. Guys, it's fake. The Chinese State Department said so. Listen, when you ask me why do I hate Hassan, why do I think that he is worse than Destiny? It's because even if Destiny is a genocide denier, Hassan is denying so many genocides right now that the amount of genocide he's denying is actually more genocide than Destiny is denying. So yeah, no, I would say that Hassan is worse than Destiny. Hassan wins the mid-off. But Xanderhall, USA has also done bad things in the past, so China gets this one on the house. Yeah. Listen, for a lot of, like, left-leaning people, to be honest, like, any act of military action will be, like, intolerable in many cases. I think a lot of, like, the modern left would have been against the US getting involved in World War II. Unironically.
Don Piker is the most prominent left-leaning streamer online. His debate resume includes Asmongold, a 16-year-old Israeli kid, and me, where his only defense for his continually poor reporting is saying it's all out of context.
The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay?
Willie Mac Show beat Hassan. So, like, this is, like, my mindset, right? So if I scale past Willie Mac Show, or at least I did when we first debated, and Willie Mac Show scales past Hassan, doesn't that mean I easily scale past Hassan? I don't know. You guys think about it.
Okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's a developing story.
Like, you know I like his buddy. He's just there, like, stressed the fuck out, like, not even wanting to be a part of this. Like, why the fuck am I here just hitting his vape?
Say this stuff.
Especially if it's a developing story. If I misspeak, apparently you can use it in your commentary as though it's, like, super serious. So, anyway.
I didn't name one example that I did that.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos, so.
Yeah, so don't make shit up.
Yeah, Hassan's okay, can I tell you guys something that Hassan likes to do? And I feel like a lot of communities in the online left do this too much, okay? Hassan has built this, like, audience of people who he has taught this idea that if anyone criticizes him or calls him out and they do it for a certain set of reasons, then they must be some conservative incel weirdo. And so when Hassan can't argue against, like, Willie Mac Show is not coming onto the stream to argue with Hassan that Israel is good. Willie Mac Show didn't go on to stream to argue with Hassan that, like, trans people are bad. Or that, like, kids shouldn't have access to hormone blockers or anything like that. No issues that have to do with left or right. Willie Mac Show went on to confront Hassan about his spreading of misinformation. Hey Hassan, you said with your full chest that this thing happened. Here is an overwhelming amount of evidence that it didn't happen. Not only that, but that you actually should have known it didn't happen, and I think you were lying. And his response to that is to quiver and cry, and then to appeal to his audience to say, this right-wing freak just, he's obsessed. Don't give him any clout. He's obsessed. Hassan can't engage with his, like, detractors. He can't. When he does, he always gets steamrolled. If it's anyone who knows his game, he gets steamrolled. Relevant clip of Hassan speculating. I love this video. It's so good. Oh my god.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit?
I watch that like once a month, honestly. I'm not even lying, dude. I watch that once a month, bro. I watch that shit too regularly. It's so fucking funny. The Attack on Titan music just, it's perfect. Anyway, back to it.
He's very critical of other people's debating skills. His grand advice to Destiny when debating Ben Shapiro was to call Ben a fascist.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is why you need to be a little bit more educated, okay? He's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. What do you...
Guys, I'm gonna hit y'all with a uncomfortable truth about making content that that appeals to an audience. Chat, how many of you would say that, like, the idea behind the type of content, like, the idea behind left-wing content getting out there, getting popular, getting a lot of views, getting a lot of support, right? The point of that is so that people who aren't left-wing, who are perhaps even far-right, will stumble upon that content and potentially have their minds changed by it because they'll be exposed to arguments in a way that they might have only been arguments they've only been explained in a, like, sort of straw-manned and poorly represented way by conservative demagogues will then be represented by the actual people who believe them in a good way. So it's like, you might be some 14-year-old chud who's only ever seen, like, feminism discussed from crazy ranting, like, there were, to be fair, a few videos of, like, feminists having meltdowns in public. There was, like, one famous one where a lady threw a trash can through a window and screamed about the patriarchy. Maybe it was an op, I don't know. Regardless, if that's been your conception of feminism, and you stumble across an H. Bomber Guy video, where he's talking about, like, misogyny being bad, but in, like, a funny, measured, not taking it super seriously almost kind of way, but, like, holy crap, I didn't know this stuff. Like, I'm having fun, I'm laughing, this video's, like, entertaining, but I'm also, like, kind of being faced with some realities that I didn't consider before. Like, that's important. That is the point, I think, of this content. That's what I hope it is doing. Let me show you guys something. All right, let me show you guys something. Hassan is the largest content creator in all of the online left, right? I believe this is his YouTube channel. Is it? Is this his Twitch or his YouTube? Followers. Okay, so this would be Twitch. Okay, so this is Hassan's Twitch stats. Just to give you, like, this is his big platform. This is, like, where he is. This is where his shit is at. Take a look at this. Sure, he's still got the A+ grade because he's one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, but followers for the last 30 days is just 10K. It's down by 870% over the last month. And it's been continuously on this track for months and months and months and months and months. He's losing followers more so than gaining. Now, to give you some perspective, and, like, I'm not, like, a fan of this fact, but I think it's important that we look at what's working and what's not. Look at Destiny's Social Blade. He's gaining 1,000 new subs to his getting close to 1 million sub channel every few days. as Hassan's brand of socialism, quote unquote, is dying and the online left is dying out, neoliberalism, or just liberal soak-dem politics like Destiny's, are winning out. The online left has an extremely bad reputation, and even people that are marginally progressive don't want to be associated with it after years and years of, like, shit like, oh, the cancel culture, like, all that stuff. And granted, there was a bit of cancel culture, but whatever it is that Destiny's up to seems to be having a far more impactful channel-growing effect, bringing in far more people to a much less, like, radical right-wing audience than Hassan's content is. Hassan's actually dying off. It seems that he has currently got an audience that is slowly whittling away because they're slowly realizing that he's full of shit. And those people are jumping ship and they're going to Destiny. And when they leave Hassan, they're leaving, like, leftism. Because for them, when they find out what a piece of shit Hassan is, the first person they think of is, who has been shit-talking Hassan all these years? Who has been criticizing him and saying he was a bad guy all this time? Destiny. Maybe that guy was right. I should go watch his stuff. I should go sub to him and go watch his stuff. That guy had a point about Hassan. And the next thing you know, they're like, yeah, you remember when I was a leftist? Oh, so cringe. You know, now I'm a based liberal. Yeah, you know, like that's kind of like the arc they'll go through. A lot of these, like, ex-Hassan fans. And I feel that a lot of the online left doesn't recognize that, like, the left is, like, culturally, is poison. I don't even know how to put it into words anymore because I've been so immersed in the left for so long that, like, it's hard to even see the flaws as well as I could when I was newer to it. But, like, I'm going to give you guys my edgiest fucking take here, okay? I have so many friends that don't even know or care about politics, and they are all LGBT, pretty much. Almost all of them. Like, the amount of friends I've made through gaming and non-political stuff that don't give a fuck about politics that end up being, like, LGBT, or, like, part of a marginalized group, like, in that way, or trans or something, that I just know separate of this space, that want nothing to do with politics. So, mostly because if they're going to get involved with politics, they have to be on the left, and if they're going to be on the left, they're going to have to deal with people on the left. I cannot tell you how many times I have heard someone, like, who is left-leaning, young, LGBT, and just, like, an online, like, gamer, kind of, like, somewhat edgy person say, I would be, like, on the left, quote-unquote, if it weren't for the fact that I would have to deal with leftists. That's the quote that I've heard multiple times. If it weren't for the fact that I would have to deal with leftists. The average person has grown a very negative perception of leftists. Rightfully so, in my opinion. In my opinion, the online left has done its absolute best since 2019 to take every bit of goodwill that had been built up since, like, 2017 to 2019 and destroy it. A lot of leftists are terminally online insufferable gooners. A lot of those people were... Finally, someone says it. It's so true, isn't it, the gamer god? It's so true. It's so true. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Do you want to know what moment made me so proud of the online left? Do you want to know what moment made me so fucking proud of the online left? I'm going to get so canceled for this take, but I don't care. When Nicholas Cantu didn't get canceled for calling Dream the F-slur. I was so worried he was going to get fucking canceled and, like, just that was going to fuck him over, and he didn't. The LGBT community said... Hold on. Let me show you what the LGBT community said to Nicholas Cantu. This is what the online LGBT community said to him.
Ah, thanks, Spider-Man.
Everybody gets one.
So fucking good. Yeah, so basically, I genuinely think that if, like, the online left wouldn't decimate you socially for daring to, like, get too edgy when dealing with conservatives, then the left would be so much better off. I really hate that, like, something that you guys are probably going to not like is that, like, when you go into social spaces, even left-leaning ones full of, like, especially full of trans and gay people, but that aren't, like, super hyper-politically, like, soft uwu, they are dropping the F slur and the T slur all the fucking time. All the fucking time. And it's for the comedy, from what I view. It's the comedy, the fact that they are able to say it, and that it's, like, like, they just love saying it. And the fact is, it's like, well, you're LGBT, so there's that. But also, like, isn't it weird that there is a massive proportion of, like, young, left-leaning LGBT people who are terrified of identifying with the left because they don't want to have to deal with the social consequences of, like, being who they are as, like, a person, like, edgy and funny and irreverent, while also being progressive. Because, like, I know trans dudes who are, like, edgy as fuck and would not be, like, not get along in this server or in this chat because the jokes that they make. Like, you guys would get triggered by the jokes that he would make. Like, it's just interesting to me that so many young LGBT people even are put off by the online left because of how aggressively enforcing of the softness and the, like, political correctness it is, right? I'm going to be honest. I think it should be fine to call, like, an evil conservative a slur. Obviously, depending. It should be like popping a limit break in like, FF14. Like, you get it, like, you better do it, and it better, like, at a right time when it's effective, and it better be, like, everybody's like, yeah, that was good. But if it's bad, everyone's going to be like, whoa, that was bad. You fucked up there. You shouldn't have used your limit break there. You know what I mean? If that was something accepted, so many more young LGBT people would be willing to be part of the left. Good God. Good God? Why did I say it like that? Like British. Good God. I do it all the time. Yeah, I imagine many of you do, but yeah. No, Zan, I believe we have better vocabulary than just calling someone a slur back. That's the problem, Perry Icefire. I feel we should. You can say that, but the fact that you responded to me with that is what makes people say, yeah, see? Like, if I showed them what you saying that, they'd see, this is exactly what I mean. This is why I don't want to deal with leftists. They want to change me. I'm not hurting anybody by making, like, edgy jokes in my private Discord server with my friends. None of us are racist or bigoted, but, like, people will literally tell you, like, you shouldn't do that. You should, you're not a good person. Like, that kind of, like, judgmentalness is what pushes people away from the left. And I know it's a desire to make people be better, but you attract more flies with honey than with vinegar. And telling people how they should be and that how they are isn't good when it's not hurting anyone is just going to validate bullshit told to them by conservatives. The left can't handle jokes, that they'll control your speech and force you to change your personality. It feeds into right-wing stereotypes. Like, come on. Like, it's okay to admit that a good thing that the left encourages, which is, like, not saying slurs, for example, can have negative effects when it comes to, say, the impact of bringing people into the left, or, like, the ability to bring more people into the left. Like, socially, online, using the sort of, like, culture war issues that are relevant right now, if that makes sense. Here, I'm adjusting my camera because it's a little bright. Now it's a little dark. Now it's a little... That's fine.
Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. What do you say in that situation? You turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these, like, insane regressions on culture and on civil society.
The moral regression Ben was advocating for was a two-parent household, just like those evil Germans.
Dude, I would destroy Ben on Israel-Palestine. I'm serious. He is so bad.
When given the chance to destroy someone...
Why? How does Hassan do the I would destroy blank, I would destroy blank? Dude has, like, never won a debate once. Guys, has Hassan ever won a debate? Like I'm not asking this like facetiously. I'm actually asking, like, has there ever been a debate where people watched it and were like, man, Hassan killed in this one? It's always like, yeah, well, I guess Hassan's like the good guy in this one, I guess, but I wish he was doing better. It's always like, I wish he was doing better, right?
One that's about as intellectually honest as himself, Hassan loses it on international television.
You ask about 30,000 people.
I've got two panelists here.
Here's an example.
Because you're a terrorist.
Please stop talking.
Forcing the debate to end early.
Cut off their food. Cut off their water.
Okay.
Yeah, the slight
you know what? I'm
Israel
going to cut off. I'm going to cut off this debate.
9% of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because we're
Israel.
getting absolutely nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
He famously did a fluff piece for the Houthi terrorists, giving their pirating operation the stamp of approval from him and his entire audience.
That's so fire. Oh my god. Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Guys, remember, the Houthi flag says death to Israel and a curse upon the Jews in Arabic. Just remember that funny flag they have with like the funny elvish looking letters. It says a death to Israel and a curse upon the Jews. Because for Hamas, the Houthis, and most of these like extremist groups that like want to destroy Israel, they don't just want to destroy Israel, they want to destroy the Jews. They are motivated by anti-Semitism, these terrorist groups, and it's the civilians caught in the crossfire. I hate when people on the left are not willing to recognize Hamas's part to play in this, because something that people forget is that while, yes, what Israel is doing is awful, for the same reason that I recommend you guys don't call it a genocide, because people will like picket you about it with certain like technicalities and whatnot, there are certain circumstances that could change what's happening right now overnight. If Hamas surrendered overnight and returned the hostages and stopped, while the settlement building would continue, the bombings and the killings would either stop or there would just be continued killing without any response. And while many of you might think that's what would happen, there's not really any evidence to suggest that's what would happen, because everything that's been happening here has been a response to October 7th. So there is the offer for Hamas to surrender, and this was all a response to military action from Hamas, though against civilian population, like America did that one time. Well, actually, that really did that one time, like a lot. That one, you know what? Well, that 2 times. You know what I'm talking about. You know, not much different from America. But like, yeah, it's just hard to say whether Hamas or Israel. Like, it's hard to put it all on Israel when Hamas are like, yeah. No, we don't care if it kills every Palestinian child. We want to destroy Israel and all the Jews. And these children are going to be our, like, meat shields we use to, like, either deter or block the shrapnel from incoming IDF rockets. Like, that's literally, like, Hamas and their thought process. Like, let me use some Palestinian children as a meat shield so the shrapnel doesn't get me. And you know, maybe it keeps them from shooting, but Hamas knows that, like, children being in a, like, building they've taken over doesn't stop the IDF. They keep those kids in the buildings just because it makes the IDF look bad once those kids get bombed. And it's like, well, we sacrificed a bunch of kids, but, you know, now the IDF looks a little bit worse, and maybe the U.S. won't funnel them money, and that'll give us an upper hand. Hamas isn't going to stop. Not likely. I mean, not anytime soon. It's hard to say. It's a really fucking complicated situation in the sense that it's like, what is the solution? It's not cutting off money to Israel, because then Hamas is just able to steamroll. And that's not a joke, by the way. Like, Israel is pretty much solely supported outside of, like, the UK by us, really. And they are constantly bombarded with bombs, and there is a genocidal militaristic force with very widespread support throughout the Middle East that wants to annihilate Israel and all the people in it. And I don't care if it's stolen land. Many people there were born there. Someone in my chat, I don't know if they're here right now, was born in Israel and is still in Israel and is a lefty who is pro-Palestinian liberation. I don't think that person deserves to be cluster striked or whatever by Hamas rockets, which are, to be fair, old IDF rockets that were undetonated.
Gets so much backlash for this, he would rewrite history only a month
Because they
later,
didn't
acting like he
detonate.
never knew.
Because they didn't detonate when the IDF dropped them on Gaza, and then the Hamas reappropriated them and launches them back at Israel.
Here, this kid was a pirate.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these
Yeah, the hostages are already dead, by the way. Like, at this point, most of them are dead, and whatever amount of them are left, it won't be enough returned, if they did, for it to be enough for the, like, Israeli government to say, yeah, we're happy now. The fact is, the conflict won't stop until Hamas surrenders. That's the fact of it. I know it's tough, and I know it's not what you want to hear, and I know maybe you want to hate me for saying it to you, but it is, like, the actual, like, situation right now, is Hamas has to give a full-scale surrender for the IDF to stop, like, the slaughter, pretty much. Like, the Hamas has to throw their guns down, surrender, and give themselves to Israeli custody. Like, they have to volunteer themselves for the, like, whatever's waiting for them in an Israeli prison that they put terrorists into. You know, like, whatever, like, yeah. Hamas deserves to be destroyed if they don't surrender. The problem is, to destroy Hamas, you have to destroy almost all of the Palestinian people and their infrastructure to do so. Hamas is effectively, like, in full control of the like, Gaza Strip that's not in control of the IDF. That's not currently taken by the IDF. They're in every building. They're in tunnels, in sewer systems, in under bridges, and in, like, broken houses. They, like, are in, like, small shacks and behind buildings and around corners, and they're everywhere. And they oftentimes set up shop inside of places like hospitals or schools or doctors' offices or high-density populations that just maybe the IDF doesn't want to get the shit for dropping a strike on. And that it acts as a bit of a deterrent, but even if the IDF does attack, that's more dead Palestinian children to make the IDF look bad, which of course is something that Hamas wants. Like, Hamas, this doesn't, like, mean that it's bad that we are against Israel, but Hamas is glad that so many Americans are against Israel because it is in Hamas's best interest for there be political pressure to stop providing support to Israel so that they can, you know, actually win. IDK about calling people slurs. Don't call anybody slurs. That's fucked up. Wait, no, hold on. Wait, don't call people slurs. That is just objectively wrong. What? Wait, what? I hope none of you guys, like, got from what I said before about the online left coming off as too purity testy as, like, me saying, you know, it's fine if you call people slurs, because that is not what I meant, okay? Oh, no. Don't even call your friends slurs unless they, like, beg you to, I guess. I don't know. But, like, I'm talking about if it's, like, I don't know, like, using a quote or something, or for a very funny joke or something. I don't know. I feel like the idea that the left pushes that if you so much as utter a slur through your lips, then you're like a bad person. Kind of problematic, personally. What do I hear? Okay. I thought I heard, like, something upstairs, and I was about to be like, let me get my gun. But it's just somebody weed whackering across the street. Sounded weird coming through my headphones. My bad. Zan has a ghost. I do worry there's a ghost. I do worry there's a ghost because there's some flickerings that happened the other 2 days. You know, like the other day when I streamed, like the night before that, I turned on the light in my guest bedroom and it, like, flickered like something out of Supernatural, and then that light behind me flickered on stream last time, like something out of Supernatural, really briefly. I was like, guys, I think I have a ghost, and I told you guys about that, but yeah. Yeah, who knows? I'm gonna make some, like, iron bullets, I think. I need to buy some, like, iron bullets just in case I got a ghost so I can deal with it. Like, dip them in salt. It'll probably fuck up my gun pretty bad, but, you know, if I can get one shot off on the ghost, then I'll win.
Literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors.
Okay, yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about from the nerd. Dude, as a Hispanic, me and my Hispanic friends say more and worse slurs to each other than racists ever will. So to give you an idea, Ethan is Hispanic. I don't know exactly like what kind of Latino he is, I'll be honest, but he likes to refer to himself by slurs with slurs from like for Latino people, like the one that starts with an S. Like he'll join VC and be like, "Hey, everyone's favorite S slur is here. What's going on?" Like that kind of humor. Super like very edgy obviously, but like I know super progressive people like that are like that, and they would never show their faces within left-wing progressive spaces or communities because they know that their entire personality and sense of humor would be rejected by the traditional left in an instant, without a care for context or background or charitability. They would just be like pushed away and harassed away, right? And, you know, I've dealt with that stuff myself. I'm not really complaining about it so much as I am commenting on it as a frustration because I hate that I know so many people that aren't willing to put up with it. I'm willing to put up with it and be a part of the left and be a part of these spaces. So many people I know aren't willing to, and I just wish they were, because if they were, that would be more people kind of like part of this sort of community that it like right now. Politics is almost entirely decided by internet culture war bullshit. It's actually insane. And right now the right is just objectively, having a superior position in all of that, while the online left is in the worst place it's ever been. Like, since Gamergate, I guess.
Random Yemeni teenager.
He literally talks about being a Houthi on his social media, saying you should only be afraid if you're a Jew. And when it comes to engaging with
Yep. Remember, guys, the Houthi flag says death to Israel and a curse on the Jews. I believe it's something like, yeah, is it a curse? Yeah, something like that. It's really LARPy shit. They're LARPers. The Houthis are LARPers, unironically though. Like they're not even that like impressive of a group as far as like military ability. They're basically just like slightly higher level like Somali pirates. Did you guys ever see that one awesome ass video where the Somali pirates went to raid a ship at sea, and it turned out that the ship they were raiding was a French pirate hunting ship? That is to say, it was a French Navy vessel that was hunting pirates. And then these pirates mistakenly boarded the pirate hunting ship. They board the ship and realize everybody on board has machine guns and are surveying the water because they're looking for pirates. And they're ready to kill pirates. And so these guys start getting shot at, and they have to get on their boat and go away. And then the ship that the pirates boarded are like, a few of them survived, and they're getting away. Full speed ahead! And fucking chased them down and got them. That goes crazy. That story goes absolutely insane. That's actually one of my favorite stories that I've heard in recent years, is the pirates who accidentally raided the pirate hunter ship. This was like 2 years ago or something.
With different points of view or criticism, Hassan is as dishonest as ever.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb. These people are brain broken. You don't know what the you're talking about.
This is gonna be a classic. That's the thing. There's a lot of dishonest folks on the internet that you have to protect yourself from, like data brokers who steal your information.
How do the Houthis compare to the Taliban? Oh, not even close to the Taliban, dude. The Taliban are like an actual like army and government. Like they actually have so many people. The Taliban had so many people that they were able to maintain decades of like guerrilla military tactics against US soldiers, boots on the ground. And not only that, but to within a couple days take the capital city of Kabul and then proceed to instill within weeks a government with full patrols through the street to enforce the new Taliban law of like burning like any textbooks that were like making sure girls couldn't go to school, making sure women couldn't drive, making sure that women couldn't own businesses or shop at stores and stuff like that, burning all the women's clothes and mannequins and stuff like that in the street after beheading them. They did all that stuff within like a week of the U.S. leaving. That is a powerful force to be able to pull that off. And then now they have a government in power that is currently operating a propaganda wing. The Taliban are fucking powerful, okay? Like they are a real goddamn force. Not like Iran is also a real goddamn force of like animosity towards the U.S. But like that's like a full-on proper, like arguably first world developed nation threat. Like, it would be like if we went to war with France or something. While the Taliban are more of a threat on their home turf. You know? Like, as long as we're not there, the Taliban aren't really doing much to us. Unless, I don't know, they decide to do some more funny pranks on the U.S. again. Anyway. Let's go.
Information and sell it to spammers and scammers online. Your full name, home address, health records, family members, it's all out there. That's why I use Aura.
Sponsorship. Sponsor.
I've been working a long time now. I've been working for free.
You see Hassan streaming other people's videos all the time. It's hard work. He's really exhausted by
Listen, guys. To give you an idea of how I'm different from Hassan, look at the, amount of time that has passed in the video you're currently watching right now. The one that I'm covering. It's been 42 minutes. I have been reacting to this video. We're 4 minutes in. I have currently, so far, added nearly an hour of commentary on top of 4 minutes of a hour-long video. We're not watching this whole video. We probably won't even be able to finish this chapter. But regardless, I want to give you guys a taste of it, because I do recommend you guys get a look at these videos. They're really well made and well substantiated. And believe it or not, Willie does not attack Hassan from a political standpoint at all. It's not like I'm attacking Hassan because he holds this position I disagree with that's left-leaning. It's like Hassan definitively lied about something here, so on. Hassan hates Dylan Burns for no good reason. Oh my god, the amount of shit I get for hating Hassan when Hassan called Dylan Burns a war tourist pervert for being pro-Ukraine. You guys know that, right? Do you guys remember when Hassan went on a rant about Dylan Burns and called him a war tourist pervert for covering what's happening in Ukraine? Because Hassan is that offended by Dylan documenting Russia's war crimes? Because Hassan's that much of a Russia apologist? You guys gotta understand, I am... My next big, man, turns out Xander Hall was totally right, is gonna be Hassan getting, exposed for something. I don't know what it's gonna be, but he's gonna, mask off something awful, and everyone's gonna turn against him, almost overnight, and people are gonna be like, man, I always thought Zan went too hard on Hassan, but turns out he was right again. Listen, it's literally a meme on my channel. That's my arc every time, is I say a thing about a person, everyone's like, no, I don't want to believe it, and then it gets proven true, and everyone's like, Zan was right, and then we rinse and repeat all over again. And no matter how many times we repeat the cycle, people don't learn. They never learn.
He claimed that streaming was more soul-sucking and draining on his social battery than a normal job.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired. But a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
I sympathize that every line of work is going to have its days where it's hard, but comparing streaming in any way to a real job is so out of touch, especially coming from the guy who leaves to eat...
Guys, I'm going to be completely honest. Going to school, and I mean middle school, was harder than streaming, okay? Streaming has its aspects that are frustrating. But as a job, there's just no way that you could ever argue this is in any metric worse than a real job. It's just not. The only thing I could argue is even somewhat a case is the lack of job security, because at least with real wage cage jobs, there are certain laws that exist to protect your rights as an employee, while those don't exist at all for the contractors that are YouTubers. We have absolutely zero protections or rights whatsoever that normal employees have. So YouTube can just snap their fingers and out of nowhere we're gone. No, not even a call of you're fired or come to my office, you're fired, or here's your 2-week notice or something. Just instantly gone. Now this does happen in other jobs too, but if not having any legal protection to fall back on, even as an option, definitely sucks. But that's not really going to be a problem for most people anyway. So it's such a it's such a niche problem with content creation that's arguably worse than a normal 9-to-5 that I feel it's not even worth someone like Hassan complaining about. Hassan has so much money he could retire today if he wanted and live a high-quality standard of living for the rest of his life comfortably. The reason he hasn't done that, well, I mean, he wouldn't be able to live without continuing to buy drip. Like, the amount of times, the amount of different outfits that are, like, an insane amount of money I've seen Hassan wear, I don't think the guy can survive without a constant, strong stream of income to spend on, like, really wealthy, like, expensive materialistic shit. Like, he likes having stuff. He wants to have a lot of stuff. He loves stuff. He loves things and stuff. And he needs money for that. And retiring just doesn't, like, meld well with that, you know?
Midstream while other people's videos play. Hassan would obviously get a lot of heat for that, so he'd quote tweet me saying, "It's wild how this completely out of context clip made its way to Twitter so fast. I was talking about how streaming eats away at my social battery compared to my sales job, but people already understand the context, they just disagree. His own chat disagrees. Comparing it to retail work is just so funny. He's trying to get his chat to ratio me on stream while they're telling him he has a bad take."
Pass. It was a bad take. Let's just move on. Because imagine a soul-crushing job and then you still don't have money to take care of your family. Yeah, I famously say work is not soul-crushing. I don't understand. This is why people stop watching? No, man. It's not because of hater content that people stop watching. Your chat is not even on your side. What the real reason why people stop watching is because shit like this pops, dude. It bangs.
If you guys haven't noticed, Hassan's been, like, regularly whining about people not watching his channel anymore for, like, a year now. Like, every month, he gets more and more whiny about the fact that he is on his way out. Like, you look at the graphs, and it's like, man, unless Hassan, like, debates Trump and wins, bro is done. He has destroyed his goodwill. Like, no one outside of his community likes Hassan. Hassan is a figure that makes the left look bad, It used to be that Hassan was so mild, like he was just kind of a dude bro who gave very soak-dem takes while playing video games, and occasionally he was dumb or debated badly, but that was it. And then he started going fully into the tanky audience capture all the way, and nowadays he's gone from being like the dude bro who broke this, like, the stereotypes of what a leftist was and, like, was actually attractive to normies to watch, to becoming the stereotype of what a leftist is in a negative way. A dude who's stupid, wealthy, doesn't seem to believe in any of the stuff he advocates for, lies, is easily triggered. Obviously, Hassan is easily triggered. Like, Hassan has become a negative stereotype of the left himself, to the point where ask someone outside of the left, ask like a like left-leaning normie who might know of Hassan what their opinion is of him, it'll probably be negative. Hassan stun locks harder than Zan? Well, when I stun lock, it's about something that's actually interesting or relevant, to be fair. Like, even tangentially so. Like, at the end of the stun lock, I feel it's more often than not, it's like, oh, I understand what he was getting at there. I get why he yapped all that, because, like, there was a point he was getting to. You know what I mean?
It bangs on Twitter. It's like, and new people that would normally filter in here are immediately fucking negatively polarized against me. That's it.
When people would ask Hassan what he thought of the criticism, he would say that he's too much of an adult to be bothered by it.
What did you see what we take? I did not. I did not look at any of these takes. You want to know why? Because I'm...
Oh my god, is he wearing fake neck tattoos? He's wearing fake neck tattoos and dressed like emo or goth or something. What the... He's so desperate for, like... He knows his audience. To be fair, like, you go on Twitter, and it seems like 50% of the people you see talking about liking Hassan are, like, e-girl accounts. And it feels like so much of Hassan's brand at this point is catering to e-girls. Am I the only one that gets that vibe? Like, LARPy, tanky e-girls. Such a weird, like, combination of things, but I guess that audience exists, and it feels like that's the primary Hassan target audience right now. Is he a troll or just a grifter? He's a grifter. He's a grifter. Well, not really. Well, he's not really a grifter, actually. Hassan was a grifter when he was pretending to be a soak-dem. For years, Hassan played this, like, social democrat, soak-dem, or just light socialist vibe, right? And for years, he was like, yeah, liberals are allies, you know, liberals are allies, I gotta stop Trump. But then around a couple years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, he took a full turn into audience capture by the tankies in his fan base.
I'm a motherfucking adult who lives in the real world. and it doesn't matter.
But as the stream progressed, it became increasingly obvious that it definitely did bother him. Muda would point out that even with the extra context, he still disagrees. And Hassan would say Muda is just posturing.
It's honestly posturing specifically to be like, I, as an online content creator, am very close to you guys. I'm just like you. I hate when streamers say stuff like this. I'm very different. And it's like, bro, you know, you understand the context of it. It doesn't... You understand the context of what I said. You see that it's like clipped out of context, and then you double down on the clipping out of context, and you say, well, even in context is still stupid.
He then pulls up Muda's tweets on Palestine to discredit him and show that he's a bad person.
That's crazy that the fucking fence is holding him. That's crazy. He's sitting hard on that.
So, I don't know if you guys have seen this, like, push by people on the left to insist that every celebrity must speak on what's happening in Palestine, like in Gaza, right? But I think it's one of the most perfect examples of why the left is failing right now. You guys know that, like, there's a movement right now to boycott Taylor Swift among lefties. Like, I think it's called, like, what's it called? Block something? Someone in chat will know what the name of the boycott is. It has to do with, like, blocking any, like, celebrity that has yet to speak on, like to speak out against Israel. And most of these people who are being, like, put on this list of people to block by this movement are people who have spoken about it. Like, multiple times even. Taylor Swift and Billie Eilish, for example, are on this, like, you must block them until they speak on the issue. And then one of these celebrities actually did respond to the boycott by putting out, like, an in-depth breakdown of, like what Israel's doing and not supporting genocide and all that. And everyone was responding, you just said this so that we would not, we wouldn't be mad at you.
That thing, dude.
So, like, they did a protest, essentially, to get them to speak out, and then once they spoke out, the response is, you only spoke out to make us happy. Because it's not about actually achieving anything. It's about having something to be a part of. They want to be a part of a big brigade of people doing a thing, and then once that thing is achieved, the fun's over, so it's time to find another reason to continue doing that thing. For a lot of people, like a scary amount of people, this whole, like, Israel-Palestine thing, it is going to stop mattering to them so quickly after this. It's no longer, like, it topic. And I feel like it's already kind of happening a little bit. Like, there's still a war happening. I think it was Block Taylor, maybe. There's still a war happening in Ukraine right now. How often do you see lefty accounts talking about that still? Obviously me, because I talk about it all the time. But still, like, how often are you seeing lefty accounts talk about that compared to back in the day? Or even just mainstream media talking about what's happening in Ukraine? Nowhere near as much. The fact is, what's happening now in Gaza is going to be just as prominent as what's happening in Ukraine in less than a year. In less than a year. And the people who are now, like, making it the centerpiece of their online presence won't even be talking about it anymore. Because for them, a lot of them, it has just been their way of gaining relevance in a time when that topic is relevant. The war in Ukraine has completely been swept under the rug by a lot of people on the left, especially, yeah. Well, a lot of it has to do with, like, a lot of the active online left right now are, like, Hassan fans who are pro-Russia and don't want the Ukraine war being discussed. But yeah.
He's like, this genocide stuff is very complex.
But Hassan would hit a boiling point when Ludwig would upload a video disagreeing with him.
There ain't no fucking way MAGA Male made a huge streaming controversy video. There's no fucking way. This motherfucker avoided like the plague.
I'm not gonna lie. Ludwig is, like, the ultimate goat. Hassan and Destiny both hate Ludwig, and Ludwig hates both Hassan and Destiny, and has called both of them out. It's like Ludwig is like the ultimate based motherfucker. He's so based, they both hate him and he hates them both. It's such a random, like, feud. It's such a random three-way feud.
8 Nick Merckx LGBT controversies only to turn around and make a MAGA Male. What is the thumbnail? Let me see this. Streaming is the hardest job on earth.
Wait, did he call it a MAGA mail because he did a mogul mail, like, criticizing Hassan's take? You guys see what I'm talking about here, right? Where, like, Hassan's go to, like, don't listen to criticism of me or anyone who calls me out. They're just a MAGA person. It's, like, literally fucking Ludwig. It's just fucking Ludwig. Not some, like, Nazi alt-right YouTuber or anything. It's just fucking Ludwig.
He's so mad. So Ludwig shows all the context and he still disagrees, making a lighthearted joke about Hassan, and Hassan feels devastated.
But I wanted to talk about this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh God, it just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do. It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too.
When Hassan says something is out of context, it's never missing context. It just means they disagree with him. Hassan would go full mask off when an audience member pointed this out.
Yeah. It's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't matter that he showed the context. It's just a way to just literally farm off the fucking drama.
Well, then don't say it's out of context. Hassan doesn't have any.
Like, dude, the context doesn't make it better. So like, people still don't care. Like, your argument was just as dumb with the context as without. Like, Hassan is insanely wealthy, even on a streamer, by streamer standards, especially for socialist standards, okay? The people don't criticize Hassan because he has a house. People don't criticize Hassan because he has a computer or even makes a lot of money. People criticize Hassan because Hassan focuses his content primarily on class struggle and acts as though he knows what it's like to live in the same working class as his audience. All the while, you have Hassan, who has a... What is his car? Is it a Corvette? It's one of those, like, really known brands. It's not a Ferrari. What does he have? Is it a McLaren? I think it's a McLaren. Is that what Hassan's... It's a Taycan? Bugatti? No, he doesn't have Bugatti. It's a Taycan? Porsche. Oh, he has a Porsche! You're right, it's a Porsche. It's a Porsche. He has a Porsche. Thank you. Hassan has a Porsche. He has a, like, what, $4 million? $5 million? What was it? $3 to $5 million is what I'm remembering. $1 million house in the Hollywood Hills. Like, it's just... He's wearing Gucci shit, rings, and, like, fake neck tattoos in his videos. It's hard to watch a guy whose entire, like, brand is class consciousness and class, like, warfare, I guess, and, like, we're gonna be revolutionaries, and yet the guy is the most... It's a $5 million house, okay. And yet the guy is living a life that none of his fans, who are the ones funding this lifestyle, will ever be able to attain for the most part, and the ones among his audience who can are like, what are they, class traders? I don't know what... Like, if there's millionaires watching Hassan, like, what the fuck? What's that say about Hassan if, like, millionaires, like, watch him and he's supposedly, like, a socialist? I don't know. I just find it funny. It just seems kind of hilarious that he can't resist digging into capitalism's most, like, toxic aspects, or some of its most toxic aspects, which is, like, being a slave to consumption, like being forced to do nothing but consume and being a slave to these corporations. Like, he is a slave to these corporations. He can't stop himself from consuming and giving, like, his millions to these companies for this, like, drip and all these things. And yet all the while he's sitting on his computer talking to his audience like he's working class. That is why people criticize Hassan, not because socialism is when no house, okay? In fact, socialism can be when big house. Socialism can be when nice car. Socialism can even be when submarine. The fact is, though, Hassan doesn't really live a lot of his premises. Like, let me give you guys a breakdown of just, like, how I operate my channel for a little perspective on, like, what I think is, like, similar to what Hassan should be doing. And Hassan could afford this easily. I have one editor, my buddy Ethan, and me. I produce the content, like I gather the topics, I do the topics, I do the content I stream it, and then I record it, and I send that to my editor, and my editor, Ethan, who's also one of my best buddies, makes the thumbnail, edits it, and uploads it with like a title and stuff and schedules it, right? And so right now, I pay Ethan roughly 36% of what I make, right? Like through the YouTube channel and all my like avenues and stuff. That mostly just has to do with right now, I don't make enough money to be able to live off of half of what I make. But the second that I can, and I mean the second that I can, we've long since had it organized that we're going to split 50-50. For all of the, like, the editing work, the titling, the thumbnailing, I consider at least 50% of the work that it takes to make this entire operation function. And so in my ideal setup where I make enough money, certainly if I was making Hassan money, like if I was making more than 6 figures a year or something, I would split, well, I'd have to make well more than 6 figures a year. I would split 50-50 with my editor, because that's essentially the socialist way of doing things, is it not? Like, why is it that because I started this company, quote unquote, we'll call it, and because I'm the name, brand, and face behind it, why does that mean I should make more money if we're able to keep, like, you know, if we're able to afford it? Why does that mean, despite that, I should still make more money than my editor? When that's not a very socialist perspective, right? So the idea is, why has there been constant dramas with Hassan not being able to afford, or not paying his editors, sorry, at all? Like several times there's been Hassan not paying his editors dramas when he has been absurdly wealthy all this time. It's like, if I was that wealthy, I'd be splitting 50-50 with my editor, and we'd both be living comfortable lives, you know? It's like, it's just, there's so much to criticize him for, especially when it comes to the fact that he doesn't live his principles. And it's not because he has a nice house or a nice car. It's that he doesn't share his wealth with those that are actively his employees in the way that a socialist advocates that a capitalist ought to do. But the argument is always something like, you know, what, are we not allowed to you know, benefit from the fruits of capitalism just because we criticize it?
Way to really defend himself, so he molds and then just goes back to saying everything's out of context.
I got used like a cum rag for a Rocket Mortgage ad, dude. Come on. Dude, come on, bro. Don't farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's lame as fuck, actually. Like, I thought...
I'm farming Hassan right now, actually. Hey, guys, drop a like on the stream right now so I can farm Hassan even harder. Let's farm some likes off of Hassan. Drop a like. It'll make him mad. He hates when he gets farmed.
I was at least gonna... Oh, yeah, for a good cause, at least. Yeah, dude, he's a great cause. He threw me to the flames, posted a fucking Twitter, a fake tweet, said that, you know, we are so privileged, actually, which he's right, we are. He just said it was out of context, farmed me regardless, moved on to be like, look how nice I am, and sold a fucking Rocket Mortgage ad in the process.
Hassan would end his stream, and his fans would try to pressure Ludwig into taking down the video.
You should call Hassan and apologize. Why is Hassan mad? What did I do?
Oh, no. Fucking fan.
What did I do? Because my mogul male?
Did call Hassan, he's crying unironically.
Mega man.
Oh, well, I mean, shit, that's the deal. I'll just fucking pull him out of the thumbnail.
So for those of you guys that don't remember, Hassan and Destiny were like good buddies for a long time, for like a few years, and they were like the dynamic duo for a while of like online lefty streamers. Truly an unthinkable thing nowadays. But back in like pre-2019, or like 2019 and before, that's how it was. And There was this thing where people would just go into Destiny's chat from Hassan's chat and just say, Destiny, call Hassan, he's crying. And Hassan, and like Destiny, like the first few times that happened, genuinely concerned for Hassan's well-being, would contact Hassan and call him, and Hassan would be like, hey, what's up? What's going on? What's up? I'm streaming. And Destiny would be like, chat was telling me to call you because you're crying. And he's like, God damn it, dude. Simpler times, man. Simpler times.
Then I feel like it doesn't really matter much, right? I feel like outside the thumbnail, you can't really make that argument much.
But this wouldn't be enough for him, so Ludwig would take down the video and re-record the whole thing, siding with Hassan the whole time.
People don't really give a shit about the context. People don't really give a shit about the conversation. They just care about getting Twitter likes, which is all this really is, which is why people like Keemstar are tweeting out shit like this, just, you know, just for a dunk sesh. Because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved. They just care.
This is what Hassan got mad at Ludwig for. To be fair, Hassan couldn't be fucked to watch the video, so that makes sense. Hassan probably just like filled in the blanks and then freaked out at Ludwig for literally nothing. That's so funny. That's so funny. Hassan is like, sometimes I wonder if I'm too emotional. I know that may sound surprising to you guys, but I wonder if I'm too emotional. Like if I can get too angry at people on stream sometimes. But then I see Hassan just melt down, and I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
About a little Twitter like little impression.
Ludwig got a single DM that said no balls and then showed a tweet about bringing assassinations back. For some reason, acting like this was a serious threat.
And this is the one that set me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a guy that's just said no balls because I removed the video. Again, what the fucking plan to re-upload the video? But he messages me and he says no balls. Now, you know, by itself, you don't think much of it. But then I clicked on his Twitter account and I see that he said this: wish assassinations were a real thing. And this isn't a quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who, I'm not trying to get demonetized here. But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say.
Why is it crazy? His name is Mr. Penis Head. It's got a single like, and Ludwig's virtue signaling about how un-American this guy is.
Can now be a guy who's wishing for assassinations, because why? The guy you don't like online is millionaire? Said something you don't like? It's the most un-American thing I ever heard in my fucking life. What's more beautiful about being an American than seeing someone you don't fucking like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like? Blows my mind.
Why are we taking Mr. Penis Head's joke tweets so seriously? Hassan's literally tweeted a picture of the same 3D printed gun that was used to assassinate the former Japanese prime minister.
That is true. Ludwig seems to be more favorable to Hassan than Destiny for sure, considering like Ludwig makes like Destiny's a cuck like jokes at him. But yeah, no, like Hassan just like LARPs at suggesting his fans should do terrorism. Like, that's literally what he does. He goes on stream and says, like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if you guys, like, did terrorism, you know, for the proletariat? Haha, wouldn't that be funny? But not really, you know, we're just going to continue watching, MasterChef or something, I don't know.
And he did this to a United States senator. But Mr. Penis Head...
It's actually crazy to me that, like, Shinzo Abe got door camped with double barrel. Like, how the fuck did bro not make an Ioka and, like, counter that shit? Like, he didn't have a sleeping bag down or anything, like with the Nyoka and a stash nearby when that guy pulled up with the double barrel. Bro got door camped big time.
Like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you
tweet so seriously. Hassan's literally tweeted, and he did this to a United States gun that was used to assassinate the former Japanese...
No, come on, I want to show the blueprint. It's so good.
Hassan's literally tweeted a picture of the same 3D printed gun.
Literally the Rust double barrel, dude. If you know what weapon I'm referring to, the double barrel from Rust, literally. He made it a double trigger thing, so you'd have to pull both triggers at once for them, like both barrels to go off. Or you could just do one at a time, I guess. Pretty cool. Pretty neat. Pretty impressive build, not gonna lie. But probably not good to encourage terrorism, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna say that's a cringe move. You kind of have a responsibility not to do that because people don't like when you encourage terrorism outside of the left. Like if someone's a super lefty, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, based. But pretty much everyone else is gonna think you're a psycho for posting this kind of shit.
That was used to assassinate the former Japanese prime minister. And he did this to a United States senator. But Mr. Penis said way too far. Ludwig's a coward for taking this video down. It's so funny to me that Hassan has this expectation that his friends need to defend him at every turn for every dumb thing he says. Vosh's community makes fun of Hassan for his poor coverage of Ukraine. And Hassan wants it down.
This is not a leftist community at all, for the record. I don't know. I really thought so. I reached out to Vosh earlier today. I was like, listen, dude, I see something going on that I don't like. I'm letting you know it's a fucking never-ending death spiral. It will turn out bad if you just like allow this kind of shit to foster. And he was like, he was literally like, yeah, no, f off. Like these were legitimate criticisms. I was like, bro, they were literally clipping shit from my Twitter where I was criticizing Russia to make it seem like I was pro-Russia. How is that in any way, shape, or form legitimate criticism?
He's lying again.
I hope Willie Mack's show just shows a bunch of clips of him defending Russia.
Saying it's out of context when it's not. I have a whole video documenting it. XQC.
Yeah, okay, I don't know if he will, but oh, fuck.
Ranks Hassan a little lower on a tier list, and Hassan cries about it.
Like, whenever your chat was, like, calling me out or whatever, when mentioning Moon and NMP Lol, Asmongold, and all these other content creators, actually...
God. Like, Hassan's just kind of a little whiny bitch, I'm not gonna lie. Like, no one would really like him as much as they seem to pretend to if he didn't have as much clout as he does. Like, I know for a fact that, like, some of his orbiters certainly wouldn't. Like, Denims is, like, one of his biggest orbiters, like Hassan waiting room streamers now. But whenever I hung out with her back, like, a couple years ago, before she was, like, a massive Hassan clone, she outright said to me that Hassan has no personality. Like, she said something along the lines of, like, yeah, I think Hassan's kind of cute, but dude has absolutely no personality, and his content's, like, you know, hollow or something along those lines. And now she's, like, one of the big orbiters because she kind of migrated to where the cloud is. A lot of content, like, the biggest clout chasers all sort of gravitate towards Hassan. So if you want to, like, figure out, is somebody a clout chasing weirdo or just not really genuine, then look at their proximity to Hassan. I mean, look at the people he surrounds himself with. Like Frogan Denims, Mike from PA, Bad Bunny. We could go down. I'm pretty sure there's more that I just can't think of. But, like, these are all people who are notorious for, especially lately, not having the best of takes, you know? Not having the best of takes. $5 a month.
Honestly, I don't know what I'd do if I had to kiss a black bisexual man. I think I'd actually throw up.
Remember when she said that? I feel like I did a really good impression of her right there as well. I think that was, like, spot on her voice. Like, was that not perfect? God, Bad Bunny is so disgusting. I feel gross just, like, quoting her, you know? Hakeem in Second Thought. Guys, have you seen... Okay, I have to show you. This is where we'll wrap things up, you know? Second Thought super car reviews. Oh my god. Oh, where's his supercar channel? How does he link it on his main? JT Chapman. Is this the channel where he does the car reviews? No. Oh, I bet he hides it. Is this it? No. Where's his supercar review channel? Oh, here it is. Second Thought plus real life lore. A new show where they do supercar reviews. Socialist supercar reviews.
If you've been on the channel for a while, you've probably heard me mention the secret project I've been working on with Joseph from Real Life Lore. Well, after almost a year of planning and...
Guys, you have to support me on Patreon. I barely am scraping by because of how aggressive YouTube's demonetization is. By the way, I'm currently working on starting a new channel where we're going to review supercars. Also, I'm a socialist.
Shooting, we're finally ready to launch. As of right now, you can catch our new car show, Grand Test Auto, right here on YouTube. We review everything from muscle cars to electrics to autocycles, supercars, and
a fucking Tesla! No fucking way! That's a Tesla, motherfucker. No shot, dude.
Autocycles, supercars, and of course, the Toyota Corolla. Grand Test Auto will always be free and supported by sponsors here on YouTube. But if you'd like to watch the show ad-free and see new episodes months before everybody else, you can sign up for an account on Nebula and watch Grand Test Auto along with tons of other original content.
But basically, like, it's behind a subscription service where, like, they rake in a commission for views based on, like, the subscriptions of their viewers. It's basically a streaming service like Netflix, but where creators that are, like, mostly left-leaning, like video essay content creators are. I think Nebula's pretty chill, but there's a fair few creators there that I'm not a big fan of. I love H-Bomber Guy. I think Lindsay Ellis is cool. I like T1J. Kento Bento's pretty cool. I've seen a few of his videos, and they're pretty solid. Don't know who this is. Real Engineering, I've watched a few videos from. Low Spec Gamer was the fucking GOAT back when I had nothing but a laptop, dude. Holy shit. Dude, when I was gaming on a shitty laptop, Low Spec Gamer was the GOAT. The amount of games that I've played, Resident Evil 7, I have played only because of Low Spec Gamer. He taught me how to get that game looking atrocious, but running like hot butter on a sun-drenched car hood in Florida in the summer. He got it running smooth, and it looked like garbage, but boy, did it run smooth, and I finally got to play RE7. And it was on a shitty laptop. I remember that. God, Low Spec Gamer, Tier Zoo. I don't know who Bunny Hop is. CGP Grey is like... CGP Grey is weird. Here's another unpopular opinion I have for you guys. I don't know if you guys remember this, but a channel did a reaction to one of CGP, or a couple of CGP Grey's videos. Like old videos. Like videos that are over half a decade old at this point and gain like... I have an add-on that lets me see how many views per hour a video gets. It gets 27 views an hour. Like, that's a good amount for such an old video, but, like, compared to a video I uploaded, like, say, a day ago, a video I uploaded a day ago will get, like, 300 or 200 views an hour, right? So it's not exactly, like, popping off anymore or, like, generating a shitload of income. And this History Channel YouTuber did a reaction to one of CGP Grey's videos and did a pretty good job of adding commentary, and did that a few times. CGP Grey's response was to instantly issue multiple copyright strikes, to issue one copyright strike. Now, unlearning or what was it? It was like history something. I forget exactly. This History Channel responded like, "Hey. Can we just, like, sort this out? Like, can I contest this and you can take the strike away? Because this really hurts my channel and like, you know, I'll take the video down, I guess. Like, but can we not have the strike?" CGP Grey doesn't email him or respond in voice at all. Simply responds by hitting him with another strike. Vlogging through history, thank you. Yeah, CGP Grey responds by hitting him with another retaliatory strike for challenging the first one. At this point, the dude is literally one more strike away from losing his channel forever, which is his main source of income. Like, CGP Grey is just like, "Hi, buddy, you reacted to a few of my videos. I'm going to take your entire career away now." Like, extra legally, by the way. Like, this is a legal process, but we're not getting the court involved. YouTube just does it for me automatically because they side with the claimant. And so CGP Grey obviously doubled down on this, but a bunch of YouTubers came out to defend him. But the people who, or to defend Vlogging Through History, because what CGP Grey did was, like, so obviously cunty. And as it turns out, CGP Grey has been on, like, a fucking crusade to shut down any discussion about his content that is not on a platform he moderates. So, for instance, he owns his Reddit, and it's locked down so hard you have to be approved to post anything there. Not only that, but his comment section is behind a paywall. Obviously, his videos on Nebula with a comment section are behind a paywall, and his Discord's behind a paywall. You're not allowed to talk to or about him in any particularly impactful way unless you pay him, basically, which obviously filters out any criticism. So he's got like a very controlling sort of like grip on his content. And he does this thing where anytime if you react to even a second of his content, he will copyright strike you. He will strike you. And not only that, but he doesn't like consider his older videos like free game like most YouTubers do. The algorithm doesn't really recommend your content anymore after like a little while, but something he did that really hit me the wrong way, granted I have my biases, was when Rings of Power came out, he re-thumbnailed his like 6 or 7 year old videos explaining the Rings of Power and their creation, and like gave them a new thumbnail and title to like get the SEO and like clicks from the new Rings of Power show, like as if he had like re-uploaded it almost. And it had like a bit of a new round, went a new round through things. So he seems to like treat his even like 10-year-old videos like, I'm going to update the thumbnail and title on this and send it back through the algorithm. And it's never going to be like fair game to watch in his view, I guess. It's a really bizarre way. He seems to be kind of a control freak, to be honest. And a few other content creators came out to support him and do kind of act similarly, though not quite as over the top to the point where I don't like them. An example is, God, this upsets me because I love his content so much, is, what's his name? He made the really good neo-slavery video. I'm giving you guys my if you guys take my opinion on content creators and like my like radar for what kind of people they are, if you take it seriously at all, then this is your opportunity to know my opinion, I guess. Knowing Better, thank you. I reacted to the Knowing Better video on neo-slavery. If I recall correctly, it was like a 40-minute to an hour-long video, and I transformed it, like I put well over double the amount of time that the video was of reaction into the video. Like I transformed the fuck out of that video, basically. Now, I didn't get striked by Knowing Better, thankfully. Knowing Better was far more polite than that, which I really appreciate. But within a couple days, he contacted me, asking that I take down the video because he's not okay with anyone reacting to his content. Or I think he's okay with people reacting to it, but you're not allowed to clip it and upload the reaction. You did almost 3 hours. Yeah, I transformed it like a lot. But he requested that I take it down and heavily implied he would issue a strike if I refused. So I just went ahead and did. Something that I've noticed is that it feels like a lot of, maybe this is just because I've encountered 2 people who've done this, a lot of these like Nebula posting, high production value, like video essay content creators will just outright destroy your channel if you dare to like react to their stuff, no matter how transformative, because a lot of them have a massive ego, it seems, about like the ownership of their content, like a Dark Viper AU level like ego about it. So yeah, you got to be careful because these people will just take your fucking career away if they feel like you've like tarnished, like smudged their ego, I guess. Obviously, Knowing Better is chill. Like he requested I take the video down before suggesting that he might give me a strike if I don't. So I appreciate that because he gave me a warning and I was able to not get a strike. But if it was CGP Grey, I would just have a strike on the channel. So, yeah. Anyway, there's just like a whole like section of marginally left-leaning, I guess, but mostly like just pretentious video essayist content creators that, for a lot of reasons, I feel are kind of like locking themselves away from the level of influence and being part of the online community that they could be, you know? That's not chill. Can you are too nice, man? Or do too nice, Zan? I mean, like, I know it's not chill, and it's not that I'm too nice. It's that if I refused, he would have, like, issued a strike, and the only way to remove it would be to challenge Knowing Better and, like, see him in court about it, you know? And have a big, like, precedent-setting legal case on, like, fair use. That I might win, and it might be precedent-setting, but people will still take each other to court in the future. It won't change anything. Yeah, exactly, Lancer. Like I said, he's okay if you react to it live, but you cannot upload your reaction, right? Like, you can't upload a reaction to his video. And it's just like, I don't get it, actually. No, it's ego. It is ego, because statistically, it's been proven that re-uploads even help to bring some level of knowledge to the original creator. Like, for example, I saw that cat meme today of the cat doing, like, the Fallout, like, thing. I learned of that today, and then found out the same day from my chatter, from sharing it with you all, that it turns out it came from someone else, their friend, who had made it originally, and it was stolen and re-uploaded without the watermark. But because I shared it to somebody who knew, I was able to share the original around. So by extension, even the stealing of that friend's content resulted in me shouting out the original uploads link and providing attention to it. So the original art ended up gaining prominence that it wouldn't have before, by the way, because it was stolen, essentially. Eventually, it like the just desserts were brought. That tends to be how things work online. The algorithm cannot be trusted to disseminate your own content itself. Frankly, the best thing you can have is what are effectively a bunch of peons re-uploading your own content that are essentially acting as a bunch of different fresh slates in the YouTube algorithm to reach potentially entirely different audiences and widen the net far further than you ever could yourself. Like, if I had 10 like clip channels that were regularly like re-uploading my videos, like maybe a day after I uploaded them, that would not hurt my channel. The majority of my views come in on the day the video comes out. That would quickly result in like new viewers discovering me from clip channels and coming to the main channel. That's just how YouTube works. And so, yeah, I don't know. Do you think that Knowing Better has partnership with an organization where Knowing... He didn't mention anything like that. I don't think he mentioned anything about being in an agreement that stopped that, but I just think it's like a weird kind of trend among these content creators who, granted, put a ton of work into their content oftentimes, and so I think they feel an even stronger sense of ownership of it than most other content creators or content viewers see as reasonable, because I don't think it is, you know? Anyway, I'm curious to hear and see what you guys think of this entire situation, from, you know, the dunking on Hassan to the criticizing of like these pseudo lefty to tanky content creators that are like video essayists. I feel like I had a lot to say here, and I'm curious what you guys thought. If you agree, if you disagree, comment down below. I want to see it. It also boosts the channel and the algorithm, which really, really helps. Don't forget to leave a like, which also helps a lot. And subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video or anything like that. And of course, if you want to see more from me online, be sure to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description. And of course, if you want to support me financially, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. But of course, don't forget, if you want to be a part of my community for real, join the main hub of my fan base, which is my fan Discord. It is completely free to join through the link down below in the description. I host watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there, as well as announce all my videos and streams every time I do them. So as long as you're in there, you'll never miss a notification, even if YouTube's being weird. So I hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed. Have a good one. Nice. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Xander Hall, why do mainstream people and several people accept and agree with a version of the left they call liberal, but is actually made up of soak Dems, marketplace progressives, and liberal Dems? Right now, I would say most young people are probably leaning on, like, soak Dem politics, with some, like, obviously you got, like, the revolutionary LARPers, but for the most part, soak Dem politics are probably the most popular, but with a side of, like, hard edge and free speech absolutism. Like, young people like being edgy and saying slurs and jokes that would never fly on my stream with you guys, and that's just the kind of thing that, like, if you want to feel accepted in the online left and, like, you want to be, like, a part of that community and, like, by being part of it, be another body, like, that's part of the force, I guess you could say. Like, you know, so much of our politics nowadays is decided by what's popular in this internet culture war shit. So more people on one side or the other matters. It does. It matters. So, in my opinion, I feel that, like, there's a certain constant problem the left has with, like, pushing away people who are not willing to change themselves and their personality just to be a part of this movement and be a part of these social spaces, you know? I don't know. Oh. Vlogging through history is definitely my favorite history YouTuber. I just watched a video of his earlier today where he debunks a right-wing history YouTuber called Monsieur Z. Yeah, vlogging through history is like I think minorly right-leaning, but like has made a bunch of because he's like a history buff though. He's oftentimes having to debunk historical misinfo pushed by right-wingers. So he's never really made a like right-wing video so much as it's like he said like, I guess I have some conservative values, I suppose. But then it's like immediately him just nonstop dunking on conservatives for like misinfo about history because he knows the history and he's like, no, that's not how it happened. So pretty cool of him. Pretty cool of him. I'm glad his channel was saved. Like everyone revolted against CGP Grey after that stuff. Yeah, leftists are far more intolerant than right-wingers would lend. The left is tolerant to people's identities, but far less tolerant to people's personalities. It feels like there's 3 kinds of personality you're allowed to have on the left. Otherwise, you're going to be seen as like weird or an outlier, and you're going to be like, people are going to make assumptions about you that are going to immediately result in like, you know, negative reaction. You can either be a super uwu soft boy, as in like your entire presentation and personality is being as like flamboyant, soft, gay as possible, right? And like uwu, oh, I'm so soft, I'm so polite, I'm so bottom as possible. You can be that. You can be a hyper socialism like theory nerd, where you basically just talk all the time about how much theory you've read and judge others for not reading as much theory as you because you've read so much theory and the theory makes you so theoryful, you know? And then the third type are the hyper-aggressive LARPers. The people who are like, we need to be out doing affirmative action, and you need to join this organization, and you do this thing and that thing. Like, basically another kind of LARPer. Like, if you aren't some kind of a LARPer in the online left, you're genuinely going to not fit in. Do you guys get what I'm saying here? Do you guys agree with this? Like, do you guys ever feel like if you're not, like, a LARPer, that you don't fit in with most of the left? Now, all of us, if you agree with this, we're willing to stick it out. Like, we're here. We're in this shit. And it doesn't matter if everybody else, like, it doesn't matter if dealing with leftists fucking sucks. We're progressives. We don't care about, like, how much everybody else that advocates what we do sucks, so much as we do the objective, like, morals behind these ideas. We advocate for them and push for these things as part of this social movement anyway. A lot of people are not willing to do that, though. And that's the problem. We are able to do it. Many aren't. And the fact that now a shrinking amount of people are willing to, like, be around the rest of, like, other leftists, we're seeing this online social space shrink and, like, sort of become more and more radical. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going on a nonsense rant at this point, but I feel like a lot of you guys, maybe you agree. Maybe you've seen it too. Like, I mean, the symptoms are pretty clear, right? Like, the online left is just obviously not in a good place right now. Like, culturally. I mean, if you were around in 2019 or 2020 and can compare then to now, something's happened. Something's wrong, clearly. It's not normal. Yep, I agree. You are correct. You are correct. Marketing and word usage sells more to people than a long explanation does. I feel you guys might be looking at this a little more complicatedly than necessary. I'm just gonna outright say it. Hypers in chat, if you would get mad, if I was in a debate with, like, Nick Fuentes, and, like, he's going full Nazi and whatnot, or I'm in a debate with Nick Fuentes, okay? And he says something like, you just want, like, gay, degenerate stuff to be promoted. And I responded, Nick, you're literally and then I just called him the F slur. and asked him, what the fuck are you talking about with your femboy porn watching ass? If I said that, how many of you would be mad? Hypers in chat. Be honest. Be honest. If I just out of nowhere dropped that on him, I would laugh. How many of you would... I wouldn't give a shit? A lot of you guys are saying you would laugh. A lot of you guys are saying you would laugh. And that tells me that most of you guys are probably like a little more easygoing than most of the online left, which makes sense if you're in my community, to be honest. But I'm a fully straight guy, by the way. Fully straight. Fully straight. I've not even been like bicuriously experimental, okay? Like, I have as little grounds to say that word as a person possibly could. I guess besides having like a shit ton of passes from you know, everybody I know being gay. Like I'm not even joking. I went out, like, possibly my favorite story to tell on stream to this day has to be when I went to a restaurant, or was it, I think it was the shooting range, with Vosh, Demon Mama, and Doe, and like Vermin and Conyer, and I was sitting in the car. I was like squeezed between Doe and Conyer in the back seat. Like I was in the middle seat, if I remember correctly. And I'm sitting back there, and they're all talking about the gayest shit ever. I'm not talking like the topic they're discussing is like gay or whatever, like in a sort of like pejorative way. No. I mean, they are describing gay hookups and like all the ins and outs. I am hearing things I have never heard before. I am like, I'm hearing the kind of shit that no straight man should ever hear. Like, I'm not supposed to know about this, right? And I'm just there like, I'd wait for them to go on like for about 20 minutes. They're just talking about the most gay shit ever. And when the conversation finally cools down, I just say, you know, I just remembered that I am the only cis straight guy in this car. And all of them fucking laughed. Like, realizing, oh shit, yeah, he has no like, you must feel so left out. Because they're all talking about, like, what Grindr, I think, yeah, Grindr hookups, or I think there was another app as well. And, like, hooking up and, like, how that is and what people are like there and, like, what you have to do to prepare for gay sex or whatever. And it's like, man, all my friends are just, they're not just gay, but they're gay, you know? I'm so straight. I feel like I'm just, like I'm the guy at the girl's sleepover, you know? I feel like Butters in that one episode of South Park where he like dresses up as a girl to get into the girl's sleepover so he can find out the secret of the little four-pronged like paper thing. Yeah, I was the token straight, literally. God, such a funny story. If you date a dude for a little while, you get to call yourself bi, and then you get the F-slur pass. You know, technically I could just lie and say that I was gay, and say the F-slur, and really there's no way to prove I'm not. Like, I could have just lied from the get-go and told you all, yeah, no, I'm bisexual. You guys, I know you guys have never seen me with a dude before, but, you know, I've got 5 F-slurs in the chamber. Trust me, guys. I'm with you. I take the bit all the way. I go to like a pride parade. You know, I will say I've been to a gay bar. I went to a concert that my ex was in a band that did a concert for a birthday party that was done like at a venue at a gay bar, and they had like, there were guys in leather, like just leather straps. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Walking around like handing out Jello shots. Did you pull? No. And I like walking around handing out Jello shots, and I was like, sure, fuck it. So I was like, I'm not gonna be rude. I accepted the Jello shot from the tray. There was a big tray of Jello shots from the bar guy that was handing out the things. We believe you, Zan. You're bi? No, I promise you, I'm not. I assure you, If I was bi, I would tell you all, so I could just fire off those forbidden words at like the conservatives that deserve it, you know? Just hit them with that like it's like blindside them like a truck hitting them, you know? When they least expect it. When it comes to using slurs and such, I find the best advice is to know your audience. I would never say slurs around my work friends, my casual friends, and I say them all the time. Yeah, I feel like that's most people here, to be honest. Most people in the online left, and yet everyone pretends they don't. Like, I think it depends, right? Like, I've had cases where I'll have, like, an LGBT friend of mine just say the F slur. I want to hear you say it, because I think I want to hear how you say it. I want to hear your voice say it. And they'll, like, insist. And I've had the same situation happen, ironically enough, with friends that I've had that are black, where they're like, all right, like after like a couple years of friendship, they're like, all right, say the N-word. I'm like, what? I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say the N-word. Come on, say it. I'm like, no, what is this? Is this a test? And my immediate reaction was always, is this a test? And I'm like, no, come on, I want to hear you say it. Come on, I want to hear how you sound saying it, right? Because funny sounding, I guess. And it's always like sort of a funny little back and forth. If you've never had this interaction, then I guess you're just racist and don't have enough like non-white friends. I don't know. My Hispanic friend insists I call him a slur every time we meet up. Hispanics are feral to be called slurs. Just don't call them the hard X. Yeah, never call, like, if you call a Hispanic person, like, if you called my buddy Ethan Latinx, he might kill you, like, immediately on sight. He might, like, actually, like, take the prison time and do that. But if you called him, like, any slur towards, like, Latino people, he would be like, hell yeah. He is that meme, unironically, though. And I'm like... And he's progressive as fuck, but the quote he has said to me, like, I would be, like, leftist, honestly, if it weren't for leftists. It's like, man. The more I hear that, and the older I get, constantly, like, that. Oh, not that one. The one that starts with S. Should we start chanting for Zan to say the... Jesus Christ, you just said that shit. What the fuck? You almost got me to read that. Jesus Christ. Fuck. But as I said, guys, much of the online left is very purity testy, and like if I ever were to do something like that, I would be canceled to hell and back. Like, let's be real, I'd be canceled to hell and back. I couldn't do that. I couldn't get away with that. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. New Vegas tonight? I don't think so, unfortunately. It's getting pretty late. Plus, my friends are all on Rust, and I want to play some more Rust before bed. I know, guys, but we are going to get back on New Vegas, don't worry. Not tonight, though. Either tomorrow night, or tomorrow night we're doing Watch Party. Either tomorrow night's going to be a From Watch Party, depending on if everyone's available, or more New Vegas. Heavy Griddle, are you available for From tomorrow? I think Balth is available, so if you're available, then we just need to get a pillow, and then we should be good. Hell yeah, Heavy Griddle. Pog. Okay. I know what I'm covering next. By the way, any Rust players watching stream, please DM me on Discord. I will check my DM requests, and I will send you a like invite to the Discord server for our Rust team when like I receive it. And like, I will invite, even if you're a noob, if you can farm, you're valuable. There's a system in the game now where even if you can't be added to the team because we reach maximum players in the team, we can set people as friendly, where their names appear as blue. So it's not as good as being on the same team, because then your names appear as green from, like, across the map. But here it's like, oh, I shot someone, he's down. Walk up to them, oh, blue name, it's one of us, and then like get them back up. So we can make a really, really large group, and as long as you can farm, as long as you can hold left mouse button while looking at a tree, you are valuable. As long as you can hold a gun and spam left click in the general direction of bad guys, and stay alive for as long as it takes to empty one mag, you are valuable. How much does Rust cost? $40 dues, which remember, you're going to get way more time out of this game than any AAA game, and AAA games typically cost $60 to $120. And this game costs $40 for now, and is... I'm thinking about making a video essay that is about why Rust is the best game ever. I legitimately just do think Rust is the best game ever. Like, I don't think anything beats Rust. It is just the best game ever. Might get into the game, one of my uncles plays it. If you get into the game, bring your uncle in. If he's got like hours on that shit, tell him that I've got a big group and it's getting bigger. If he wants to be a part of like one of those scary big Zergs that builds a fortress, then like come play Rust with you. And he can join us too. Like, we want as many people as possible, as long as they're trustworthy. He's played it for a few years now? Nice. Well, let me give you guys, like, an idea of what Rust is like. Rust Explained. I want to convince people to buy the game and play it. That's 3 years old.
Hey everyone, in today's video I'm going to go over the very basics that you'll need to know when starting out in Rust. Recently, I swapped from DayZ to Rust and I've spent a few hundred hours gathering information that I would have wanted to know when I started out a few months ago.
Rust is really funny because when your character, when you buy your account, you get a randomly generated character. Out of like a bunch of different combinations of different things, your character is generated. And that character is tied to your like account forever. So like this guy's account forever on every server, every time he plays will always look like this unless like maybe somewhere down the road, and I bet they will do this because like look at these character models. They're going to overhaul the character models and reset all of our models, and we're going to get like at least one reset of how our characters look. So like everything from your breast size and dick and ball size on your character, because yes, you wake up naked on the beach when you start out with absolutely nothing but a rock and a torch. Like all your character's features are randomized and you're stuck with them. Yeah. My character's hung.
So, hopefully this helps.
My character's a hung black guy with chubby cheeks.
When you first launch Rust and
like straight up, like your character has like a weight value, and if you cut up a dead body of a player, how much, like how fat that character was basically based on just what randomizer they got determines how much animal fat cutting up their body gives you. Which animal fat is used to combine with cloth to make low-grade fuel, which you use to make like furnaces, used in flamethrowers. It's used for fuel for a lot of things. Yeah. A lot of detail in the game. It's crazy.
And hit play game, you'll have 3 tabs of servers to choose from. There's official, community, and modded. The difference between the 3 being this. Official servers are...
It's a bit like Fallout, but if it was like an extremely hardcore multiplayer PvP game without like mutated monsters, sadly. I'm sure eventually we might get some mutated monsters, but for now we have like big-ass bears, wolves, and like boars and stuff. And then obviously the scientists who have guns. There's lots of angry, very difficult NPCs, and there's also raid bosses, kinda. There's a big armored attack helicopter that roams the map every hour that can just absolutely destroy your base and your whole team of people taking it on. But if you can crash it, it'll leave like these crates on the ground for about 10 minutes that are on fire, and if you can defend them long enough to loot them, once the fire goes out, you get like the best stuff in the game. Same goes for this tank that goes around launch site called Bradley. And I believe there's like Oil Rig, which is basically like a dungeon, essentially. Like it's really like a first-person shooter survival MMO. Unironically. It's a like obviously if you look at these server counts, like These are small servers. The server I'm playing on with my friends is an 800 pop server. Literally, we've got 800 people on at any given time on that server, and there's a queue of at least 30 people at any given time waiting to get into the server. It never goes below that 800.
Are servers owned and run by the game devs. These will all include vanilla loot tables and resource gathering raids for the most part. Typically, this is Rust in its base form. Community. Community servers are run by admin teams
The largest ride the rails.
in the community. They can all vary in pop size, loot rates, gather rates, etc. Make sure to click on the server to read more information on what you might get into with the specific server. Usually, community servers have active to practice. I recommend trying vanilla first to try and get an understanding of how the game flows. Lower to medium pop might also be a hotbar, selecting it, and hitting right click. The torch can also be used as a decent melee weapon and literally have nothing else. Just press left click to swing the torch. The rock is used to gather resources. Go up to a tree or a resource node of any kind and start.
This whole system where you hit like weak spots as you gather a thing, Rust invented this and Fortnite took it. That whole like hit the weak spots to gather stuff in Fortnite thing came from Rust. This game's like 12 years old.
Hitting it with your rock. You'll notice that you'll slowly gather resources
supported,
as
though.
you
They recently
continue
had
to
a
swing
full
the
engine
rock.
update. Like it's on a new engine.
On trees, make sure to aim for the red X, and on rocks, make sure to hit the shiny sparkle. As hitting these gives you more resource and allows the farming process to go a lot faster. Eventually, you'll be able to craft stone hatchets and pickaxes to mine faster and more efficiently. For each of those, you'll need 100 stone and 200 wood. It's a great early game investment to gather resources a lot faster. Moving on, you'll probably notice that your health, food, and water levels are fairly low. So, we can do a few things to fill these up. In Rust, eating food can give you an instant chunk of health. One of the easiest and most abundant food sources come in the forested areas on the map. Mushrooms. They only give you 3 instant health, but they fill up your food by 15 per mushroom, while also adding 5 hydration as well. They usually spawn in clumps in the forest, so they help a lot if you're desperate for food. You can also find an abundance of corn and pumpkins along riversides in Rust, as well as an unlimited source of clean.
It's a great game. I wonder, is he getting to the combat?
To craft arrows, you either need stone and wood, or you.
He's basically just explaining how you start out.
Important to the security.
Build a
50
base.
scrap, which is to make low-grade fuel. Or you can use animal fat and cloth to make low grade, which can be achieved best by hunting animals.
Mind you, while you're doing all this stuff, there are other players out there who you could kill and take all their shit, or they might kill you and take all your stuff, and they're gonna like talk to you after they knock you down and they're about to finish you off, and they're gonna talk mad shit, and you're gonna see their name and be like, I see. I'll be remembering that name. And then, like, maybe that guy kills you a couple more times, and you're like, it's time for revenge. And you follow the motherfucker back to their base, and you find out where they live, and it's like, now I know where they live. They may be able to outshoot me, but they can't outfarm me. And then you just take, like, 4 days off of stream gathering sulfur just so you can raid the fuck out of some rude Brazilian children who decided to door camp you for like 3 hours, and now you can't let it go until you see their base crumble. That's what I did when I was gone those like 5 days. Listen, those Brazilian kids had to go, okay? I couldn't get offline. Or they'd offline us. Like, they'd raid us if I got offline. We had to get them. You menace. They were Brazilian kids LARPing as Russians. They, like, one of their names was Russia, and another one of them was just, like, Russian characters, and they would just say, like, hail Russia, fuck Ukraine every time, like, they'd kill you. And so, yeah, we decided, okay, we're gonna raid them. And we farmed up C4. Me, Ethan, and everyone else, we farmed up a shitload of C4, raided the fuck out of them, and like, made sure to take screenshots of their bodies, their sleeping bodies, as we killed them in their base, so that we could send it to them on Steam messages and say, gotcha, motherfucker, and then block them. God, I love Rust.
With your furnaces made, add some wood to the fuel slot and your ore to the inventory and hit turn on. Can now produce metal fragments.
Like, half of what they would say would be slurs, the other half was incomprehensible Portuguese.
High quality metal and cook silver by smelting the correct ores. Now, with a base down, some basic tools and farming done, you'll want to find components, scrap, and more advanced items and weapons. This can be achieved by running monuments. As mentioned before, you can find green keycards in tier 1 areas like gas stations.
Do I have the screenshots? They're on my Steam screenshot thing. I gotta find my Steam screenshots folder.
In supermarket, light.
I just screenshot it with Steam so I could message it through Steam to the guys. I'd have to find where Steam stores it. It's a pain in the ass.
House, abandoned cabins, etc. These will allow you to run fuse puzzles at Sewer Branch, Satellite Dish, and Harbor. All that is required is an electric fuse, a green card.
One of their names was Russia, the other was just Russian letters. So, like, it's just guys sleeping on the ground. One of them's named Russia, and it's just me, like, POV, road sign cleaver, looking straight down at the sleeping guy named Russian.
Card and some common sense, really. When you arrive at one of these locations, look for a fuse box with sparks flying from it. If you go up to it and hit E to open, you should be able to add the electric fuse to it. This will connect electricity to the green.
This video is not that great at like, explaining Rust. I'd like a video that just, like, what is Rust? Okay, this is like a 2-minute...
You haven't played Rust in a while, but that hot girl from OTV and Shroud are busy playing it. And Shroud's pretty cool.
Oh my god!
So you decide to install it. Things look different, because things are different. I still have my rock and my torch, but there's a strange homeless man trying to sell me a boat, and people have cars now. Those people have electricity. And guns. I want electricity and guns. So I use my rock to get wood, and I use the wood to make a better tool. I use that tool to hit garbage to get more stuff. Scrap. So I go to Scientist City and swap my scrap for a chainsaw. Technology. Chainsaws remove forests. I use the trees to build a house. Things are nice, but people keep coming inside using fire. Morning! Make more tools, get more things, go to places that have stuff, and grind it up for more stuff to make more things. This is cool. I make a boat, and go to a bigger boat. This is scary. They have stuff, and this thing. I learn this thing and make more like it. Go to the man with the electricity. He's sleepy
Eat dick.
and homeless. Evicted. Take his stuff, and his guns, and his car. My car. I want more, so I do it again. Boom. Evict. Stuff. Repeat. My base is huge now. It's a small city. You need a heli to access your stuff because your loot room's too big, and a refrigerator compound filled with meat because grenade launchers sound funny. A dedicated roadway leading to your room of large boxes where you keep your large boxes and roof cannons at the ready to keep the sky cars away. The scientists quit the outpost and work for you now, because you pay better. And the homeless man now brings boats to your house as a peace offering. You've created a dynasty, an empire, a self-farming, self-protecting paradise where you have all the stuff and everyone else has nothing. Not even their rock and their torch. Mine. You gotta ask yourself, now what?
This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take everything from everyone, and we are going to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Please get Rust and message me. You will be invited. I'm going to re-download Rust. You're damn fucking right you are. We need bodies. This is not like FF14 where it's like, come play FF14. It'll be so much fun. We're gonna have fun. Yeah, be part of the fun. No. This is war. I need soldiers, okay? I need fucking bodies because the people on this server are fucking goated. I need there to be, our arrows need to blot out the fucking sun, and every single extra person we can bring in, we need, all right? If you can just be a pounds of flesh flown at the enemy as your head is domed by an arrow and blocking the view, then you will be valuable to us, okay? You will be valuable to us. And we are building such a large army. We already have so many people that like, our neighbors are scared of us and have become our serfs. I'm not joking. Like, the people who live around us are so scared of the fact that we're an 8-man right now. We're 9-man, sorry. Right now, currently, just a 9-man without any of you guys joining us. We're already a 9-man. Our neighbors have become our serfs because they're solos and duos that don't want to deal with us when we have full auto guns. They know they'll not stand a chance once we can just outnumber them like that. So they've just started to become friendly with us, and it's like, you know what? We're like the mob. If people come into this neighborhood, we're the force that kicks them out, and they can help. So we built a whole neighborhood around this train track where, by the way, we killed a dude who's pushing the casino train car, and so now it's parked in the middle of our little town. We have a casino. Like blackjack, slots, everything, like gambling with scrap and everything. We've got a casino train parked outside our house for just grinding scrap with gambling. Like, our setup is so good. Unless we've been raided since I got off to stream, then, just bringing you guys in to help rebuild would be perfect. So yeah, Caesar's Legion, but Russ? Nah, I want us to be the fucking NCR, dude. We're going to enforce law, all right? We're going to turn the wasteland of Rust civilized. We're going to eliminate the bandits and the assholes and the racists, because you'll run into people in this game who've just, drawn swastikas all over their own base. We're going to raid the fuck out of those people. We're going to pull up in a scrap helicopter. Hold on. Let me show you something. Rust. Biggest raid ever. This was the biggest raid ever back then, by the way. So to give you an idea, to make a rocket, okay? To make a high explosive rocket, which is what you use for the most high-end raiding in this game of other people's bases, because you have to blast through their walls and their armored doors and everything. You have to blast through because they're locked. To use it to make one rocket is with the best tools and everything researched and everything you need to get what you need, really, maybe a 20-minute process to make one rocket. If you're having average luck, you can get luckier and it can be faster, but to make one rocket, that's how much time it takes. If we have a giant Zerg, which is what we plan to do, it's called building a Zerg, then the kind of raids that we do can look like this. This was, at the time this came out, the largest raid in Rust's history. 90 attackers versus 12 defenders. They are basically offline-ish raiding, when the least amount of people are online as possible, another clan on this giant server. These are the big two superpowers on the entire server battling it out. And the POV we're watching wins, spoiler alert. But this is the kind of shit we'll be able to do if we get enough people. Behold. Peak gaming. The biggest raid in history. That's the Raiders. 89 v12. 1,200 rockets. They're arriving in helicopters that are full of dozens of people like it's Vietnam.
Making a fucking TikTok. Foundations.
No one shoot. They gotta be quiet or they'll give a warning. Placing beds to respawn at. This is the raid base. This is what we're gonna do.
Graham and Dog, you guys need to blow the entire compound while we pump.
You fucking stupid.
That's what they're raiding. That giant compound.
Get ready, get ready, get ready. Front, top, middle, get ready to pump. 3, 2, 1, hit that shit, let's go. Go, boys.
Don't jump, don't jump,
Holy shit, boys.
Every one of those rockets is 20 minutes for a single person to farm.
In 15 seconds. Just keep pummeling.
They've got their uniforms, they can all recognize each other.
Base there.
There we go.
D-Day ass raid.
Boys, that's it.
compound, step up, more compound, more compound.
Low compound.
Moving up, moving up, moving up.
You can be a medic and pick up teammates, yes. You get knocked if your shot that knocks you down, like, kills you, quote unquote, isn't fatal. Like, let's say you're 30 health and you get shot in the chest. You'll get knocked and you can be brought back, but you also have a timer that's ticking down until you either A, die, or depending on how much, like, depending on where you were shot. Like, if you died to a foot shot, you will have, like, a 40% chance to stand back up on your own. But someone can come stim pack, basically stim pack. These things are basically stim packs here in his inventory, these heal meds. Someone can hit you with one of those to refill your timer so you have longer to like, get revved. Or someone can come and revive you and, like, hit you with meds and stuff. It's a bit like Fallout. The setting's definitely very Fallout. It's all, like, nuclear... post-apocalyptic.
Leave bodies if you're dead.
Yeah, New Vegas, but all the NPCs are real people.
Low bit. You rock.
It's the Battle of Hoover Dam, guys. We finally did it. We made it.
Pants off now. Pants off now.
Pants off now so they can recognize each other. Because nakeds, like random people, nakeds as you call them, like random fresh spawns, are running to this beach to try and nab up whatever loot they can off the dead geared players and, like, run off. So they're, like, all taking their pants off if they're part of the team. So anyone's keeping them on clearly isn't in the call and doesn't know what to do, and they know to shoot them. How the hell are 12 people able to hold out this long? I imagine they're dying a lot. They might not even be alive. A lot of this isn't even, like, the defenders fighting these raiders. It's counter raiders coming. Because this, like, the sound of a raid, these explosions are heard across the map. Every, like mouth foaming fucking, like, PvP hungry player is making a beeline for this noise. So they've not only got to fight the people they're raiding, but they've got to fight the people that are now trying to flank them and pinpoint them and attack them. And they're not inside of a base they can defend. They're the attackers who have brought immense amounts of rockets and explosives, some of the most valuable loot in the game, really, out into the open, where if they die and someone loots it and runs off, it's gone. Like, a combined cumulative among people, dozens of hours, potentially, of work just ran off with to God knows where. Most counter raiders would see this and just give up. Nah, if they're nakeds with just a rock, they're running in to try to grab something off a corpse, for sure.
Good shit, boys.
This is like a 1,000 top server here. This is only like 10% of the server active in this battle right now. Like 90% of the rest of the server is just hearing this from far away, like, what the fuck? That's why I call this an MMO.
More back right foundations. Loot your own body, not anybody else's.
Yeah.
The helicopter. They got air support.
Gun the people on the roof.
The map is procedurally generated, yeah. Every wipe you'll have a different map.
Further up. You're really far back.
They're landing the helicopter on the roof.
Hit the back right foundation. Move up a little bit. Press up. Careful not to walk in front of me.
This is planet side.
Nope, this kid just got walked in front of him.
Oh, I am scared.
Yo, we got this.
West didn't appeal to me with a dedicated group. It may change my mind. It will. With a dedicated group of, like, good friends and stuff, the game is literally peak gaming. See, these are the counter raiders. And some of them could be friendlies that are just coming to loot their stuff back so they can get back in the fight. So they have to be, like, quick to figure out who's who.
Back right foundations. Let's check for.
Everyone who just ran in, looted a body, and joined in the raid, they'd kill you once they figured you out.
Yeah.
Your best bet would be to take something and run far. And zigzag so no bullets can hit you. They basically collar this thing out. It's time to raid into it. Laddering up. Oh, there's some of the defenders still alive. You might be able to run it, Widrose. I can't guarantee it'll run well, but the 1060 or 2060. 2060 can handle it, I'm sure. My 2080 Ti can on high settings, so I think you're probably good.
Don't loot the stupid shit. Like,
can I do a melee build for us? Yeah. Oh, crashing helicopter. Time to look at the loot. Everyone's like gobbling up the loot.
I guess I'll fill up on goddamn.
Everyone's taking as much as they can fit. It's time to take it back to base and depot.
These kids are poor. They're poor.
Mind you, you start... They're saying these kids are poor. They literally, like, mind you, you start in this game with nothing but a rock and a torch and have to, like, work your way to get, like, a stone hatchet and axe and, like, spears, and then eventually a bow and arrow, then eventually a crossbow and a compound bow. Then eventually you can make, like, a water pipe shotgun or an Ioka, which are these, like, really shitty one-shot shotgun. Then eventually you can make a double barrel and, like, a crappy scrap revolver. And then from there you work your way up till you're literally making AKs and, like, looting M4s from scientists, and you've just got like actual military weaponry and like full armor and helicopters and rocket launchers and grenade launchers and smoke grenades, and now they've added full-on attack helicopters you can fly that have missiles on them, so you can full-on like fly an armada of attack helicopters towards a base and just unleash missiles from the helicopters on a base. You don't even have to be on the ground to do this now. What is the lore of Rust? Oh, it's super cool. Yeah, it's time to tax some people, guys. We gotta be the NCR. We gotta make sure these people pay their taxes. Get Rust. But yeah, it's them looting everything up. They're getting all the spoils of their labor, looting up as much as their inventories can fit so they can fly it all back to base. Wait, there's lore? Yes, there is lore. There absolutely is lore. It's interesting, too. The game was made by the same guy who made Gary's Mod, by the way. The Gary's Mod guy worked on the game primarily till 2017. And ironically, after he left, the game got way better. Funnily enough, like the guy who took the reins from him is like known for being really into like responding to player feedback. So like when the community asks for something, he tends to oblige far more than the Gmod guy did, who was in his place before. So Rust is in a really nice place right now, I think. They're constantly adding new stuff too. Like the game gets like big updates frequently, and they're really fun too. Yeah, Gary. The Gary dude. Lefty Jenna, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Thank you, thank you. Said, hey, Zan, this is a long overdue, and honestly, thank you for being such a base streamer, my man. And thanks to all y'all in the community for being so welcoming and so awesome to hang out with. Aw, that's such a wholesome and kind comment. Thank you so much, Lefty Jenna. I really do appreciate that. That's very, very nice of you. It's very appreciated. Thanks. Thank you so much. Let me update the dono goal really quick. I think here's where I'm going to wrap up stream. I'm not going to lie, chat. I feel sleepy right now. I might go to bed a little earlier than expected. I don't know. Let me just close my eyes for a second. I feel like I got a migraine. Ooh, okay. That's a lot better. I think I just need to close my eyes for a minute. I don't feel as sleepy, but I do think I'm going to wrap up stream. But listen, guys. I want to get you guys on Rust, all right? I want to see as many of you guys as possible joining me on Rust, all right? DM me on Discord or at me in the Discord if that doesn't work. I will DM you a link to join the Discord. We are trying to build an army. So hopefully you'll join us. Anyway, guys, wishlisting Rust? Hell yeah. Anyway, guys, I hope a lot of you guys are willing to come join me. I hope you get a lot of messages in my DMs of people wanting to join. But until then, hopefully you'll be willing to join tonight. Who knows? But thank you so much for coming, everybody. You guys have all been so awesome, so kind. Thank you all so much for watching. You guys have been so nice and so awesome and supportive today. I really do appreciate it. I really don't know what else to say. I'll be streaming tomorrow, of course, so I hope to see you all then. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. Oh, who should I raid? Hold on. Let me check who I should raid. No, Twitch. Sorry, not raid, host. Oh, I'm not logged into Twitch, so it doesn't tell me. Oh, Conyers live. Okay, yeah, we'll raid Conyer. Or host Conyer. So just go into Conyers chat and say Zan host. Not Zan raid. You want to say Zan host, okay? Because it's not going to give a notification that I raided, and whenever you guys say Zan raid, they're going to assume like, oh, so when's it going to say he raided? I guess I'll wait until that notification comes in, and then they wait forever. Make sure you say Zan host, because otherwise they're going to be confused forever, because it doesn't give them a notification, other than like their viewer count going up, I guess. Anyway, goodbye everyone. Enjoy, Conyer. Goodbye. Bye. Doo-doo fart.